You are listening to Cross Cowboy, a Cooper Brothers novel, Sweetwater Falls Farm Romance, Book 1, written by Elena Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Chapter 1. Travis Cooper whistled through his teeth, his irritation spiking. "Get up!" he yelled, though the dairy cows he herded only lowed in return. Some of them gave him the stink eye, though he supposed he'd started the somewhat volatile relationship with the cattle by muscling them around, telling them not to stop in doorways, and perhaps even calling them a name or two when they disobeyed. People thought the big black and white dairy cows were just so cute on social media, but to Travis, they were nothing but trouble. They loved to break down fences to get to the grasses and other tasty victuals in fields they weren't supposed to be in. They made a huge mess of their pastures day in and day out. Diseases spread like wildfire, and they never waited nicely in line for their turn to be milked. "Come on, Bertha," he said, shoving his shoulder against one of the huge beasts. Every dairy cow was named Bertha to Travis, and he actually smiled at his private joke. "To the right, girl," he said, digging in with his boots and pushing. See, stubborn things cows were. He got Bertha number 1 in the chute, and by some miracle, the girls after her followed suit, at least for a few cows. He and the veterinarian had been playing the game of chutes and udders for 4 days, and Travis was so done with it. But the cows had to be checked every so often, and it was up to Travis to get that job done around Sweetwater Falls Farm. His older brother, Lee, took care of so many other things that Travis had gladly accepted the health of the herd as his responsibility. He just wished it came with less mud and less lowing. Sometimes his ears heard the sound cows made when he was all alone, and that noise followed him into his dreams, too. He finally got the last Bertha into the chute, and she lumbered along until she reached Finley Rapont, the veterinarian who came out to the farm to check eyes, ears, tongues, and udders. He made a report for Travis, though he'd have separated any cows that had a problem. Today, there were none, and Travis thanked his lucky stars above for that. 5 or 6 of their newest milkers had shown sores, and Finn had pulled them. That hadn't been a good day for Travis, and the conversation around the family dinner table at the farmhouse had contained a lot of rolled eyes and pointed questions. The energy between Travis and his brothers always ran high, and he blamed all the red-headed genes in the family. Lee could go from grinning to gunning in less time than it took to breathe, and the worst part was that Travis never knew what would set him off. Truth be told, he never really knew what would set himself off either. Sometimes he just couldn't carry one more thing, and something simple like a broken fence, something he'd dealt with countless times over the years he'd worked the farm, would irritate him to the point of snapping. Not that it really mattered. He didn't rant to anyone but Daddy, Lee, or Will. He treated his cowboys well. He didn't have a girlfriend to speak of, and even when he did, those relationships barely made it out of the dugout. He might get to first base, but he might not, as he hadn't had a girlfriend who'd lasted longer than 2 months in at least a decade. "Looking good?" he asked Finn. "Yeah, today was easy." He glanced up from his clipboard, which had a tablet attached to it. He tapped and swiped, and then he added, "All sent. You'll get the report in your email." "Thanks." Travis shook his hand, and they started toward the milk shed, where the small dirt parking lot held their trucks. He had no idea what Finn got to go do now, but Travis had to get over 1,000 cows into and then out of milking stalls in the next couple of hours. The work at Cooper and Company, the milking side of their family farm, could consume a man, as Travis had seen with his very own eyes. Lee had been married and divorced, And while his ex-wife had never said their marriage had dissolved because of Lee's dedication to bottles, Berthas, and milk, Travis had a suspicion it did. All of the women he'd dated over the years had said some form of the same thing to Travis. He worked too much. He was never available when they wanted to go to dinner. Sometimes he had to text during their dates. Blah, blah, blah. He'd heard it all, and he'd decided Lee had things figured out now. He didn't date at all, ever. After Travis's last attempt at a relationship had ended after only a few dates, he'd put himself on a female-free diet, too. He bid farewell to Finn and turned to enter the milk shed where the brothers kept the administrative office for Cooper and Company. The moment he did, shouting met his ears. Oh boy, Lee wasn't happy this morning. "That just won't work," he said. "Why are you yelling at me?" Will fired back, and he was definitely the grumpiest of the trio of brothers. "I know it won't work. That's why I came to talk to you about it." Travis strode the few steps to the office and found Lee sitting at the desk, while Will hovered near the window. There were no clenched fists or red faces. The brothers just had loud voices, growly barks, and short fuses. "What won't work?" he asked, and both Lee and Will looked at him. Will was the lightest of the Gingers, with almost blonde hair and eyes between blue and green. He was the middle brother, and his eyes definitely came half from Mama and half from Daddy. When he grew out his beard, the red really came in then. Lee was the darkest of the brothers, in attitude and physical appearance. His hair shone like red gold, a deep auburn that matched their oldest sister's. Cherry didn't live on the farm, but she and Lee could have been twins with their auburn hair. His green-black eyes only glinted with darkness when he was angry, as he was right now. Travis sat somewhere in the middle of the two of them, with tons of the typical red hair people pictured when someone said, "He's the redhead." His eyes came straight from Mama, as did his hair, and they glinted like emeralds when he laughed, or so Mama said. He was the youngest son, and he was very close to his mother. He didn't deny it when everyone in the family told him he was a mama's boy. He was, and he wasn't embarrassed about it. Lee stood. "What are you doing?" "Milking 3," Travis said, glancing at Will. "Why?" "We've got a shipment of essential parts coming for the threshers," he said, "and Leonard can't get them to us until next week." Travis didn't work much on the agriculture side of the farm, but he knew so much of the nutrition of the dairy cows relied on the grain they grew over there. "That won't work," Travis said. "Why can't he deliver it?" "I don't know," Lee said, sighing as he sat back down, that permanent frown etched between his eyebrows. "Will?" "He's got one guy who broke his leg or something, and another one quit. Bottom line, he's behind on deliveries, and we're so far out that he won't come until Wednesday." Lee shuffled some papers. "I could maybe send Chris." "Yeah, and I'll hear about it for months," Will said. "He'll want every Sunday off to make a trip to town." "It's a trip to town," Travis said, not getting the problem. "We'll just go pick up the parts ourselves." Sure, the farm sat about 30 minutes from the town of Sweetwater Falls, but it was a half hour, not a half day. They went once a month for groceries and to run errands, and Travis himself definitely left the farm more than his brothers. He could go. In fact, an afternoon off the ranch suddenly held great possibilities for him. "If we send Brad, we won't see him until evening," Lee mused. "I'll go," Travis said, looking from Lee to Will. "Send Brad over to help with the milking, and I'll go right now." He dug in his pocket for his truck keys. Lee looked up from his papers. "While you're there, you'll have to load up the fertilizer, too." Travis almost backed out. No wonder they weren't happy about not getting the delivery. No one wanted to load up the fertilizer, as they bought it from the farm supply store and it was all natural and organic. That made their milk organic, which meant they could make more money for the dairy products. It also came with a certain smell. "So I can't drive my own truck," Travis said. "You'd take the dump truck." Lee looked up, his eyes filled with questions. Travis didn't really want to drive the dump truck. It had no radio, and while he didn't usually mind the silence, right now it had a way of screaming the truth at him, and the truth hurt at the moment. "Please?" Will asked. "If you go, I'll take care of the milking today and tomorrow." Tomorrow, too? Travis couldn't remember the last time he'd had a day off. They all paid for it when men took full days off on the farm. "Yes," Will said. "We need those parts, and the fertilizer is just on the way." Travis didn't really need to think too hard about it. He'd get off the farm today, and he'd get to sleep in tomorrow. "Fine," he said, folding his arms. "I'll go." Will grinned, his face lighting up from within. "Thanks, Trav." He looked at Lee. "Let's call Leonard right now." "I'll get the receipt printed for the fertilizer, too," Lee said. "Thanks, Travis. This is really going to help us." "We're okay for me to be gone for the rest of today and tomorrow?" he asked. Lee frowned again. "We'll see about tomorrow. We're on the last harvest here, Trav." "As if I didn't know," Travis said sarcastically, smiling at his older brother. Lee didn't return the gesture, and Travis wondered what it would take to get him to loosen up a little. Probably a miracle from the Lord above. From there, things happened quickly, and the next thing he knew, he climbed into the dump truck and started her moving down the dirt road from the equipment shed to the highway. Everything bounced in the old truck, and Travis had loved riding in it as a child. He hadn't had the opportunity very often, but when he did, it was just him and Daddy. He got to go to town with Daddy, and they always got ice cream in Sweetwater Falls before they returned to the farm. They were good times, and Travis felt some of the tension he carried everywhere with him finally start to seep away. The drive to town passed in a blink, and Travis wasn't even sure what he'd thought about. He pulled around to the back of the farm supply store, and he showed the attendant there his receipt for the fertilizer. The man handed Travis a pair of gloves and put on a pair too. Travis pulled around to the fertilizer bin, the scent of it permeating the inside of the dump truck already. It had been mighty hot in Texas lately. "Oh boy," Travis said, noting the attendant had put a bandana around his nose and mouth. He handed Travis a shovel, and they faced the dark brown stuff spilling from the bin. Neither of them moved. "Let's dig in," Travis finally said. "It's not going to shovel itself." He took the first shovelful, and the other man got to work too. Dislodging the fertilizer only made the smell intensify, and it was impossible to stay clean. Travis swore the fertilizer, which contained manure and bat guano that had been baking in the sun, covered him from head to toe by the time they got the truck filled. "Thanks," he said to the attendant, who waved to him as he pulled back up to the loading dock. Someone brought out the mechanical parts they needed, and Travis signed the invoice and accepted the receipt. It had a flyer stapled to it announcing the fall ball, which the farm supply store was sponsoring that year. They often sponsored events and happenings around the town of Sweetwater Falls. Looking at the cartoon rendition of a man and a woman, both dressed in their finest clothes, dancing under the stars, Travis's heart bumped out a couple of short, stilted beats. He wanted to go to this ball. He loved dancing, and he hadn't been in a while. "Nope," he told himself, tossing the invoice and attached flyer onto the seat beside him. "That would not be a female-free date. Plus, he probably didn't have time anyway." He backed away from the dock and got the truck moving toward the exit. He slowed as a large F-350 appeared, slowing to obviously turn into the back lot behind the farm supply store. The truck had a sleek, sophisticated logo on the side that said, "Sweet Spot," with the silhouette of a hiker hanging off the long end of the P. His heart tapped strangely again, because he knew this company, and he knew the woman behind the big truck now turning toward him, Shayla Nelson. He'd picked her up on the side of the road a few months ago, and he hadn't exactly been nice to her. His mouth had a way of running away from him, and he only seemed to be able to realize it after the fact. She made the left turn, but he hadn't stopped the truck, and he'd crowded the entrance. When she realized it, he clearly saw the displeasure on her face. Her disgusted and frustrated look screamed at him through 2 windshields, but he couldn't move. She was really pretty, and his mind started thinking about what Shayla Nelson would look like in a ball gown. All that dark hair piled on her head in some elegant updo. She honked her horn and gestured for him to back up, and Travis jumped into action to do just that. He eased the truck backward, giving her room to get into the lot, which she did. His phone chimed, and he pushed on the brake to check it, as that was Daddy's specific sound.
"Lee says you're in town. Can you stop and get Mama's medicine at the pharmacy?"
"Sure thing," Travis said, his heart heavy in his chest now. He thought of his mother and the constant medications she needed. He pressed his eyes closed and said a prayer for her health, and that if she had to suffer, maybe the Lord could just take her home already. His eyes jerked open when someone rapped on his window with sharp knuckles. He flinched away from the sound, his gaze locking onto Shayla's through the glass to his left. Adrenaline ran from his toes to his scalp in half a second, and his heart dropped to his stomach, rebounding back to its rightful spot a moment later. He reached to roll down his window.
"What the devil are you doing? You scared me."
She'd climbed right up on the runners of the dump truck, and she didn't look happy. Snaps, crackles, and pops filled the air between them, and Travis wondered if he was the only one who could feel them. "What the devil am I doing? You're blocking everyone coming in and out of the parking lot." Her eyes narrowed, and she pinched her fingers over her nose. "And you stink." He looked in his rearview mirror, and, sure enough, 3 or 4 other people waited behind him so they could get out too. "I'll move," he said, releasing the brake pedal where his foot sat. The truck started backward, and Shayla yelped. "I'm on the truck," she said. "Stop! Stop it!" He jammed on the brake again, and Shayla grunted and groaned as if he'd been going 50 miles per hour and had slammed on the brakes. She glared at him. "My goodness, Travis Cooper, what is wrong with you?" She peered at him as if she was really trying to figure him out. Could she feel that electricity now zinging from the ends of his fingertips? Or was that all him? "Well, get off the runner," he said, not looking away from her. "I need to move." Chapter 2. Shayla Nelson thanked every star in the universe that she had a good grip on the metal arms holding the rearview mirror out to the side of Travis Cooper's stinky dump truck. The man himself smelled like he'd rolled in manure and then old wet grass. But those eyes? She drew in a breath and hopped to the ground, repeating her prayer of thanksgiving for the trail boots she wore. She had just introduced these boots into the market, and they were selling really well, better than even she'd expected, despite the marketing money she'd put behind their launch. Travis's truck groaned, and the brakes released as he put the behemoth in park. At least he'd moved it out of the way, and Shayla turned as a truck towing a horse trailer with 3 equines in the back of it edged around her and the truck. She had to press pretty close to the big vehicle, and that only made everything smell worse than before. The stunningly handsome cowboy got out of the truck, and Shayla tried not to scan him from those delicious cowboy boots up to that delectable cowboy hat. Tried and failed. Wow, he was good-looking. And boy, did he know it, if the dark glint in his eye said anything. He lasered that gaze on her and said, "Sorry about that." Surprise filled her from head to toe, rendering her mute. He wore a baby blue T-shirt with the outline of Texas on it in faded white, with big blocky letters through the state that said, "Strong." He was Texas strong, if the way his shirt sleeves clung to his biceps was any indication. She'd found him downright mouth-watering a few months ago when he'd happened past her on the highway out by his farm. He'd been right gentlemanly by helping her with Sweetie, her dog, and giving her a ride all the way back to town. It was just the conversation that had been terrible. He'd accused her of stealing Sweet Spot from her former partner, Kylie, which so wasn't true. Shayla pushed against the memories of what had really happened between her and her once best friend. They still caused bitterness to surge in her throat and her stomach to tighten. She hadn't explained anything to Travis, and while she'd thought she'd like to get his number when he'd first picked her up, that thought had fled pretty fast. Now, though, faced with him in the blazing hot September sun, with those long legs clad in jeans, she could admit she'd like the man's phone number, if only to text him all the funny horse videos she saw on her social media. He owns a dairy farm, she told herself, as another truck went past them and left the parking lot. And you should say something instead of staring at him silently. "Thank you," she said, not even sure what she was thanking him for. His brow furrowed in an adorably sexy way, and he was obviously wondering the same thing. "For what?" he asked, his voice stuck somewhere in the back of his throat. She waved toward the pickup going by them now. "For moving?" She wanted to press her eyes closed and disappear. Teleporting to another location sounded amazing about now. But when she opened her eyes again, she still stood 6 feet from Travis Cooper. Her heart still boomed strangely in her chest when she thought about holding his hand. Her mind still went a bit blank when talking to him. "It was like you didn't know there were other people in the world," she said. "I realize you probably don't get off the farm much, but still." "You're right," he said, folding his arms and cocking a hip, which was a fairly challenging stance. "I don't get off the farm much." He didn't say why he'd been taking up the whole driveway, and Shayla wasn't going to ask. She just needed to get her feed and get back to the showroom. "The traffic is cleared out," she said. "You don't work here," he said, glancing toward the farm supply store. "In fact, what are you doing here?" He looked at her again, his eyes traveling down the length of her body. Shayla felt every inch of that look, and she was glad she'd put on the lightweight trail shorts to go with her new boots. She ran the trails in the morning, and she'd simply put on a fresh pair of shorts and the matching tank once she'd gotten to the showroom floor. She had the complete trail running package on that day, and the way Travis licked his lips made a current run through her veins. "I don't have to tell you why I'm at the farm supply store," she said dryly, glad her wit had returned. "It's none of your business." She turned away from him to go get her wallet and then the chicken feed she needed for her hens. Everyone in Sweetwater Falls had chickens now, as it was the trendy thing to do. Travis would likely make fun of her for it, and she really didn't need the cowboy's attitude today. Shayla bore the weight of Travis's gaze on her back as she walked away from him, and she checked discreetly over her shoulder as she opened her truck door. Yes, he was still watching her, that frown frozen between his eyes. She collected her wallet and went in the back door of the supply store, running through ways she could get his number. "You don't want his number," she told herself, as she grabbed a flatbed cart and started for the outdoor animals section. A shade had been erected over this part of the store as it was outside, and she found the chicken feed without incident. Her hens seemed to be going through quite a lot of it, and she found someone wearing the bright green vest and asked them about it.
"They should be getting out, too," the man said, "to root for bugs and the like. Do you let them out into the yard?"
"Well, sort of," Shayla said, thinking of her coop. "I don't have a farm or anything. They're backyard hens." The man smiled, and it felt a little placating to Shayla.
"They still need to be out in the grass or weeds, a garden even."
"I've got a garden," she said, brightening. "I can put them in that."
"Try that," he said. "Then they won't eat as much feed. You'll probably get better egg production, too."
"Thanks," she said. She paid for the feed, tossed the flyer about the fall ball into the trash can, and drew a deep breath as she headed toward the exit. Her breath whooshed out of her body the moment she stepped into the parking lot. Travis's dump truck was gone. That was that, though her heart wailed at her to make that into something else. She lowered the tailgate of her truck, a huge white vehicle she'd bought with business money since she hauled so many boxes to and from festivals and shows. Not only that, but she spent as much time outdoors as she possibly could, and she loved throwing a tent and a backpack in the bed of the truck and heading into the wilds of Texas. She returned the flatbed cart to the store and hurried back to the truck. One couldn't abide this heat for long, and she muttered, "It would be nice if it could cool off a little," under her breath. She reached for her door handle at the same time she saw the paper stuck to her window. Her hand froze halfway there, as the handwriting looked sloppy and like it had been hastily scrawled.
"Did you get a receipt?"
She read the sentence again, not sure she'd gotten it right the first time. What? She asked herself. Below that nonsensical question he'd written Trav, and his phone number. Shayla pulled the note from the window, the edge of it ripping from where it had been stuck between the window and the metal on the truck. She sucked in a breath as the bottom of the 8 on the last digit of his phone number tore off, quickly glancing around to see if anyone had seen or heard her. Everyone seemed to be going about their business as usual, and Shayla told herself she better do the same. She'd left her assistant, Elaine, and her junior partner, Jaden, alone in the showroom, and it could be a lot to handle if more than a few customers came in. Shayla told herself that they didn't get extremely busy in the afternoon on Wednesday, and she didn't go a mile over the speed limit on the way back to the showroom. She needed the extra space and time to think about Travis's note, or rather, Trav's note. "Trav," she said, rolling the single-syllable name around in her mouth. "Sure, Trav," she added. "I'd love to go out with you. Have you been to the Bluebell Cafe?" Of course he wouldn't have been there. It was total frou-frou food, and a man with muscles like that ate red meat for every meal. Probably raw red meat. She made the turn to get on Main Street, as Sweet Spot had just secured a prime downtown location for their new showroom. Their foot traffic had increased over 300% since they'd moved into the light, airy storefront 3 weeks ago. All the spots out front had cars in them, and Shayla navigated around to the back. The feed could stay in the truck, and she leapt from it and jogged inside to make sure Elaine and Jaden were okay. Several people milled about in the store, and sure enough, when Elaine turned and saw her, the entire story spilled from her eyes. She didn't have to say a word, because Shayla had been working with her long enough to communicate telepathically. The blonde nodded toward a couple perusing the lightweight jackets, and Shayla put on her game face. "Can I help you two find something?" she asked, adopting her professional voice. She could gush about Trav later and ask Jaden and Elaine how she was supposed to answer such a weird question. Right now, she wanted to sell one of these jackets,
and as she looked from the man to the woman, she thought she could probably get 2 sales out of this couple. Shayla peered at the computer screen, wondering when things had become so hard to see. She squinted at the comment on social media, trying to make sense of it so she could answer it. She personally manned their social media accounts, posting pictures of herself using their equipment, or collecting photos from her customers that she then reposted or shared to their main account. SweetSpot had quite the following, and their online sales had ticked up another 5% last quarter. Her eyes hurt, and she answered the question and then leaned away from the computer, pressing her palms to her eye sockets. Maybe she needed glasses, but they were a pain in the neck. She didn't want to deal with contact lenses while camping, or glasses sliding down her nose while rock climbing. Fine, she wasn't that into rock climbing, but she did like hiking, picnicking, hammocking, and camping. Her favorite part was a campfire with a tinfoil dinner or a charred hot dog cooked right over hot coals. "Shayla," Elaine said, and Shayla opened her eyes. Elaine blurred along the edges, but that was because of the bright flashing lights in Shayla's vision. "Is it time?" She got to her feet. Her hours in the office could pass with the snap of a finger, and she always had something more to do. Elaine approached with a couple of folders. "The new accounts for Wiseman's and Mountaintop Outfitters." "Oh, great," Shayla said, taking the folders and putting them on her desk. Elaine did all the paperwork. She made sure all the contracts got signed. She made sure payments got sent on time and that their accounts payable kept the company thriving. She'd started at SweetSpot as an accountant, but she oversaw that entire department now. They had another woman running all the money in the company, and Shayla met with her team every other week to make sure everyone was happy, that things were operating the way they should be, and that the communication stayed open. If they'd have done that from the beginning, maybe Kylie would still be with them. Maybe Shayla wouldn't have such a hollow feeling every time she thought of the woman she'd known since childhood, and that she hadn't spoken to in over 4 years now. "We have a conference call with Alexander Huffman on Monday at 7:30 in the morning." "My goodness," Shayla said, locking eyes with Elaine. She had bright blue eyes to go with her blonde hair, and Shayla couldn't remember a time when she'd seen her assistant wear anything but skirts, blouses, and heels. While Shayla opted to wear the clothing they sold, Elaine was a professional through and through. "Why so early?" "He's in London," Elaine said. "It'll be 2:30 for him there, and it was the only slot he had." "All right." Shayla pulled out her phone and made an alarm for the call. "Here, or can I do it from home?" "We can all call in from home if you'd like," Elaine said, clicking her pen into operation mode. That click-click triggered something in Shayla, because it was the sound of Elaine about to get stuff done. "Just let me know so I can set up the online meeting." "Let's do it from home," Shayla said. "Then I won't have to be showered and here so early." By that time, she'd barely be back from running. "Okay." Elaine made a note on the clipboard she carried. As she finished up, she cocked her head, which meant their saleswoman was likely talking to her. She reached up and pressed the button on the wire coming down from her ear. "I'll let her know." She looked at Shayla. "You've got a customer asking specifically for you." Time to do business. Shayla felt her mask sliding into place, and she actually cracked her neck left and right as if she were going into battle. Elaine turned and left the office, with Shayla right behind her. They went down the hall together, Elaine telling her about the supplier meeting on Tuesday and the price comparison sheet she'd put together for the nylon they needed to make their tents. Their agreement was expiring soon, and Shayla needed to lock in a price for the next couple of years. But the prices had gone up over 50%, and since she ordered so much, she wanted a better deal than that. In truth, she'd signed the contract with the higher prices because finding a new nylon supplier would be a nightmare. Her customers expected a certain quality of product, and she actually had all of the tents Sweet Spot sold custom sewn. She didn't skimp on anything, which was why Sweet Spot had grown so fast and still did so well. "I'll be right there." Elaine paused and turned back the way they'd come. "There's a delivery coming to the warehouse," she said. "I want to see if it's those sweatbands." "I hope so," Shayla said with a smile. "You've been sweating about those for a week." She giggled at her own lame joke, glad when Elaine did too. The two women parted, and Shayla went out into the showroom, wondering who was asking about her. She'd sold outdoor equipment to a lot of people, companies, suppliers, retail stores, as well as the common man taking a biking trip with his family. She glanced around, the world narrowing to a single man standing in the camping section, Travis Cooper. "Campers unite," Shayla murmured as a form of swearing. The man stood out like a sore thumb in the store because he was the only one wearing a cowboy hat. She'd never texted or called him to answer his question. In truth, she hadn't known how. Every time she'd thought about it, she just felt stupid texting him a yes or no answer. Not to mention the last couple of days had been extraordinarily busy. She hadn't forgotten about Travis Cooper. Such a thing seemed impossible, and he lifted his head as if he could feel her watching him. Their eyes met, and lightning cracked right through the roof. He grinned at her and walked toward her, every ounce of confidence in the world in those shoulders. "Hey," he said. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Thinking about going camping," he said, indicating the gear on the shelves. She blinked, her long eyelashes almost sticking together, and she realized she'd been pressing her palms to her eyes. Had she mashed her false eyelashes? Surely Elaine would have told her if she had. Still, she reached up and brushed her fingertips along her lashes. "Why does that sound so false?" she asked. Travis chuckled, and that sound could make a woman swoon. "Guilty, I suppose." He ducked his head, barely lifting it enough to peer up at her from underneath the brim of that big brown hat. "I was wondering if you got my note, the one I left on your truck at the farm supply store a few days ago." Shayla's chest crackled with heat and sparks. "Yeah," she said slowly. It was confusing. His expression darkened as he ticked his head up even more. "It was? Did I get a receipt? I don't get it. Why did you want to know that?" She had programmed his number in her phone, but she hadn't used it, yet. "Did you get one?" "Yes," she said. "It had that flyer for the fall ball on it," he said, immediately clearing his throat. Shayla could only stare at him. "Okay." Travis laughed lightly, though his feet shifted along the painted concrete floor. "Gonna make me work for it, I see." "Work for what?" she asked, genuinely confused. His face turned blank, and Shayla glanced around to see if anyone was watching them. Didn't seem to be. Then Travis blinked, and that familiar fire entered those pretty emerald green eyes. "I was wondering if maybe you'd like to go with me," he said, lowering his chin again. "To the fall ball." Shayla's mouth dropped open, and she quickly snapped it shut. Her brain whirred, taking a long time to come to a 3-letter or a 2-letter answer. In fact, she still hadn't landed on what to say, and the seconds ticked by, each one like a silent bomb landing in only her ears. Chapter 3. Travis couldn't believe what he'd stooped to. Every minute which had passed since he'd left that stupid note on Shayla's truck had been a form of torture. He supposed he couldn't handle the needling of his mind any more. Shayla's shock didn't help. and every muscle in his body screamed at him to fly, now, just go. He didn't come to town much, and he wouldn't have to see this woman again. "Okay," he said, his voice falsely high now. He'd had to tell a little fib to get off the farm today, though Lee had enough cowboys to finish the last part of the harvest on the agricultural side. Travis hadn't gotten his second day off for coming to town and practically bathing in manure, and he'd told himself for the entire 30-minute drive here that he deserved a couple of hours off. "Well, it was good to see you." He spun away from Shayla and pressed his eyes closed. Good to see you? Why had he said that? His tongue had been betraying him for 37 years, so Travis wasn't sure why he expected it to play nicely now. He narrowly avoided running into a rack of running shorts and skirts, dodged to the left, and headed toward the exit. That tall rectangle of light was his only saving grace. "Travis," Shayla said behind him, but he kept on going. She hadn't said yes or no, which was an answer all of its own, and not a good one. Trav hadn't had a lot of luck with the ladies, but he knew that much. "Female free," he recited to himself, the mantra becoming a scream by the time he pressed on the release bar that let him out of the store. The sunlight assaulted his eyes, and he reached up to press his cowboy hat even lower. "Travis," Shayla said again, "could you wait?" "Nope," he said. "Gotta get back to work." He stepped off the curb and cut a glance in her direction. She looked near to panic, but he didn't understand that. He cut himself off because she didn't get to know that he'd snuck away from his job, told Will he'd eaten lunch when he hadn't, and had made a special trip to town just to be rejected. Oh no, she did not get to know that. And his mouth was not going to betray him so harshly. He pressed his lips together and fumbled for the key fob in his pocket. He couldn't quite get a grip on it, and he realized he didn't need to. His truck had a little button on the door handle that would unlock the vehicle if the fob was within a meter of the vehicle. He pressed and yanked as Shayla said, "I'd go to the fall ball with you." He froze then, waiting for the other half of that sentence to drop. "I'd go to the fall ball with you if—" "If?" he supplied when she remained silent. He turned toward her, his hand dropping to his side. Today, Shayla wore a pair of leggings that clung to her body and went halfway down her calf. The tank top she'd paired it with matched in color, mostly black with some bright green, blue, and yellow stripes along the sides. She wasn't wearing the trail runners he'd seen previously, but a bright neon pair of running shoes. She definitely liked color, and somehow she'd made the things that had been muted in Travis's life light up. "It's not for another couple of weeks," Shayla said. "Maybe we could go out between now and then." "Ah, you want to feel me out, see if I'm worth buying a dress for." Shayla blinked like he'd flicked cold water in her face. He mentally shook himself for being so blunt again. "I mean," he said, "I get it. I don't come in off the ranch much, and I might not see you again until the ball. Maybe it'll be awkward, and ball gowns are expensive." "You're here today," she said. "Twice in what, 4 days?" "Yes, well." He refused to clear his throat or duck his head. Shayla held his gaze with those dark brown eyes that followed him into his dreams. Long, false eyelashes bordered them, and while Travis didn't like a woman who wore a lot of makeup, the eyelashes seemed to be all Shayla bothered with. "Are you saying you won't have time for lunch or dinner in the next 2 weeks?" "I have time right now," he said, as his stomach growled. "Or another time, whatever." He hadn't driven here to take her out for a meal today, and he suddenly wanted to change his clothes. He'd literally come out of the milk shed and gotten in his truck without giving a second thought to his attire or the strength of his cologne. He reached into his pocket and extracted a piece of gum. With that in his mouth, he offered the pack to Shayla, who shook her head. She seemed to be warring with herself about something. and Travis gave her the time and silence to do it. "I can't go right now," she said, "but I have your number. How about I text you and we find a time that works for both of us?" "Okay," he said, the words sticking halfway in his throat. "Sure." She nodded, a small smile appearing on her mouth. Travis focused there for a minute, the sun's temperature doubling, before pulling his gaze back to hers. "Okay," she echoed back to him. "It was good to see you, Trav." He reached up and tipped his hat, a natural gesture he'd been doing for as long as he could remember. Shayla walked away, and Travis got in his truck. With the engine running and the air conditioning blowing, he allowed himself to look toward Sweet Spot. The door swung closed, the shop swallowing Shayla from his view. He breathed in and out, saying, "Well, that wasn't a complete waste." His phone chimed, and he dug it out of his pocket to check it. "This is Shayla. I'm free for lunch on Wednesday next week, dinner any night, and breakfast, believe it or not, on Monday after a call with someone in London." Travis's smile burst onto his face, and his first inclination was to respond immediately, get a date set up. Instead, he put his phone in the middle console, feeling like his arm had been encased in something heavy so he couldn't move it very fast. He moved it back to the steering wheel and flipped the truck into gear. He drove back to the ranch with country music blasting through his speakers, and he pulled up to the milk shed and went into the refrigeration unit, hoping to find his sister and ask her how to deal with the text from Shayla in the best way possible. "Rissa?" he called, and she came through the long plastic flaps with a crate of milk bottles in her arms. "What can I help you with?" "I need 2 more crates," she said. "Thanks, Trav." He could carry 2 at once, and he found them packed and waiting in the cold refrigeration unit. He hefted them and took them out to the waiting bay where Rissa had put the other crates. She studied the clipboard and made a couple of check marks. "This is my last delivery." She raised her dark green eyes to his. "What's going on with you?" "I need some help," he said, retrieving his phone from his pocket again. Since Clarissa was just younger than him, he was close with her. She'd helped him several times in the past to say the right things to the women he was interested in. He didn't think there was anyone who could wave a magic wand and get his relationships to go better than they had, but if there was, it would be the youngest Cooper sibling. Rissa lowered her clipboard and looked at the phone, her eyebrows going up. "I know I said I wasn't going to date anymore," Travis said, "but I sort of met this woman I'd run into a few months ago, and I did something rash." He handed the phone to her. "It's the number right there at the top." "You haven't even put her name in yet?" Rissa volleyed her gaze from the device to him and back to the phone. "That's odd." She read the text. "You asked her out to her face?" "Sort of," Travis said, thinking of the note he'd left on Shayla's truck. "I ran into her a couple of days ago at the farm supply store. I asked if she'd gotten a receipt because they had a flyer for the fall ball on them, and I left my name and number. She didn't text or anything." Rissa's frown deepened with every word he said, and that somehow spurred him to keep talking. "So I went to town again today. She owns Sweet Spot, the outdoor outfitter's place, you know. Anyway, I asked for her and sort of asked her to the ball in person, yes. I had to explain the note." "Yeah, I'll bet," Rissa murmured, rereading the text again. "So what do you want from me? You know your schedule." She started to hand the phone back to him. Travis didn't take it. What's desperate? Monday was the soonest they could get together, and Travis would be lying if he said he didn't want to do that. "These are all next week," Rissa said. "None of them are desperate." "What do I say?" Rissa heaved a great big sigh and rolled her eyes. "You say, 'Where's your favorite place?' Then, after she tells you, you can ask what she likes to eat there. Then you figure out if that is a breakfast, lunch, or dinner item. And that's your answer." Travis grinned at his sister. "You're a genius." "I've already taught you all of this, too." She smacked the phone to his chest and released it. If Travis didn't want it to fall to the dirty floor, he had to grab it. And luckily for him, he possessed some mad ninja skills. He fumbled the phone, but kept it in his hands while Rissa bent to lift one of the crates. "Before you do that," she said over her shoulder, "help me take these out front. Spike is here, and you owe me." "Yes, ma'am," Travis said, tucking his phone away in a place of safety until he could use it for longer than a few seconds. Once Rissa's customer had their milk, and she said she was heading over to the shop, Travis ducked around the side of the shed and started tapping. "What's your favorite place to eat?" he asked. "That's an easy one," Shayla responded. "The Bluebell Cafe." Travis had heard of it, at least. He'd been there once, and he hadn't been impressed. The woman he'd gone with had adored their quiche, but Travis didn't understand food that didn't come between two pieces of bread or on top of dough. "What do you like there the very most?" he asked. "I didn't know there'd be a questionnaire to fill out," Shayla said. Travis smiled and kept tapping on his screen. "Oh, I see. You don't want your date to try hard to take you somewhere you like. That's fine. How does Thursday night for dinner at Farm Fresh sound?" His phone rang, and he chuckled as Shayla's name came up on the screen. "Howdy, ma'am," he drawled after answering the call. "A few texts is not trying hard," she said, eliminating the hello completely. "It is when the woman on the other end of the message calls a couple of questions a questionnaire," he shot back. A breath came through the line, and then the two of them laughed together. "I like the raspberry butter at the Bluebell Cafe," she said, "with the honey and lavender scones." Travis said, his mind working hard. "That sounds like breakfast food, Shayla." "That it is." "So Monday morning after your call?" "That would work for me," she said, her tone a touch cooler than it had been when speaking about the scones. Travis didn't want to lose out to food, but he told himself this was new for both of them. Not only that, but the 3 times they'd interacted previous to this hadn't exactly been filled with warm fuzzies and shy glances. Electricity, yes, but sometimes electricity could burn. "What time should I come pick you up?" he asked. "The store doesn't open until 10, she said. "My call will be done at 8:30. "Okay," he said. "That still doesn't tell me what time to be at your place. Are you near the Bluebell Cafe? Far? Do we have enough time to eat between then and when you open?" Shayla giggled again and said, "One question at a time, Cowboy." He drew in a breath, his frustration rising too. "She's just teasing," he told himself. "No, she's flirting." Flirting was much better than teasing, and he allowed a chuckle to spill from his mouth too. "All right," he drawled. "I guess this really is like a questionnaire." At least she'd gotten his number and finally used it. "I can go in late," she said. "How about you come get me at 9, and we'll go from there." "Deal," Travis said, relief flowing through him. "No," Shayla said. "This isn't a deal, Trav. It's a date." Chapter 4. Shayla needed to get Alexander Huffman off the call. She'd debated between going running in the morning the way she usually did, or showering for her date with Travis. She'd gone with the running, determined for her meeting with Alex to only last 60 minutes. They were nearing 70 now, and Shayla still needed to shower and get ready for her date. "So send me over those docs," Alex said in his crisp British accent, "and I'll take a look." "Yes," Shayla said. "I've got them here, and I'll make sure Elaine gets them to you." She leaned toward the screen. "I do have to run, Alex. It's been lovely talking to you again." She smiled into the camera, hoping he wouldn't hear the urgency in her voice. She also didn't normally use words like lovely when talking to business partners. "Of course," he said. "I always like seeing you, Shayla. I'm excited to be moving forward on this." "Me too," she said, and they signed off on the call. Shayla sprang from her chair and headed into the bathroom, yanking her phone from the pocket of her leggings. "Sorry, Trav," she dictated as she moved. "I'm running late. I know you've probably left already, but I'm just stepping into the shower. I'll be ready as fast as possible." She didn't check the message for typos before she sent it, and she set the phone on the bathroom counter so she could jump in the shower. Because of her semi-permanent eyelashes, Shayla didn't need more than a quick swipe of foundation on her skin to even out the blotchiness. If she didn't wear the clothes Sweet Spot sold, it was a real special occasion, and this morning's breakfast date with the handsome, if not a bit blunt, Travis Cooper definitely qualified as a special occasion. A very special occasion. So she stepped into a gorgeous flowing skirt the color of eggshells. Big, bold, bright blooms splashed across the fabric, and Shayla pulled on a sleeveless blouse in a pale pink color that matched that on the skirt perfectly. She normally wore her hair up in a high ponytail on top of her head because it made her look like she'd just come in from her workout, and her customers usually liked that. She wasn't sure she had time to dry her hair, the thickness of it always causing her problems. After running her fingers through the locks, she decided to take a couple of extra minutes to try to tame her hair. Travis had texted to say she could take the time she needed, but her own anxiety to see him drove her to keep moving quickly. When she finally deemed her curls tame enough to go out in public, she swiped her clutch from the front table and went out onto the front porch. Travis's great big truck sat in the driveway, and he looked up and out the windshield. He slid from the truck, his smile outshining the power of the sun. "Wow," he said, "look at you." He came down the sidewalk in a saunter, and Shayla got the feeling that he knew he looked wow, too. Because he did. Clean, dark jeans that went over even cleaner, darker cowboy boots, the same brown hat she'd always seen on his head, a dark purple shirt with white and yellow stripes to break up the plainness. Purple. How did he know that was her favorite color on a man? She went down the steps and met him at the bottom of them, her hands automatically reaching up to touch his collar. She pulled them back before she could, but the nearness of him made her blood heat. "You look fantastic, too," she said. "You said you'd be out on the farm this morning." He certainly didn't look like he'd been wrestling cattle that morning. "I was," he said, clearing his throat and stepping back to put more distance between them. "I did the first milking and went in to shower." He grinned at her, and she wondered if he practiced such a perfect gesture in the mirror. It almost annoyed her how attractive she found him. She pulled back on her smile, no need to feed his ego, and moved with him down the sidewalk. "How many cows do you have at your farm?" 10,000 or so." Surprise darted through Shayla. "I wasn't expecting that for some reason." "They're not all producing at the same time," Travis said. "We do 6 milking cycles throughout the day. 3 groups twice. Every single day." His tone carried an undercurrent of exhaustion, which Shayla understood on a molecular level. No rest, even on holidays, huh? She glanced at him and found his chin pointing toward the ground. "I didn't mean to complain. I love the farm." "I know, I get it." Shayla led the way around the front of the truck, and Travis reached to open her door for her. She paused and looked up at him. "I love Sweet Spot, but it takes something from me every single day. That's all I meant." She climbed into the truck, glad she'd chosen the long skirt. She'd been out with enough cowboys in the coastal bend of Texas to have some experience getting into big, tall trucks. Just because she hadn't been out with a man in a while didn't mean she'd forgotten her rules to not wear pencil skirts on dates. "Thank you," she said, and he swung the door closed. She watched him unabashedly as he rounded the front of the truck, catching the way he reached up and brushed his fingertips along the brim of his hat and then ran them down the right side of his face. He'd shaved that morning, and it was almost like he wanted to make sure he had. Shayla noted his movement as a tell of his nerves, and she offered him a smile as he got behind the wheel. She'd spent the past 7 years perfecting the art of small talk, and she prided herself on being able to talk to anyone, anywhere, about anything. "You mentioned you have 4 siblings," she said, in one of your texts over the weekend. She'd enjoyed messaging with him, but the leather, spicy scent inside his truck only ignited her pheromones and reminded her why the one time she'd tried long-distance dating had failed. "Yep," he said. "Where are you in the lineup?" "4th," he said. "Youngest son." He looked over to her, visibly softening a little bit. "My younger sister runs our little country shop out on the farm. She makes the cheeses and ice creams and stuff. It's fun. You should come out sometime." "Sure," Shayla said. Not sure she'd make the hour-long round trip to Sweetwater Falls Farm and back unless she had assurance that she'd see Travis. "You say that like you might get to it, or you might not." "I'm pretty busy at work," she said as he pulled out onto the street. "You live an awfully long way from town." "You've got to learn to slow down a little," he teased, even throwing in his devil-may-care smile. "You're driving plenty slow for both of us," she teased on back. He pressed on the accelerator, and the truck responded. She laughed while reaching for the handle above the window at the same time. "Do you get along with your brothers?" she asked. "Yeah, sure," he said easily, and Shayla didn't detect any dishonesty in his voice. "You? Brothers or sisters? You didn't answer in the texts." Shayla glanced out the window now, the houses turning into shops and businesses as they left the residential parts of Sweetwater Falls behind and moved downtown. The Bluebell Cafe sat on the west side of town, out in the country a little bit, in a beautiful cottage with the most exquisite gardens in the whole state of Texas. She hadn't been to the eatery in a while, and she wondered what the autumn greenery would be like. "I have an older brother and a younger sister," she said. "Both married, both with families, or they would have them soon, as her sister had just announced that she was due with her first baby in the springtime." "Ah, the middle child," Travis said, but he wasn't commenting maliciously. At least, Shayla didn't think so. No, all of the emotions streaming through her came from within her and her own insecurities about her place inside her family. The only one not married, the only one still focused on career and not children. Her mother's greatest nightmare. Shayla rolled her eyes and pushed away her thoughts. "Yes," she said, forcing brightness into the word. "Always someone to look up to and someone to try to set the example for." She pasted a bright smile on her face as Travis turned to head out into the wilds of Texas. "You get along with him?" "Yeah, sure," she said, mimicking him. "I think I hear some falseness in that," he said, totally calling her on her slight fib. She should have known she wouldn't be able to pull the wool over his eyes. Or if she tried, he'd call her on it. He hadn't held back when he'd learned about Kylie, all those months ago when he'd rescued her on the side of the road. "I get along with my siblings just fine," she said. "They're not the ones who badger me about when I'm going to stop running trails and designing tents and when I'm going to start dating a nice man." "Ah, your mother," he said with a chuckle. "I have one of those myself, but I'm out of the woods because none of my siblings are married yet. Well, my sister, the younger one, is engaged, but I'm way down the line for badgering when it comes to us boys." "Lucky you," Shayla said with a grin. "So you get along with your parents?" "We have a unique brand of getting along at the farm," he said. "We eat dinner together every night, and each of us have a night to make the meal." Shock moved through Shayla. "You cook?" "I sure do, ma'am," he said, a grin in the words and on his face. "Don't be too impressed. I usually open a bag of salad and grill a steak. That or make tacos by browning up some ground beef." Tacos are a food that requires cooking, knife skills. Shayla knew because she didn't do a whole lot of dicing, slicing, ricing, or icing. She and takeout were friends, and if she didn't feel like stopping by one of her favorite haunts, she could pour cold cereal into a mug and eat it in a few minutes while she went through her email or researched the upcoming fashionable colors for whatever new season was approaching. He made the turn into the Bluebell Cafe's parking lot, saying, "I can chop a tomato, sure. It's not the same as cooking, trust me. My sister has a culinary certificate. When she cooks, that's when we eat like kings." "Once a week, huh?" she asked. "Yep. Rissa cooks every Tuesday. It's great." He swung into a parking space and put the truck in park. "I've only been here once. I'm going to count on you to tell me what's good." "That I can do," she said, a measure of ease finally accompanying them on their date. She narrowed her eyes at him, scanned down to his waist and back to those entrancing emerald eyes. "You seem like a sandwich man, Mr. Cooper. Am I right?" He chuckled, the deep baritone of his voice rumbling through her chest. "Guilty, Miss Nelson. If you tell me they have breakfast sandwiches here, my whole world will be blown wide open." Shayla grinned and unbuckled her seatbelt. "I better get out of the way of this explosion," she said, "because there's the most amazing breakfast sandwich here, even for a cowboy like you." He cocked one eyebrow at her. "A cowboy like me?" "You know," she teased, "a man particular about his sandwiches." "Oh, I see the name-calling has started." He unbuckled and dropped to the ground. "Stay there. I'll come get your door." He did, moving about twice as fast now as he'd been when he went around the front of the truck at her house. He eased into the space between her and the door, that delicious smile on his face. She almost wanted to wipe it away. Almost. "I didn't mean to call you names. I just said you were particular." "There's a reason I've only been here once," he said, "so you've got a lot of work to do to convince me that I need to come back." He backed up and extended his hand toward her. "Especially if it's not with you." "Now, why wouldn't it be with me?" she asked, turning and sliding out of the truck. "Do you have another breakfast date with someone tomorrow?" He chuckled and ran his hand up the back of his head. "No, ma'am, definitely not." Shayla decided to break the physical barrier between them with something easy. She slipped her hand into the crook of his elbow. "Good," she said, keeping the sparks out of her voice successfully. "Now let's go see if you pass the first date test, which will cause me to have to schedule some time to go shopping for a ball gown." Chapter 5. Travis might as well have been a giant for how big he felt sitting in the delicate frilly chair. It was going to collapse at any moment for sure. He shifted his weight, and the right front leg slipped against the concrete floor. Or maybe these were garden pavers. They seemed to have designs etched into them, too. Shayla looked up over the top of her menu, and Travis threw a smile onto his face. The words on his menu had blurred spectacularly, probably from how many of them were under each item. Not only that, but he glazed over with words like pear and gorgonzola, or kale, spinach, and broccolini mix. "Did you see the chorizo breakfast sandwich?" she asked. Travis put his eyes back on the double-sided menu that stood twice as tall as a regular piece of paper. "I'm still looking for it." "Mornin'," a woman chirped from his side, and he looked up. "Drinks? We have an amazing mimosa, as well as a fruit smoothie that'll knock your socks off." Her smile went on for days, but Travis wasn't compelled to return it. "Fruit smoothie?" he repeated, catching the slight movement of Shayla's head as she shook it. Water?"
"No, he wants the mango peach soda." Shayla's eyes sparkled with mischief, and Travis's chest shot fireworks through his whole body. "And I'll take the cranberry grape virgin cocktail." "Mm-hmm," the waitress said, and she shot a look at Shayla. Her warmth had slipped, and when she glanced at Travis, she asked, "Is she going to order your food, too?" Travis's jaw dropped open, and for a man who usually said whatever entered his mind, his silence filled the restaurant. He gathered himself quickly and said, "As a matter of fact, she is." He lowered her menu and looked at Shayla, his eyebrows up. Her face had turned a shade of red no human's should, and she waved her hand. "We need a minute." "Mm-hmm," the waitress said again, and then she spun on her toe and walked away.
"What in the world was that?" Travis asked.
Shayla actually moved the menu up, as if she didn't have the thing memorized. She sighed and slapped the menu onto the table. It shook, which made Travis feel less like a giant. The Bluebell Cafe simply needed to invest in some decent furniture that wouldn't fall apart with normal use. For how busy the place was on a weekday morning, they could afford it. Travis glanced around the cafe, counting the men. 2, including himself. He swallowed and looked at Shayla again.
"It's fine," he said. "I don't care who that was."
"Her name is Marty," Shayla said. "She's Kylie's cousin."
"Ah, I see."
"They think I'm bossy." Travis tilted his head slightly and took a moment to think about what he should say. That was a giant step for him, and he wished Lee or Will were here to see it.
"Well, you are the boss."
Shayla rolled her eyes, but Travis chuckled. She rolled her neck left and right, and Travis wondered what that was about.
"It almost seems like you're preparing to go into battle," he said.
She lifted those beautiful eyes to his. "Nope, but do you think you could order for us?" She stretched her hand toward his menu. "Your sandwich is called the chorizo chomper. You want the eggs over medium on that, trust me. I want the Hail Mary bowl with bacon, cheese, and the sourdough English muffin." Travis's mind scattered, but Marty returned to the table. "Ready?" she chirped, her eyes only on him. He scrambled to pick up the menu.
"Yes, yep."
He drew in a breath.
"I'll have the chorizo chomper."
"How would you like your eggs?"
"Can you do those over medium?" he asked, looking up and out from underneath the brim of his cowboy hat. "I don't want super runny yolks. They totally gross me out. If they're too runny, I'm sending the whole thing back."
"Over medium," Marty chirped.
"But if the yolk is too cooked, it's also pretty disgusting. Medium."
Marty's left eyebrow arched up. "I got it, sir. Over medium."
"Great, okay."
He didn't look at Shayla as he focused on the menu again.
"She'll have the Hail Mary bowl."
"Bacon or sausage?"
"Bacon."
"Cheese and onions?"
"Just cheese."
"Pancakes or toast?" Marty seemed to be firing off the questions as fast as possible, hoping to trip Travis up.
"Actually, I'd really like her to try the sourdough English muffin."
He collected the second menu and handed them to Marty.
"Is the butter real? She only likes the real stuff."
"It's real."
"Because if it's margarine, I'm seriously going to get every man in here and start a riot."
He grinned at Marty and leaned closer to her.
"Just because there's only 2 of us doesn't mean we can't make a huge scene."
Marty's demeanor softened, and she smiled again, the width of it expanding with every second. "Yes, sir, real butter." She walked away without looking at Shayla at all, and in the resulting silence, Travis took a moment to watch her reaction. She stared after the waitress, her eyes wide.
"I like your hair down,"
Travis said, wishing he had a glass of water to hide behind. That brought Shayla's attention back to him, and her hand up to brush through her hair at her ear. "Thanks."
"You don't have to guess at it," he said, smiling. "Who cares about what she thinks?" Shayla blinked, the surprise melting off her face. She placed both hands on the table and leaned into her forearms. "Seems to me like you cared about it when you gave me a ride back to town that one time." Travis reached up and removed his cowboy hat, resettling it on his head. "Yes, well, sometimes people, even cowboys, don't have all the facts." He stared straight at her, wondering what she saw as she searched his face. "You just know how adorable you are, don't you?" She switched her gaze to her napkin and unfolded it as Marty returned with their drinks. "Peach mango soda," she said, putting the bright orange concoction in front of Travis. "Cranberry grape mocktail." She barely let her eyes slip over to Shayla. "Do you want water, too?" "I do," Travis said, his voice gruff. Marty nodded and walked away. Travis cleared his throat, trying to decide if he should say something or not. The silence at the table increased and intensified, and Shayla finally said, "You better just say it, Trav. You look like you're about to explode." "Adorable?" burst out of his mouth. "Let's just get one thing straight. No man wants to be called adorable." Shayla laughed, the sound filling the immediate area and then the whole cafe. As she settled into giggles, Travis chuckled with her, their eyes catching and holding on to one another. He wasn't 100% sure what she felt, but all kinds of things popped and buzzed through him, and he sure hoped he'd passed this first date test. "Ah, there you are," Lee said, entering the stable where they kept their family horses. "Here I am," Travis said, without looking over his shoulder. 4 hours had passed since he'd dropped off Shayla at her storefront, and she hadn't texted him yet. Could he text her? He'd been about to ask Rissa for help when his oldest brother had interrupted. His brain told him he didn't need his younger sister to sign off on all of his dating decisions. He was a big boy. He could figure out how to talk to Shayla and keep the relationship going. Rissa had taught him a lot already, and he started stewing over what he could ask Shayla that would lead them to their next date. "Are you even listening to me?" Travis shoved his phone in his pocket and pulled on his gloves again. "Sorry, I was distracted. What's up?" "I heard you had Garrett on your milking this morning." "Just one round," Travis said. Lee's dark eyes glittered at him from across the room. "You went to town again?" "Do you track my GPS or something?" Travis frowned at him. "I covered my job and it got done. I don't have to report to you." "Actually, you do," Lee said. "You pulled Garrett from the harvest, which put them behind." "I'm headed out there right now," Travis said, "and I'll finish all the milking for the day. Don't worry, boss." Lee hefted a sigh and folded his arms. "I don't want to be the boss." "You literally just said I have to report to you, as if I'm one of the cowboys you just hired and you need to keep a short leash." Travis started toward him, some of his frustration over Shayla's silence entering this conversation. "I had a breakfast date, and yes, I pulled Garrett over for one milking cycle. I was gone for 2.5 hours that you can take out of my next paycheck." "Trav," Lee said, backing all the way down as Travis arrived in front of him. They studied one another for a moment. "You had a breakfast date?" "This is why I didn't want to tell you," Travis said, though he didn't normally mind talking about his dates. Lee's expression took on a wounded quality. "Why wouldn't you want to tell me? You always tell me about your women." "That's why," Travis said. "It's not just another woman this time." He exhaled and pushed his fingers together, making the gloves tighter. "At least, I don't want it to be. I'm trying to do things different." "Why was that phrased like a question?" "Because I have no idea what I'm doing," Travis said. "I had to ask Rissa for help asking her out, and now she hasn't texted back, and I don't know. I've always been this bull in a china shop, you know? I'm trying to be more delicate." "You're a Cooper," Lee said, We're all bulls. And yet Daddy got Mama to marry him, and they've been together for longer than 2 months." Travis swallowed against the bitterness in the back of his throat. It had arrived so suddenly, and it infected him from top to bottom. "You found someone to marry." "Who didn't like the life we had," Lee said, plenty of darkness in his tone. "Don't use me as your guide, brother. I failed at the marriage thing." "Yeah, well, I've been failing at the dating thing. I actually decided to take a leaf from your book and stop trying altogether." Lee gave him a sad smile. "Again, don't be like me." "Why not?" Travis asked. "You seem happy enough." Lee inhaled and then blew his breath out. He turned and stepped through the open door and outside, Travis going with him. "I'm happy enough," Lee said slowly, "but I'm not truly happy. You deserve that, Trav." "Will always says he doesn't need a woman to be happy." "Yes, well, Will's a liar." Lee chuckled, his eyes trained on the ground now. "He misses Tara more than he'll ever admit, and you two have each other." "I'd rather go out with Shayla than listen to Will complain about cattle," Travis said. "That's right," Lee said. "So why don't you just text her and ask her out again? You don't have to wait for her to say something." Travis looked up into the sky and watched the huge puffy clouds form and reform into new shapes. "In this case, I think I'm going to wait a little longer." "Be less bullish." "Right," Travis said, taking a deep breath. "I'm not real good on the patience thing, but I've been learning to control what I say so I can learn to wait, too." "You know what can't wait?" Lee asked, clapping Travis on the shoulder. "The alfalfa. I need you out in the south sector, and y'all better not come in until it's done." "Yes, sir." Travis saluted his brother, which caused Lee to roll his eyes. "Come on," he said. "I'm headed that way, too. Guess I won't be getting dinner until the south sector is cleared." "Good news, though," Travis said as he swung into Lee's truck. "It's Daddy's night for dinner, and that means there will be steak." Lee laughed with him again, and Travis enjoyed the moment. He almost wanted to take a picture so he could show everyone he came in contact with that the Cooper brothers weren't always grouchy. He rolled down the windows instead and let in the hot afternoon air. His mind wandered along which path he might take to get at the top of Shayla's text string, but it wasn't until he was out in the middle of the hayfield, jumping down to get the next bale and toss it up onto the slowly moving trailer, that he thought of the perfect thing to ask her. Another few hours passed before he could get the text composed and sent, but when he did, he wasted no time doing exactly that. Now, he just had to wait and see what she'd respond with. Chapter 6. Shayla saw Travis's text as it came in, but she swiped it away quickly. Eyes could read so fast, and she was sure Jaden had seen the message. Travis was easy to talk to in person, but exercised a bit more brevity via text. She'd seen his message in the 0.2 seconds it showed on the screen, and her heart beat out several gongs in the amount of time it took for her to flick her eyes toward her cousins. "What color tie should I get for the ball?" The weight of Jaden's gaze settled on the top of Shayla's text. "Ball?" "No," Shayla said. "We're finishing this color selection first. I have to get this off to the website developer in the next 10 minutes. "Navy," Jaden said. "It sells well year-round, and some people think a darker tint won't look or get as dirty." "We already have the navy," Shayla said, moving a paper on her desk. "It's between those 3 on my screen." She wanted to shake the phone to make Jaden focus on it again. She didn't. Her own thoughts scattered. What color tie should Travis get for the ball? Something to match her dress, of course. He assumed he'd passed the first date test, and Shayla had to admit she liked his confidence. Not only that, but it had been a pretty amazing first date as far as those types of events went. She found herself smiling as Jaden asked, "What color is that if it's not navy?" "That's stone," Shayla said. "Why are you smiling like that?" "That's Travis." Shayla giggled too and then shook her head. "So, stone, I think it's too much like navy. I say we go with jungle." "Sure, jungle." Jaden fell back a step and crossed her arms. "Travis?" "I'm sending our color choices to Bert first." Shayla's fingers got moving over her phone's screen, composing the text her website developer needed. She'd already sent him the files to be able to pull the color spots for the site. He just needed to know which ones to put on for the family-sized tent they'd be introducing into the market just before Christmas. That done, she exhaled and looked up. Her stomach growled, and she realized she'd only eaten a handful of pistachios since her mega-protein veggie bowl with eggs and bacon that morning. "Travis," Jaden said, refusing to move an inch. "I'm starving," Shayla said. "What are you doing tonight? Going out with Paul?" "Travis," Jaden said, her perfectly sculpted eyebrows going up. "No," Shayla said with another smile. "I went out with Travis this morning." Jaden reached up and pulled her ponytail through her fingers, a mask for her surprise. "Who is this Travis anyway? I think you had a heart after his name." "No," Shayla said, swiping to get to the text. "It's a lasso. He's this cowboy I met a while ago." She left out the part where he'd said Shayla had stolen Sweet Spot from Kylie. Jaden hadn't been around then, and Shayla hadn't talked much about what had happened 4 years ago. Her cousin had come on the scene after that, as had most everyone else at Sweet Spot. Shayla didn't make it a point to let everyone know the history of the company, as the internet definitely held on to things for years and years. Anyone who could Google could figure it out. She'd tried to put what had happened behind her, and for the most part, she had. Every once in a while, Kylie haunted her. Shayla didn't know what to do in those instances, and as time passed, the guilt and helplessness faded away. "I can't believe you were late today because of a date," Jaden said. Shayla didn't like the shock in her cousin's voice. "Yes, well, apparently I'm still good enough for someone to ask out." "That's not what I meant." Shayla gave her a quick smile. "I know. So what's the ball?" "The Sweetwater Falls Fall Ball," Shayla said. "He asked me to go with him, but it's not for another couple of weeks. I told him we should go out first and that I might need him to pass the first date test before I could commit to buying a ball gown." Jaden grinned and shook her head. "I'm stunned you don't have more dates." "Right?" Shayla laughed. But she knew why she didn't date. Work. Everything came back to Sweet Spot, and Shayla pushed against the idea that the company might have cost her more than she should have paid for it. Not just monetarily, but in a lot of other ways, too. Emotionally, physically, in her relationships. Her mother's voice entered her head, nagging at her to find a nice man and settle down. She definitely couldn't have that, so she shoved the thoughts out and slammed the door behind them. "What should I say?" she asked. "Did he pass the first date test?" Yeah," Shayla said without thinking too hard about it. "He picked me up, opened my door, took me to my favorite spot." She looked up at Jaden, who she'd always been jealous of. They were only a few years apart, with Jaden the younger of the pair. She had dark olive skin and big, beautiful brown eyes. Her hair had always been dark, but she'd been dyeing it even blacker in the past couple of years. She was exotic and kind, and Shayla ran every business decision past her or Elaine, sometimes both. "Do you have a dress?" Jaden asked, and Shayla shook her head. "There's no way for me to answer this right now," she typed out, feeling fun and flirty. "I haven't gone shopping yet. Our breakfast put me behind at work. I'm still here." She sent all of that, her thumbs still flying over the screen before the message even got delivered. "How about you pick your nicest tie, put it on, and take me to dinner on Wednesday? Wait, you said Lee cooks on Wednesdays. What night is leftover night?" "Thursday," Travis said, not responding to any of the other texts yet. "Thursday," Shayla said. "I'll analyze the tie and see if it's ball-worthy." "Thursday night, nicest tie. That suggests a ritzy restaurant." Shayla could flirt text with this man for a while, and her stomach still wanted something to eat. "How about the secret garden?" he suggested. "Then I'll get to see you in a dress, too. Maybe you won't have the legs for dancing." Shayla laughed, because his flirting texting skills were strong, too. "I'll wear the nicest dress I have." "I'll analyze it to see if it's ball-worthy." "It's a date." Shayla sighed as she looked up from her phone, catching the look of disbelief on Jaden's face. "You sure seem to like him," she said dubiously. "Why are you saying it like that?" She took in the mess on her desk and decided to leave it for another day. She opened her bottom drawer and took out her clutch. She didn't have her truck with her today, and Jaden was giving her a ride home. "Because," Jaden said, "you're always excited in the beginning, and then you break up with your men for non-reasons." Okay, Baylor had a reason. The dude was seriously disturbed. "He liked Barbra Streisand," Jaden said dryly. "That's not disturbed." "He wasn't outdoorsy." "Is this guy?" "Yes," Shayla said quickly, shooting Jaden a glance as she switched off the lights, and they left the back of the shop together. "If you count milking cows 4 times a day," she added under her breath as the door slammed closed. That way Jaden didn't hear her. Friday afternoon, Shayla flicked hanger after hanger from right to left, looking for the size she needed in the dark blue dress that had caught her eye. Her smile had been permanently etched on her face since the previous evening. "I approve of the dress," Trav had said the moment she'd opened the door. "It's not a ball gown," Shayla had said. "You're gorgeous." With him standing on her porch, that glint of desire in his eyes, Shayla had decided to go to the fall ball with him. Their date at the secret garden had been filled with spectacular food, sensational conversation, and scads of laughter. He'd hugged her on the front porch, and Shayla had sagged against the closed front door after she'd gone inside, the smile which refused to leave solidly in place. "What about this?" the attendant, a woman named Jeanette, asked, holding up a bright red dress that glittered with sequins on the bodice. Shayla gaped at the fitted top and the flared skirt that would go all the way to her feet. "That looks like something a queen would wear to a regal ball," she said. "This is a Texas fall ball." "I've sold plenty of dresses for it," Janet said, smiling first at the dress and then Shayla. "Not this one, however. We just got it in today." Shayla looked from the plainer navy dress in front of her to the magnificent gown in Janet's hand. "Might as well try it on, right?" "A 4?" "Yes," Shayla said. "You don't have a 4 in this blue one." "Serendipitous," Janet said. "I know we have some of the smaller sizes in a really pretty green dress, too, and a burnt orange one. Very autumnal." She turned and started toward the dressing rooms. "I can pull them and bring them to you." "How many of those have you sold?" She knew fashion and seasonal colors, and for a country fall ball, burnt orange would be popular. The fall ball was 2 weeks from tomorrow, and plenty of people could buy this red dress between now and then, too. Sweetwater Falls wasn't a huge city, but a thriving town of 15,000, with plenty of surrounding smaller towns where people came to do their shopping. Since Travis had asked her to the ball a week ago, Shayla had seen advertisements for it everywhere she went. Someone from the farm supply store had even come to Sweet Spot and asked to hang a poster in their front window. Shayla had said yes. because she wanted all of the connections she could get. When she ran a huge anniversary sale or major event, having a poster for it in the farm supply store windows could help her. In the dressing room, she stepped out of her running shorts and tank top and into the red dress Janet had hung on the hook. She couldn't do the zipper herself, but the dress went on easily, and she didn't think it would have a problem fitting. She reached behind herself, for once thankful for her longer, more spidery arms. She managed to get the zipper up a little bit, then reached over her shoulders to pull it the rest of the way. She adjusted her shoulders and tugged the waistline of the dress into position. With everything in the proper place, she could only stare at herself in the 3 mirrors echoing her image back to her. Front center, right, left. They all showed her an exquisite gown that played really well with her tan skin tone and her dark-as-night hair. With a little makeup and the right jewelry, something silver and hoopy and huge, she would feel like the queen she'd thought would wear this dress. "Knock, knock," Janet said, and Shayla turned as if someone had encased her in a body bag of quicksand. She turned the knob and let the door settle open. The dress attendant bustled into the oversized dressing room, 2 more gowns draped over her arm. She stalled at the sight of Shayla in the bright crimson dress. "Oh." Shayla breathed in deeply and ran both palms down the front of her body, feeling the edges of her ribs and the way her hips jutted out. "I like this one." "That is the one," Janet said. "You don't even need to look at these." She folded the long skirts over the bodices of the dresses. After hanging them on a hook on the back of the door, she moved in front of Shayla. "We've got some amazing diamond necklaces to go with our gowns. They can be rented for $49 for a 48-hour period." "Diamonds," Shayla mused. "It's a small-town dance." "Have you ever been to the fall ball?" Janet asked, bending to fluff out the skirt. She pulled the fabric this way and that, making it fall in perfectly designed waves. She retreated to Shayla's side, and the 2 of them gazed into the reflective glass. "I've never been to the fall ball," Shayla said. She felt like a 15-year-old going to her first prom with the most popular, best-looking boy at the high school. She'd been out with boys before, men too, just not for a while. Not since everything fell apart at Sweet Spot and she'd had to rebuild everything 1 brick at a time. Her life, her reputation, her business. "They have live music," Janet said. "It's out at the waterfall at the country club, which costs $5,000 to rent for a wedding. There's so much greenery, so many flowers, and that tumbling waterfall." She sighed in bliss, her words painting a picture from a fairy tale. The end part, where the princess is rescued by her handsome prince, and they've fallen madly in love. "It's a gorgeous setting, and trust me, you won't be the only one decked out in diamonds." She took a long breath in through her nose, the magical spell she'd woven cracking and letting the real world back into the dressing room. "Okay," Shayla said, making another snap decision. "I want this dress. I want the diamond necklace for 48 hours for the ball. I want it all." She turned to get her phone out of her purse. "Could you do me a favor?" She extended the phone toward Janet. "Take a picture of me in this dress for the man I'm going with. Then he can find the perfect tie to match." Her perma smile filled her face, and Janet snapped the picture before she slipped around to Shayla's back. "I'll unzip you, then you can get dressed. I'll get out the jewelry and wait for you up front." "Thank you." Shayla stood in her unzipped dress and studied the picture of herself. She didn't want to admit it, but she hadn't seen herself smile like this in a long, long time. Even when she did manage to capture a picture of herself smiling, it didn't have the sunlight shining from it the way this image did. Those sunbeams filled her soul as she tapped and sent the picture to Trav with the words, Get a tie to match this, Cowboy. Chapter 7. Will whistled from the doorway, and Trav looked up into the mirror and met his brother's eyes behind him. "You clean up nice, Trav." "Thanks." Travis smiled into the mirror, the reflection of it shooting toward Will. "Come help me with this tie. I can't get it right." He turned from the mirror, and the third time he'd tried to knot the tie around his neck properly. He'd looked at the picture Shayla had sent of herself in her ball gown every day for the past 2 weeks. He'd definitely had stars cascading through his system for this woman, and he'd told himself on the daily not to fall too fast for her. They'd only been out twice in the past 2 weeks, because her work schedule and his kept them plenty busy. If he lived in town, he might be able to drop by the shop or her house, but out at Sweetwater Falls, with a schedule that ran from dawn until dusk, Trav had settled for texting her and looking at that stunning picture of her in that brilliantly red dress. He'd gone to town with Will and Lee last weekend, and they'd visited a tuxedo shop with a picture in tow. He'd picked out a very Texan tie in red, white, and blue, the nod to the Texas star very subtle in the stitching in the swatch of blue fabric near the bottom of the tie. If he left his jacket on, no one would even see the blue patch. He hoped the red would be bright enough, but he kept the question beneath his tongue. Lord knew he'd already asked Will a dozen times, and his brother might bite his head off if Trav asked again. They'd been living together for a lot of years now, and there were definitely things about Will that annoyed Trav to no end. The man loved his political talk shows, and Trav let him. Will never washed out his frying pan after he made eggs in the morning, and Trav never said a word about it. He had plenty of things that bothered his brother, and Will didn't nag him to death about them. So Trav stood in front of his brother and let Will's calloused hands work the knot at his collar. "This is a stubborn one," Will said. "It's too thick up here." "It was from the tuxedo shop." "Maybe a bow tie?" "No way." Trav wasn't going to look like a fool tonight. "The guy at the shop got it right. I shouldn't have untied it." Frustration started to bleed into him, and he worked to push it away. He wasn't going to let anything ruin tonight. He loved to dance, and he sure did enjoy Shayla's company. He'd been working hard to say all the right things to her, and he didn't do his best thinking if he let his irritation run freely through his body. "Okay, give me a sec." Will unlooped the tie from around Trav's neck and started to leave the bedroom. "I have to go in like 10 minutes. "This will take 3. Will darted out of the room, and Trav knew where he was going. The brothers shared a small laundry room, and Will kept an ironing board there. The man loved to make sure everything lay flat and creased, and he could spend upwards of 20 minutes in the laundry room every Sabbath morning. Travis sighed as his brother walked down the hallway, but he supposed he could spare 3 minutes. The screeching of the ironing board as Will unfolded it filled the house, and Trav went into the kitchen. While October was almost upon them, the sun would still be up for a couple of hours yet. Trav had planned a romantic dinner at a sushi restaurant, though he didn't particularly enjoy raw fish. He could get a bento box and be happy, and Shayla had mentioned that one of the things she liked to do with her younger sister was get sushi and watch romantic comedies. She hadn't spoken much of her siblings, and when she did, it wasn't in the happiest of tones. Trav seemed to be involved in a yelling match with someone in his family every single day, but that was their normal. He didn't get his feelings hurt over very much, and neither did anyone else. He tried to be on his best behavior for the family dinners, especially because it meant a lot to Mama to see her kids every evening. It was his job to cook dinner for the family on Saturdays, and he'd put a pork roast and red potatoes in the slow cooker at the farmhouse that morning. Daddy would heat up a couple of cans of beans and serve dinner, so Travis could go to the fall ball with Shayla. Everyone knew he'd been seeing her, but Trav had been hesitant to call her his girlfriend. Maybe if he didn't do that, the relationship would last longer than a couple of months. The way he and Shayla were going, at a snail's pace, he thought they'd certainly make it past the 2-month mark. Heck, if he started the clock from the time he'd picked her up on the side of the road and taken her and Sweetie back to town, they'd already made it past 2 months in their relationship. Trav knew there was a difference from helping someone and dating them, and he decided right then and there to stop counting the days at all. He knew people who met and fell in love at first sight. He knew others who'd had long relationships and longer engagements before they got married. Spencer and Clarissa had dated once, over a decade ago, only to be reunited recently. Their second chance gave Trav hope that it wasn't the length of time two people knew one another, it was how they worked on their relationship. A wave of exhaustion moved through Travis, and he let it wash over him. This wasn't physical exhaustion, but a mental and emotional tiredness that came from constantly trying to say the right thing, do the right thing, and be the right man for Shayla. He didn't begrudge the internal work he had to do on himself, but it was exhausting nonetheless. He wondered if all men had to put in such effort to be the kind of men they wanted to be, or if he simply possessed some flaw that made him tempestuous, loud-mouthed, and opinionated. He didn't want to give up the good parts of himself, and he hoped that the refiner's fire would produce gold inside him. "Trav," Will said, and Travis blinked his way out of his innermost thoughts. "Let's try it now." Will flashed him a warm smile and set about tying the tie around Trav's neck. "There, see?" He turned Travis around so he could see himself in the mirror, and Trav's eyes migrated to his neck. The knot sat perfectly flat, centered between the two crisp points of his dress shirt. "You've got a jacket?" "On the bed there." Trav let Will retrieve it, and he put his arms into the sleeves of the midnight blue jacket and tugged at the hem. He buttoned the suit coat and faced himself. He didn't think he looked half bad, and with an ivory cowboy hat on his head, he might as well have been the picture of patriotic Texas cowboy set for a night on the town. He certainly hoped that was how Shayla would see him, and he swallowed. "All right," he drawled. "I'll best be going so I'm not late." He nodded to himself and his brother and turned away from the mirror. "Thanks, Will. I'm telling you, the iron can fix anything." Travis chuckled as he went down the hall and on out of the cabin he shared with his brother. The small pond in the front of the house shone with evening sunlight off the surface, and Travis vowed to take a few minutes to sit in the country silence once this date ended. He needed time to contemplate things, and he'd not been taking the time to do so. The drive to Shayla's passed quickly, mostly due to his nerves and a good country music station, and then Trav found himself adjusting his tie and jacket as he sauntered up the front sidewalk to Shayla's door. He'd picked her up here for dates on 4 previous occasions, but tonight everything felt off-kilter, like someone had knocked the camera recording his life to the right, and he had to step extra careful or he'd fall flat on his face. He rang the doorbell, and the high-pitched howl of Sweetie came through the door. He smiled to himself because the 10-pound dog couldn't hurt a fly. In fact, Shayla had sent him a picture of the little poodly dog with her tail tucked as she ran from the room because of a fly that kept buzzing her. Trav had laughed at the picture and questioned Shayla about what kind of dog she wanted when she'd said she'd like another one. He'd told her he'd like a big dog, a German Shepherd or a Golden Retriever, and he'd sent her pictures of Queenie, his mother's constant companion. The door opened, and a woman stood there who Travis hadn't met before. Surprise threaded through him, but he put a smile on his face and reached up to touch the brim of his hat. "Howdy, ma'am. I'm not sure I've had the pleasure of meeting you."
"I'm Elaine," she said, smiling back at him. "Shayla is just finishing her hair. She'll be right out." She stepped back and opened the door wider. "Come on in." Travis did just that, and he hadn't been inside Shayla's house yet. She'd always been ready for their dates, and she'd grabbed her purse from the front table and joined him on the porch the moment she opened the door. Now he glanced around, expecting perfectly straight lines in the furniture, pure white walls, muted colors in the pillows and curtains, and the scent of summer citrus floating on the air. The walls were a light gray, not white, with pure white baseboards and door trim and doors. The couch bore the brightest pink he'd ever seen and caused his eyebrows to head for the sky. Light gray boards sat on the floor, and Shayla had covered them with the muted-colored rugs he'd been expecting. The pillows on the furniture were ivory and pale yellow, and they seemed to go with the loud couch just right. "Wow," he said, whistling in the next moment. "Look at that couch." "It was her grandmother's," Elaine said. "She reupholstered it to its original color." She ran one hand along the back of it. "Hideous, don't you think?"
Travis looked at the other woman, who had a blonde bob and pale blue eyes. "I kind of like it." His eyes ran back to the kitchen, which sat at the rear of the house, and he found the upscale granite and up-to-date appliances he expected from a woman like Shayla. The house was older, but the interior had definitely been spruced up.
"Oh, here she is," Elaine said, and Travis turned his attention from the stainless steel to the lady in red. The breath left his body, and the power went out of his legs. He dang near sagged into the pink couch behind him at the sight of Shayla in that gown, and his first instinct was to move forward and touch her, cradle her face in his hands, and kiss her until his vision cleared and his heart stopped beating like a big bass drum. She'd put her hand in his elbow a time or two, and he'd held her hand up the sidewalk on their last date 5 nights ago. He'd hugged her and breathed in the soft, petally scent of her skin when he dropped her off. But kissing? That physical barrier had not been approached yet. Too bad it was all his mind could think about. "Wow," he said, the word made mostly of air as it came out of his mouth. Her dark hair had been curled and pinned in ringlets on the top of her head, creating a crown that ran from ear to ear. She wore more makeup tonight than he'd seen on her face ever, but he didn't mind it. She knew how to accentuate what she had, not mask it. Her ruby red lips curved into a smile, and that only sent Travis's pulse skittering through his body. "Your time matches," she said as his eyes caught on the glinting gems along her collarbone. The dress had tiny little cap sleeves and a wide scooping neckline, leaving plenty of space for the necklace to lay. He got control of himself and looked down at his tie, having forgotten what it looked like completely. "Yeah," he said dumbly. "I've looked at that picture every single day since you sent it." He lifted his eyes back to hers, his mind catching up to his mouth too late. He cut off as she ducked her head and giggled. She fisted the fabric at her hips and lifted it to step, and Travis caught a glimpse of a pair of silver heels on her feet. They too bore sequins, and he didn't even know shoes came with such things. The top of her dress fit her like a glove and glinted in his eyes as she moved. At the waist, the dress flared into long layers of the skirt, hiding her legs so it would be impossible to tell if she had dancing legs or not. She did, he knew. They'd gone to the secret garden, and he'd danced with her there. The woman ran miles every single day, and though she was thin, she possessed muscles. She reached him and ran her hand up the front of his jacket to the spot where he'd pin a flower if he was attending a wedding. "You need a rose here," she said. "Do I?" He couldn't look away from her. He hadn't brought flowers because Travis wasn't a charmer.
He needed to start to think further into the future so he could leave earlier and get things like roses or Shayla's favorite dessert from the bakery in the same strip mall as her shop. Yeah. She smoothed down his lapel and grinned up at him. The tie is a perfect match. He had a feeling she was saying more than that, but he didn't know what. Maybe Rissa would be able to help him riddle through it later. Should we go? With her proximity, he slid his hand along her waist. Our reservation is at 7. Yes, Shayla said, seemingly at ease with him. She affected him in ways he hadn't anticipated, and that included his brain going on vacation every time he looked at her. Let's go. I won't keep her out late, he told Elaine in an attempt to be funny, and the woman did smile at him. See that you don't, she said, still grinning. Sweetie gets restless if Shay is out past midnight. I'll see you later, Shayla said. And she led the way out onto the porch, sans purse. Travis followed her and pulled the door closed, the air somehow easier to breathe out here. He took a deep breath of it, getting the somewhat bitter scent of pollen and a hint of the perfume wafting back from Shayla as she gathered her skirts and moved down the steps ahead of him. He joined her at the bottom of them and offered his arm. I love the cowboy hat, she said. I love the dress. They faced his truck together, and Travis had the very distinct feeling he was about to take a physical step into his future. He almost didn't want to, as he didn't deal well with change. He didn't know how to deal with all of the things that having a girlfriend would bring into his life. Fear trampled through him, and then he took that first step. Chapter 8. Yes, please, Shayla said, taking the quarter-moon slice of caramel apple from the silver platter it had been offered on. She looked at Travis with stars in her eyes as he did the same. This is so amazing. All of the food here came in bite-sized pieces, all on a toothpick, so people didn't have to soil their hands and potentially get caramel, cinnamon, or chocolate on their fancy clothes. Shayla popped her Granny Smith bite into her mouth. A party happening with the sugar, the tartness from the apple, and the heat of the spices. Wow, she said, and it wasn't the first time. She'd been to the country club before, but it had been a while. She didn't recall being able to visit the waterfall, and the feature had been lit up with green, yellow, and blue lights behind the tumbling waves. Trees, flowers, lampposts, wreaths, and wheelbarrows full of roses stood sentinel around the dance floor, and a waist-high hedge separated the dancing area from the snacking area, or the cool-down lounge, as the sign proclaimed. Dinner had been spectacular, and they hadn't been the only couple dressed like they were about to meet royalty. Here, if anything, Shayla's dress wasn't nice enough, and she smiled at another woman wearing a full hoop skirt, the glitzy gems on it catching the light from the dance floor as she walked past the hedge, her hand secured in her dates. Travis had not held her hand yet, and Shayla's skin itched for that to happen. She'd clung to his arm plenty tonight, but she wanted more. The chest-high tables on this side of the event all held a fashionable basket, and she dropped her toothpick into the nearest one. "Are you ready to dance?" Travis asked. "I thought you'd never suggest it." Shayla did her best to flirt with the man. He grinned at her, reached up to adjust his cowboy hat, and got rid of his aptly toothpick too. Then he extended his hand toward her, and Shayla splayed her fingers across his palm. His eyes didn't leave hers, and everything and everyone else at the fall ball fell away. Heat raced from his hand into hers, up her arm, and zinged down her spine. He drew her closer to him, and she took one tiny step as he pulled her hand to his lips and kissed the inside of her wrist. Shayla dang near stumbled with the way her legs went weak and her heartbeat swooped through her whole chest. A light laugh came out of her mouth, and when Travis let their hands drop to their sides, he wore a healthy, happy smile. "Come on," he said, leading her through the gap in the hedge and onto the dance floor. It had squares of bright brown wood covering it, with streamers and ribbons going up from the outer edges to a tall pole in the middle of it. Hundreds of people could easily fit on the floor, but right now, Shayla and Travis joined only about a dozen other couples. The live band had set up at the entrance to the ball, to Shayla's right, and the drummer beat out a funky riff just before the music stopped. "All right, everyone," the lead singer crooned into the microphone. "Swallow that last brownie bite or caramel apple and get out onto the dance floor. This one is for all the lovers out there, or those looking to get to know each other better." He grinned into the spotlights playing across the band as he started to strum out a slower tune. "You got her here, guys. Let's get her out on the floor right now." He stepped back from the mic, and the bass guitarist moved to his mic. "After this, don't forget to go visit Thirst Central for your liquid nutrition needs. And Sweetwater Taffy is here with their truck full of caramel apples. Go get a whole one to take home for breakfast tomorrow." The music picked up then with more than just an acoustic guitar, and Shayla turned into Travis's arms. He kept his hand in hers as he moved closer and put his other arm around her. He brought her close, so close she could see the flecks of brown in his eyes catching on the lights as they swooped over the people on the dance floor. He smelled like the woods and fresh water, and Shayla closed her eyes, getting lost inside his touch, his presence, the very nearness of him. The man could dance, and Shayla wondered what other skills he possessed. Rescuing people when their cars broke down, check. Driving a big dump truck, check. Running unsavory errands for his family farm, check. Cooking dinner on Saturday nights for his whole family, check. Cleaning up nice for a ball, check. Coming to pick her up for every date, check. His voice joined the song the band played, a deep, rich bass that sent vibrations through Shayla's whole body. It seemed wholly unfair that he could sing, too, but Shayla sank further into him, and he dropped her hand and put both hands on her waist. They moved together, back and forth, the seconds blurring into one another. She wanted to get to know him better, but her mind blanked on what to ask him. She liked that the silence didn't make him uncomfortable, and she decided to just enjoy being with him. After several more seconds, he bent his head closer to her ear, and he asked, "Do you go running every morning?" "Most mornings," she said, pulling back slightly to search his face. "Sometimes it's a walk or a hike." Travis nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Did you want to come?" she asked, her heart growing wings. "I don't know about that," he said. "I certainly can't run very far." "Surely you do a lot of walking around the farm." "Definitely." "So we can do a hike or something," she said. "There's a really nice one out by you, actually." "What time do you go?" he asked. "Early," she said. 6. A smile touched his mouth, and Shayla could only stare at those lips, her imagination running wild. "Is that early?" She nudged his chest, her smile widening. "Okay, you cocky thing." He laughed and brought her right back into his chest. "It's the Sabbath tomorrow. It's literally the only day I get to sleep in. Monday, 6 a.m., hike out by me." "Sounds lovely," she said, sinking into his body again. She even slid her hands underneath his suit coat jacket to the warmer spot along his lower back. "What do you do on Sundays?" he asked. "Go to church? Work? See your family?" Shayla did like routines and schedules, but she did her best not to time her Sundays to death. "You know, I should go see my family tomorrow."
"Where are they?"
"Beeville," she said.
"All of 'em?"
"Yeah," she said. "Makes it easy to see everyone and then be free for a little bit." Travis let a beat go by.
"Be free?"
The song started to wind down, and he put a little distance between them.
"I thought you said you got along with them."
"I do," Shayla said. "I can't be the only one who gets a little exhausted after spending time with their family."
"I can't get away from mine," Travis said with a smile. "In fact—"
He looked away as the song ended.
"Never mind."
"No, say it."
"I'll regret it."
"That hasn't seemed to stop you before." Travis's gaze flew back to her, his eyes shocked and widening.
"Wow, look who's saying stuff now."
A powerful zip moved through Shayla. "I can hold my own with some people," she said. "I do have to deal with other people quite often for Sweet Spot."
"I bet you do."
He slipped his hand back into hers and squeezed.
"Do you want a drink? Another apple? To keep dancing?"
"Let's keep dancing," she said, as another ballad started up. It was faster than the previous one, but was still slow enough for Travis to put both of his arms around her. He did, and she looked up at him. "You're really not going to tell me what's on your mind?" His eyes stormed, and Shayla knew that look on his face.
"I was actually considering inviting you to my family dinner, but that has disaster written all over it."
He chuckled and shook his head.
"We're loud. We yell everything, and most of the time there's something that gets slammed."
Shayla laughed, but she had a feeling Travis wasn't kidding. "Won't they be on their best behavior when you bring your girlfriend home to meet them?" Travis's feet slipped against the floor, and Shayla slid with him. A cry flew from her mouth, and he grunted as he stabilized the pair of them. He pulled his hands back and smoothed down his jacket, the distance between them only a few inches, at least physically. The way he stared at her had put a chasm between them. "What did I say?" she asked, glancing at the couple next to them. They danced along merrily, the woman leaning her head back and laughing at something her date had said.
"Girlfriend?"
Travis asked, the word grinding through his throat. Shayla's eyes flew back to his. He seemed to vibrate with energy, and she wanted to feed off of it. She inched closer to him. "Not ready for that?"
"Are you ready for that?"
Shayla put her hand on his shoulder, as if she'd draw him into a dance again. Instead, she slid her fingers down his jacketed arm to his hand, and carefully, cautiously, casually laced her fingers between his. "I mean, yes. We've been out 4 or 5 times now. What does it take to become your girlfriend?" Maybe he had a set of requirements she didn't know about. Maybe she didn't meet all of them. He sure seemed interested in her, and the blitzing, buzzing way her pulse blipped through her veins told her she was interested in him. Maybe he had a loud bark, but maybe, just maybe, she could quiet it. "I don't know," he said, frowning. He glanced left and right and eased them back into the crowd of dancers. He moved smoothly, but his muscles contained a tension they hadn't previously. Shayla swallowed, not comforted by his reaction to a common term. She didn't know what to say, and she chose to hold onto Travis's shoulders lightly while her thoughts jumbled and jumped around inside her mind. The song ended, and this time he didn't ask her what she wanted. He silently took her hand and led her past the band and out toward the food trucks. The night cooled out here, away from the crowds and the spotlights, and Shayla took in a deep breath. The scent of flowers and food, coconut and chocolate, met her nose.
"I haven't had very many girlfriends," Travis said gruffly. I don't know how to be a boyfriend."
"If you don't want the label, it's fine." Shayla paused in front of the Sweetwater taffy truck, the bright lights casting squares through the 3 big windows along the side of it. A pretty blonde with pink-tipped hair leaned out of the middle one. "Everyone gets an apple as part of their ball ticket. We brought 5 different flavors." She indicated the board mounted to the outside of the truck. "Let me know what you want, okay?" Travis looked at her, and then Shayla, and he obviously wasn't going to say anything. "Thank you," Shayla said, and the woman ducked back inside. She'd seen her somewhere before, probably a fair or an event they'd both been at. Shayla had taken Sweet Spot to weekend boutiques, craft fairs, county fairs, and anything else she could prior to establishing a brick-and-mortar storefront in downtown Sweetwater Falls. "Do you want an apple?" Shayla asked. "Not right now," he said, once again shooting a glance at the caramel apple truck. He focused on her again. "I want to be honest with you." "Then be honest with me." Her chest vibrated, because with Travis, she couldn't predict what he'd say or do. "I'd like to be your boyfriend, but I'm going to screw up." His jaw clenched, and his dark eyes shot lightning into the sky. "I'm wondering if we could try anyway. And when I say something awful, you call me on it, and I'll try again." Shayla found him humble and adorable, but she wouldn't tell him that. She already knew he didn't like being categorized as adorable. "Okay," she said. "You can do the same for me." "You don't say awful things," he said. "I might." She reached her free hand toward his face and ran her fingers lightly along his jaw. "Nobody's perfect, Trav." "Yeah, I guess," he said, his eyes flying to something behind her. He tugged her out of the way as a few other people arrived at the apple truck. Darkness threatened to swallow them again as they moved away from the food and drink, and Shayla simply wanted to be where Travis was, so she went. "So is that a yes to me being your girlfriend?" she asked, when the path widened and she could walk beside him. "Or do you want to go hiking before you decide?" Travis chuckled, the sound deep inside his throat. "You might kill me on the hike," he said, turning back to her. "But I don't need to do that before I decide. Using the word girlfriend is probably better than saying, 'This woman I'm seeing,' or 'this stunning business owner who somehow hasn't stopped talking to me yet.'" He grinned at her, and Shayla let herself feel strong and powerful, sexy and stunning, just for a few seconds. "All right, then," she said. "All right," he agreed. "Let's go back to the dancing. I sure did like holding you in my arms." Surprise darted through Shayla, because she didn't know many men who just said whatever came into their heads. Travis did, and she found it as refreshing as she did alarming. Back on the dance floor, he wrapped her up in his arms, and she sure did like that. She didn't need to worry about tomorrow at her parents' or Monday on the hike. Right now, she was Travis's girlfriend, and they were dancing. She simply wanted to bask in those things for a while. Chapter 9. Travis opened the side door to enter the farmhouse, calling, "Hey, everyone." Music filtered back to him, some of Mama's preferred classical strings. She turned from the kitchen sink, and it looked like the movement took a lot of effort. She washed something in the running water as her face brightened. "Hello, son," she said, her voice rusty and misused. The radiation had caused some issues with her vocal cords, and Mama sometimes chose not to talk because she hated the way her voice sounded now. "Mama." He strode toward her and tucked her right into his side. As he gave her a gentle squeeze, he added, "How are you today? You shouldn't be cooking." He took in the variety of vegetables in the sink, and he could put together the salad. "Everyone's at church," she said. "I can do something before your daddy gets home." "Probably the whole meal," Travis said. He was talking to Justin when Will and I left." He chuckled and stepped away from his mother and bent to pat the golden retriever who never got too far from Mama. "Hey, Queenie, let's get you and Mama on the couch. I can take over here." He linked his elbow through his mother's and put his other around her shoulders. "Come on, Mama. You've probably been up too long."
"Just a few minutes." She went with him, however, and Trav took that as a sign that she was tired. Mama could become exhausted just by getting out of bed, and Travis had come over that morning to make sure she and Daddy could get to church okay. Mama hardly ever went anymore. She couldn't sit on the benches, and she didn't like being around people in a closed room. She spent most of her time on the couch facing the huge windows that looked south over their farm, or on the deck on the other side of those windows doing the same thing. Queenie, the precious golden retriever Daddy had gotten for her a few years ago, never went too far from her side, unless someone wanted the dog out on the ranch. Ford, Travis's nephew, loved Queenie, and he sometimes took her over to the pond just beyond the cabin where Trav lived with Will. "There you go," he said, getting Mama settled on the couch. "Up here, Queenie." The dog jumped up next to his mother, and the two of them sighed together. "It's raining," Mama said. Trav looked out the windows at the first splashes of rain against the glass. "It looked gray on the way home." He returned to the kitchen and started chopping the lettuce. All of it went into a bowl, and he then peeled cucumbers, diced tomatoes, and opened the bag of garlic cheese croutons. He thought about Shayla for a couple of seconds, and then said, "Mama, how dangerous would it be for me to invite my girlfriend to dinner out here?" That perked her up, and she peered at him over her shoulder. "Girlfriend?" "Yeah, that pretty woman I told you guys about last week, Shayla. We went to the fall ball last night, and I'm not sure why, but she seems to like me." He smiled as he said it. He'd spoken about other women at the family dinner, and his mother had always told him not to be so arrogant. Travis hadn't realized he could come across that way, and he'd been extra mindful of it this time around. "Of course she likes you," Mama said, as if she'd never chastised him for thinking highly of himself. "How did the ball go? Did you kiss her?" "No, ma'am," Travis said, turning to open the oven. It sat empty. "What are you making with this?" "There's a roast in the slow cooker," she said. Travis surveyed the counter beside the stove, not finding the slow cooker. The scent of roasting meat wasn't anywhere in the house either. "Where?" "Right there by the coffee maker." Travis stared and blinked. "Mama, there isn't." He turned around, thinking he'd lost his mind. A better explanation was that she had. Travis's heart drooped as he took a few steps toward her. "Did you or Daddy put it in?" "Daddy said he would," Mama said. "I said I'd put together a salad." Travis returned to the fridge and opened it. The beef roast sat there, stone cold and 100% raw. There was no way they were eating this for lunch, and Travis's mind sparked. He pulled open the meat drawer, asking, "Do you guys have hamburgers? I can grill those up quick." Mama didn't answer, and Trav pulled out a couple of pounds of ground beef. He loved tacos more than anything. There was never a day a taco couldn't save. But today felt like a burger bonanza. He formed the patties and had just pulled out the sliced cheese when the side door opened again. "I'm saying is that it's over," Will said. "There's no need for you to keep bringing it up." "I'll bring it up when it needs to be brought up," Lee said, practically slamming the door behind him. "Daddy's right there." Will growled at his brother and moved back over to the door. He opened it, and Daddy came inside. "Thanks a lot, Lee," he said. "Sorry," Lee said. "Will thinks we don't need to talk about harvesting just because it's over for now. We own a farm. We have to plan for things."
"I never said we didn't have to plan," Will said. "Where's the roast?" Daddy asked. "You didn't put it in," Trav said. "I'm making hamburgers."
"Hamburgers?" Clarissa asked, and Trav's attention got whipped toward the other entrance into the kitchen area of the house. She stood there in her church dress, her hand tightly held in Spencer's. "We had hamburgers last night, due to your fancy pants date."
"What?" Trav asked. "No, I put dinner in the slow cooker for y'all yesterday."
"It wasn't done," Clarissa said, "so I made hamburgers." Travis didn't want to get into a family debate, but he couldn't help himself as he asked,
"Then where's all that food?
Surely it was done by now."
"I took it down the road to Widow Olson."
Daddy entered the kitchen, searching the countertops for something he wouldn't find. That roast he said he'd put in. "So we had hamburgers last night," Rissa said.
"So?"
Trav challenged, going back to his food prep.
"You're not going to die if you eat hamburgers twice in a row."
"I might," Rissa said, and Trav rolled his eyes.
"I put in the roast," Daddy said.
"No," Trav said, indicating the countertop near the coffee maker.
"You didn't, Daddy. It's still in the fridge."
His father gave him a harsh glare and pulled open the fridge. Travis went back to making burgers, because he wasn't stupid, and if he didn't get dinner on the table in the next 20 minutes, there'd be a riot. Just the fact that Lee and Will were already at each other's throats about the harvest wasn't good. "What's this?" Rissa asked. At the same time, Daddy said,
"I forgot to put it in."
"It's okay, Daddy," Lee said, though he exchanged a look with Travis. So much was said between the two of them. Mama had been sick and aging for 5 years now. Trav had gotten used to the idea that she wasn't well, wouldn't be with them forever. But Daddy? He'd always been healthy as a horse. He went out on the ranch every single day. He could still hold more than anyone on the ranch, and every cowboy and cowgirl at Sweetwater Falls Farm listened to him, Travis included. Clarissa held up the caramel apple Trav had brought home from the fall ball last night.
"That's my Oreo caramel apple," he said. "There was this great place at the ball, Sweetwater Taffy. We all got a free apple as part of our admission ticket."
"Did you bring it to tease us all?" his sister asked.
"Yeah," he said dryly. "I'm going to wave it around in front of all of you and then eat it myself." He rolled his eyes at her. "I wanted you to see it. You love stuff like that. Number 2, I thought I'd slice it up and we can all have a piece."
He had a sweet tooth like any Texan, but a whole caramel apple was too much for him. It was the havoc it wreaked on his dental work he couldn't stand. A slice or two was fine. A whole apple? He didn't want to lose a crown. "I'll slice it," she said.
"I'll go start the grill," Will said. "These buns are frozen," Lee said. "I've got some at my place. I'll go grab them and be right back." "Thanks, Lee," Travis said, and he threw a look at Daddy. He still stood in the kitchen in front of the open fridge, seemingly trying to figure out how he'd forgotten about the roast. "Daddy," Trav said, "I was just talking to Mama about my girlfriend." Rissa sucked in a breath, and Daddy turned from the fridge. His eyebrows went up. "Shayla?" Praise the Lord, Trav thought. At least someone listened when he spoke at family dinners. "Yeah," he said. "I was asking her if it would be a relationship suicide to bring her out here for dinner one night." He tossed a look to Spencer. "I mean, Rissa brings Spence." "It's a deal breaker almost every time," Spencer said with a grin. He was clearly teasing, his eyes shining with laughter. "Only when there's mud and grease," Rissa clarified. "We're free of both of those today." "It's the not knowing if something will come up," Spence said, "that you have to watch out for." He met Rissa's eyes and looked back at Travis. "We just went and got pizza that night. It wasn't a complete waste." "Shayla's your girlfriend now?" Rissa asked, taking up a seat at the bar. "The ball must have gone well." The ball went very well, Trav confirmed, finishing with the burgers. He turned with the plate of perfectly seasoned meat in his hand, only to be blocked by his father. "Daddy, for Pete's sake, close the fridge and go sit by Mama." He towed the fridge closed and stepped past his dad. "You don't have to kick it," Daddy said. "I'm right here."
"I didn't kick it," Trav said, his voice taking on a tone of insubordination too. "It's fine. We'll have hamburgers." "I put together a salad too, dear," Mama said, and Trav gave her a smile. "That's right," he said to her. "Hamburgers and salad." And if he was still hungry later, he had plenty of food at his cabin. Later that night, he and Will sat out on their front patio facing the pond. The water lapped leisurely at itself and the shore, and Trav sighed as he put another bite of ice cream in his mouth. Rissa needed to get rid of all the cherry chocolate crunch, and Trav was more than happy to oblige. She made new flavors every couple of months, and he never complained when she brought a huge vat of leftover ice cream about to go bad to his cabin.
"I don't like this stuff,"
Will said distastefully. Trav watched as he put another bite of the rich, dark chocolate ice cream into his mouth. He grinned and shook his head. "Then why are you eating it?" Will looked at him with a blank expression.
"It's going to go bad."
Trav burst out laughing.
"So what?" he said between all the chuckles. "You don't have to eat it."
Will put his spoon back in his bowl, and his bowl on the little table between them.
"Why can't she ever have extra of the good stuff, like banana brownie or something?"
Travis just shook his head and admired the sun as it set over the pond.
"If you tell her what you want, she'll make it just for you." "That sounds like something you would do."
"She'd do it for you, too." Travis gave his brother a look out of the side of his eye, but Will refused to look at him.
"She doesn't leave you out on purpose." "That's what you keep telling me."
"We don't," Trav said.
"Cherry doesn't live here. She doesn't talk to any of us. And Lee is a fun killer," Will said darkly. "He works too much and never even thinks that we might want to have a life outside of dairy cows and daily schedules."
Travis stuck another bite of ice cream in his mouth and stared at his brother.
"Wow." "Wow what?" "I thought you liked Lee." "I like everyone."
"That is so not true," Travis scoffed, quickly turning it into a laugh. Will did not reciprocate, and Travis realized then that this storm inside him was deep and real. He cleared his throat. "What's going on?"
"I maybe mentioned something about us backing down on signing so many big clients, and he flipped a switch. This was last week or last month or something. Then I said I wanted to have a little time off this year around the holidays. He acted like I was getting out a bone saw and wanted his entire right leg."
Will huffed and folded his arms. Travis wasn't sure he'd heard Will put together that many words in a while. The brothers usually spoke in short sentences. They always had to get in what they wanted to say around what everyone else was yelling. He didn't know what to do or say right now. He looked out over the water, glad he had this serene spot to think. He'd come here often in the past several months as he tried to figure out what he really wanted his life to be. 37, single on paper but married to the farm, childless. That wasn't what he wanted. He'd been out with a few women this year already, but none of them had stuck. Not like Shayla, he thought, quickly shelving her for now.
"What were you two talking about with the harvest today?" he asked, deciding to take the plunge and go all in. "He wants to buy new equipment in the off-season for next year," Will said. "I've been waiting for 6 months, 6 solid months, Trav, to get a new barn built. We can't have both."
Travis nodded, once again letting both sides of the argument sink into his head. It was his natural inclination to agree with Will. They lived together. They were closer in age. He got along better with Will. In truth, It was Travis who got along the best with everyone. He was the most laid back, even when he said things he should have thought about first. "We'll talk about it," Trav said. At the same time, Will said, "Forget it, Trav. I don't need you fighting my battles for me." He got to his feet, his frustration rolling off him like a sound wave. He took a couple of steps past Travis and then came to a complete stop. "I'm not going to fight anything for you," Trav said. "I just meant we'll have a farm meeting and talk about it. Just because Lee will take over doesn't mean he gets to make unilateral decisions." Will said nothing, and Trav looked up at the back of his head. "Real mature, Will. I was just trying to help you." Will twisted back and looked over his shoulder at Travis. Trav, your girlfriend is here." "What?" Travis jumped to his feet, which earned him a protest from his lower back, and looked toward the house. It didn't take a magnifying glass to see Shayla walking down the steps toward him. Their eyes met across the 30-foot distance, and Travis handed Will his half-eaten bowl of cherry chocolate ice cream. "She doesn't look happy," he murmured. "No, she does not," Will whispered. Travis started toward her, hoping and praying with everything inside him that he wasn't the reason for her unhappiness. Chapter 10. Shayla's nerves shouted at her to turn around and get back to her truck. She could hide everything from Travis there, never mind that the windows were see-through. "Hey," he said, arriving in front of her, and her opportunity to hide disappeared. She told herself she didn't want to hide from him. She'd come here and stopped at the charming farmhouse to find out where he lived. Then she'd trundled down the dirt road past a couple of other cabins to this one. "Hey." She breathed in the cottony, clean scent of his shirt as he folded her into a hug. "You look like you're about to throw up." He stepped back, his eyes all-seeing. "Thanks," she said dryly, though he wasn't far off. There was that mouth again, saying whatever it wanted. "What's going on?" Shayla took in a breath and gazed around. The cabin looked like it had come from a children's storybook, made of logs with the perfectly pointed roof and pristine rain gutters. The walk she'd come down to reach him was made of stones, not cement, and they had red, orange, and brown lines running through them. The patio here extended from the one underneath the second-story deck that extended from the back of the house. 2 wooden Adirondack chairs sat on the stones, with a little table between them, and she could see herself and her sister sitting here, sipping lemonade while they talked about Claudia's upcoming delivery for her first child. In fact, she'd spent most of the afternoon doing that, sans chairs, pond, and luxury stones beneath her feet. Exhaustion punched her behind the eyes, and Shayla looked from the quaint cabin to Travis. "Come sit down," he said, tugging on her hand to get her to move toward the chairs. He and Will had been sitting there when she'd arrived, and she didn't want to take his brother's chair. Her feet dragged, and Travis noticed the resistance. He released her hand and picked up the bowl on the table, turning to hand it to Will. "Will was just leaving." "Was I?" Will asked, clearly challenging his brother. "Yes," Travis barked. "You're on dish duty tonight. Go on now, get." "Get?" Will cocked his eyebrows at his brother and looked at Shayla. "This is William," Travis said, the tone darkening with every syllable. "Will, this is Shayla Nelson." "I've heard so much about you," he said, his voice as smooth as still water that had been buttered. He extended his hand toward Shayla while simultaneously ignoring the half-full bowl of melting ice cream. Travis growled in the back of his throat and said, "Shay, this is my nosy brother Will." "I am not nosy." "You're always poking yourself into conversations where you don't belong," Travis said. "You were totally leaving.
You don't even like the ice cream, and you've been complaining about the mosquitoes for a solid 20 minutes. Will's jaw clenched, and Shayla smiled at him as she shook his hand. Nice to meet you. She could definitely see how these ginger-haired cowboys could be labeled gods. Will's hair was lighter, almost in the blonde realm, than Trav's, and his eyes darker. He wore a full beard that grew in redder in some patches and blonder in others. There might have even been a little bit of gray in there. He was handsome, that was for sure, though she preferred the non-washed-out version of him who stood only a couple of feet away. Travis was vibrant and in living color, and Shayla realized in that moment how dull her life had been. Will pulled his fingers back, his glare still fixed on his brother. Don't tell me to get. I'm not a dog. With that, he turned and started up the wide steps that led to the front of the house. Shayla watched him go, not sure how she felt about the exchange. Travis didn't seem all that troubled by it, and she remembered that he said not many meals went by without shouting and slamming of things. I didn't mean to interrupt. He's just grumpy about Lee wanting to buy new equipment instead of building the barn Will's been asking for. Trav moved over to the chairs and collapsed into one. This is a great spot to just unwind. Come sit. She had the feeling he was commanding her like a dog now, and she got why Will wasn't fond of it. She still went to sit in the other chair, glad when Travis took her hand in his. Do you want to talk? Or do you just want to see if any fish will jump? Shayla relaxed, the tension in her muscles realized and then eradicated. Trav, the factory that sews my tents emailed today. They said there was a situation that had come up, and they wouldn't be able to get me the 300 tents I'd ordered for my big launch. He said nothing, and he wasn't stupid. He knew where she was driving. She just had to keep both hands on the wheel. I called them, and... You called them on a Sunday? They emailed me on a Sunday, she said, her defenses shooting right up. So, yes. Apparently, the nylon they received from the supplier isn't right, but my guy out of Louisiana says it is. So, I have to get down there. You can't go hiking in the morning. No, she said. I've got a 6:15 flight out of San Antonio. Elaine is taking me, and we have to leave at 3:30. All right, he said, his voice already drifting away from her. The wind rustled through the trees and kicked up the fresh scent of woods and water. Shayla could easily live out here and be the happiest she'd ever been. She couldn't remember the last time she'd slowed down enough to truly enjoy nature. She was always running through it, analyzing the performance of her shoes or her shorts, her mind racing ahead to what she had to accomplish that day and if she could do it. She needed to slow down, country slow, Travis slow. She squeezed his fingers. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be gone long, a couple of days. Okay, he said, glancing over to her with a kind smile. What else is eating at you? She looked away quickly. Nothing. Right, he said with plenty of sarcasm. I don't appreciate the tone, she said, wondering if she could really call him on the behavior she didn't like. I don't like being lied to, he shot back. Shayla pressed her teeth together, then her lips. I just want to sit and watch for fish now. She'd already told him plenty about her mom. I don't want to say something I'll regret. Travis let a few beats of silence into their conversation. Okay. His fingers around hers tightened. I'm sorry about the tone. I'd help you if I could. I know that. Such a thing was very nice to hear, because while Shayla could call on Elaine and Jaden any time she needed help, his offer was different. It didn't come out of obligation or overtime he could earn. It came from his heart. Shayla had once wondered if the man even had a heart, but sitting with him beside the pond, she accepted that he did. The seconds turned into minutes, and she didn't want to leave. Eventually, she sighed and released his hand. "I should get home to Sweetie." "Who's going to take her for you while you're gone?" he asked, following suit and standing too. "I could do it." Shayla looked at him, finding absolute sincerity on his face. "Thank you." She stepped into his arms without being invited, and he held her close. Within the circle of his arms, it didn't matter that her mom had been disappointed in Shayla's drive. It didn't matter that Travis had questioned her the same way her mother had. "You called them on a Sunday?" He'd comforted her afterward, and he'd apologized for his tone of voice. Her mother had never apologized to her for anything. "Text me all the details about your big launch," Travis said, stepping back and running his hand through his hair. She realized then that he wasn't wearing a cowboy hat, and she saw him as so human in that moment. "I'd love to hear more about it." "It's my huge holiday family camping event," she said. "I can't do it without the new family-sized tents." The load of bricks in her mind refused to budge, despite his kindness and his growing smile. "One thing my mama taught me," he said as he took her hand and started up the stone steps to her truck, "is that things usually work out." "Yes, I think all Texan mothers teach their children that," Shayla said. Travis laughed, and she really wanted to end the night on a high note. They had last night, too, but he hadn't kissed her. She wondered if she could kiss him tonight before her flight, before her stressful week began, before she lost her nerve, lost herself to her job, and lost him. Fear bolted through her. She better not kiss him, just in case she did make a huge mess of things. She had a suspicion that kissing Travis Cooper would change her life, and when they broke up, she'd be devastated. Better not, she told herself over and over until they arrived at her truck. He opened the driver's door for her and gazed down into her eyes. "You travel safe, you hear?" His voice had lost its commanding edge, and his eyes blazed with an energy she could only label as desire. "Yes, sir," she murmured. Before she knew it, she'd tipped up onto her toes and swept her lips across his slightly scruffy cheek. Her fingers twitched to trace down his day-old growth, but she balled them into a fist to keep them from betraying her. Travis kept one hand on her hip as she got into the truck, as if he couldn't quite part with her yet. He finally removed it and closed her door, and she started up the behemoth of a vehicle. She rolled the window down, and Travis stayed right beside the vehicle. "Let's get together when you get back," he said, one hand touching his hair again. "Okay?" "Okay," she said, smiling. Then, with every ounce of willpower she possessed, she put the truck in reverse and backed away from the picturesque cabin in the woods. At least she had something to look forward to once she returned from Louisiana. "This is absolutely not the same nylon," Shayla said, sliding her fingers underneath the army green fabric and lifting it away from the bolt. "Come on, Liam, you can clearly see it's not." She turned her blazing hot gaze onto the nylon supplier who'd driven over from Baton Rouge. While Shayla had come to New Orleans, she'd rather be out tasting beignets and taking garden tours, not standing in an under-air-conditioned warehouse arguing with a man she'd done business with for 6 years. "Look at it," she insisted. "It looks different," he admitted. The seamstress supervisor stood a few feet away, wisely staying out of the conversation. Richard had called her, and that had probably upset Liam. She didn't care. This was her product and her reputation on the line. Richard's too, and he couldn't make the agreed-upon deadlines without the proper product. "What are we going to do?" Shayla asked, squaring her feet and her shoulders to face the two men simultaneously. I have a huge, and I mean huge, promotion scheduled for the end of October, leading right into holiday season. And it's all about having the newest, trendiest family tent for quality camping time. She'd signed Liam's ridiculously high quote for nylon, and she'd have to pass that cost on to her customers. She'd been willing to do it. I've already turned in all the mocks to my marketing department. We've ordered the signage, the flyers, and the advertising space. I need these tents, and I need them on time.
I have you scheduled, Richard said. I need the nylon or I can't do it.
They both looked at Liam, who wore angry snakes and hissing scorpions in his expression.
Let me make a couple of calls, he said. Just a minute.
He walked away, his own stride set on, "Don't get in my way." The fight left Shayla, and her shoulders sagged as a sigh pulled through her lungs. "Sorry, Richard. I didn't mean to put you in a tight spot with him." The supervisor kept his eyes on Liam for another few seconds.
It's not your fault. I did call him first to give him the chance to make it right without involving you.
The man's dark brown eyes landed on Shayla.
He said it was the same.
Shayla looked down at the bolt the factory had been sent, then the tent that had been made with the previous bolt of nylon. They're not the same.
Sometimes it just takes seeing to believe, Richard said. I'm sorry you had to come. I'm sure you're busy with your new storefront.
Beyond. Shayla didn't want to complain about how well things were going. If they weren't, she wouldn't be nearly as busy, and no one wanted someone successful bemoaning their success all the time. "How many can you do with what you have?" She folded the offending nylon back around the bolt and looked at Richard again. "Shoot straight with me."
The ones we have done, he said. There's 36 of them.
A little over 10% of the order she'd put in. She couldn't launch a new product with only 36 items in stock. Not with the tens of thousands of dollars of budget she'd allocated to the Happy Family Camper tent. She loved the play on words, and she adored the idea of families getting out into the Texas wilderness or anywhere else outdoors together. The tent had 4 rooms that all hooked together, maintaining its ease to set up, but providing a living area, bedrooms, and even a fold-out storage shelf for food and other supplies. She'd been camping so much that she knew what people wanted in a tent. There were hooks on the ceiling for lights, tons of windows to let in air and light during the day, compartments for flashlights and eyeglasses, whisper-quiet zippers between the rooms so people could move without waking others. The deluxe edition of the tent, which wouldn't be out until her fall launch, came with an inflatable bed built right into the structure itself. She also had plans for collapsible cots to accompany the Happy Family Camper tent, as well as poles to make bunk beds in the children's room. So many ideas she couldn't execute without proper nylon. Liam returned, his face a perfect storm of emotions.
There's been a shipping debacle, he said. This nylon was meant for a facility in Florida. Yours is down there, being made into...
He cleared his throat and focused on the ground as a healthy flush crawled up his neck.
Children's sleeping bags.
Horror filled Shayla, and her heart pulsed in the back of her throat. How much have they used?
Only 1 bolt, Liam said. They're halting their production, and we're going to get your nylon here and this nylon down there.
He sounded so sure of himself, and while Shayla wasn't, she had worked with him for a long time. She could either believe him or freak out. Since freaking out was so overrated, she simply nodded, her movements small and tight.
I'm ordering 2 extra bolts for you now, Liam said, his thumbs flying over his phone. Don't worry, Shay. We're going to make this right. You're going to meet your launch deadline.
Thank you, Liam, she said, sincerely hoping he was right. She left the facility, only one person on her mind. Travis. She wanted to call and tell him the news so he wouldn't be worried, so he could celebrate with her. She puzzled through how he'd gotten on her list above Elaine and Jaden, both of whom had a vested interest in Sweet Spot, when Trav had none. She didn't have mental bandwidth to riddle through that right now, so she simply dialed him, a smile touching her face when he said, "Hey, Shay, how are things going?" Chapter 11. William Cooper could drive for hours and not get tired of the Texas landscape. He loved the freedom of being behind the wheel, sitting down, the world open before him. He didn't mind the drive to town. It was what he had to do once he got there that kept him from going. Talking to people. He didn't excel at that. Running dirty errands like delivering spoiled silage or arguing with a salesman about delivery. His temper ran away from him in those instances. Avoiding the sweet shops. He definitely failed in those attempts. "Pull over," Travis said from the passenger seat. Will glanced over to him, not even taking his foot off the accelerator. "Why?" "That was Shay," Trav said, twisting in his seat. "I mean it, Will. Pull over right now or I'll seriously crash the truck." Will scoffed, though he did let up on the gas pedal this time. "We're not even to her shop yet. Are you sure that was her?" He eased onto the side of the road, realizing this very dangerous place where he'd stopped. His mouth watered in one moment and went dry in the next. He couldn't stay here, not even for a few minutes. "It was her," Trav said, unbuckling and opening the door at seemingly the same time. "I know my own girlfriend when I see her." "It's been a while." 4 days, Travis said, jumping down. "Don't leave me, or go get Mama's medicines and come back for me." He slammed the door and jogged off, getting smaller in the passenger rearview mirror with every nanosecond that passed. Will sighed, torn about what to do. He could pass a good half hour right here, inside Sweetwater Taffy's shop. The brightly colored food truck sat parallel to the road, a huge advertisement for people to come into their store and load up on sweets and treats. Will could admit he'd been there plenty of times. "Not for a while, though," he muttered, his mood darkening. Not since the head chocolatier, one Gretchen Bellows, had arrived in town and taken over the shop for her aunt. It wasn't that the quality of the products had gone down. Quite the opposite. Will simply didn't want to let himself get out of control again. First, he'd get hooked on sugar, something he'd worked hard to overcome a couple of years ago. The pre-diabetes diagnosis had helped with that, he could admit. He'd bought a treadmill and a set of weights, cut out all sugar and white carbs, ran, bulked up, and got his blood sugar back where it belonged. He'd continued with the eating and exercise habits, because if Will was anything, it was regimented. He looked over to the truck, wondering if one tiny pecan sandy would be that big of a deal. He could already taste the caramel and the smooth milk chocolate. Gretchen salted her caramel perfectly, as Will had tasted with a single slice of Travis's apple over the weekend. Second, if he slipped on the sweets, he'd be right back in his habit of trying to find a pretty woman to share them with. His heart trembled at the very idea, and he swore the taste of smoke touched the back of his throat from the way his most vital organ still smoldered from the last woman who'd set it on fire. "No," he told himself firmly, and he barely checked his mirrors before jamming the truck into drive and pulling back onto the highway. He wasn't going to go into the candy shop and start browsing. Sure, he could tell himself he was shopping for someone else. Daddy had the biggest sweet tooth of all the Coopers, but he'd end up buying something for himself. He always did. He wasn't going to soothe himself with sugar. Not again. His heart would heal. It had to. At least that was what he'd been telling himself for a while now. Will pulled into the parking lot at the pharmacy, and groaned at the sight of 5 cars in the drive-through line.
"Aren't there any healthy people in Sweetwater Falls?"
he grumbled, making the decision to park and go inside. Not as many people did that, though this pharmacy sold a few groceries and a ton of household products, too. Plenty of candy and junk food, too, which Will steadfastly ignored by reminding himself that he hadn't gotten up at 4:30 and run 5 miles around the farm for fun. He got behind a woman at the back of the store to pick up his mother's prescription, the line here only 2 deep now. His phone went off a few times, and he checked it to find Travis had said Shayla would bring him back to the farm later.
"Later?"
he muttered, as he typed out the word along with a question mark.
"We have work to do today."
Just because Travis had a new girlfriend didn't mean he could have every other day off. Irritation sparked inside Will as he looked up and stepped forward.
"Chrissy Cooper,"
he barked at the pharmacist, a man by the name of Gerald Jessup.
"Good morning to you, too, Will," the man said easily. "Let me see what I have for your mama."
He gave Will a friendly smile, which did not get returned, and moved away from the counter.
"I know what we have to do today," Travis had said.
"Do you?" Will asked, his fingers a blur over the screen. He was an incredibly fast texter, and he kept right on typing.
"Just because Shay's back doesn't mean you can abandon us again. I need your help in the milk shed, and Daddy's got that insane idea to bring in California cows."
"Come pick me up at Sweet Spot when you're done, then," Travis said back. "Oh, and by the way, Will, you're not my mother."
"I am if I have to do your blasted chores."
"Here you go," Gerald said, and Will shoved his phone in his back pocket. He wished his ire would go as easily, but it lingered in his soul. He paid for the prescriptions with Daddy's credit card and took the 3 bags the pharmacist provided. "How's your mama doing?"
"Great,"
Will said, though that wasn't entirely true. What did people expect? Truly, did he want to know she could die any day now? That she'd developed another heart murmur and a cough, and that winter was a terrible time to bury someone? Will's anger flapped inside him, raging to come out, about to explode everywhere. If there was anything he'd learned in the past 5 years since his mother's cancer diagnosis, it was that life wasn't fair. Bad things happened to good people. Lives got cut short despite faith and prayer.
"I'm sure that's not true," Gerald said kindly. "Tell her and your daddy hello from me and Colleen."
"Will do," Will said, lifting the bags of pills and turning to leave. "Apple samp—" Will grunted as he crushed into a tray, and then another human being. His chest smarted from the hard plastic against his ribs, and his hands flew out to catch the blonde-haired beauty in front of him. His lungs hitched, and his mind screamed,
"Gretchen Bellows! It's Gretchen Bellows!"
"I'm so sorry," she said, falling back a step once she realized she wasn't going to tumble to the ground. She looked from his eyes to his chest, and Will's gaze followed hers. Ooey gooey, golden, glorious caramel dripped down his shirt. A sound of frustration left his mouth, and Will stepped around Gretchen. He had to get out of this idiotic store before he blew a gasket. "I'm sorry," she said again. He simply lifted his hand in a dismissive wave and kept going, the bright rectangle of light ahead of him signifying the exit, his only solace. "William Cooper," a man called after him, and he stalled, pressing his eyes closed. He couldn't ignore that voice, no matter how much he wanted to. He turned as Pastor Ball said, "You get back here and accept this young lady's apology." "It's fine," Gretchen said. Guilt tripped through Will when he found Gretchen down on her hands and knees picking up the fallen caramel apple samples. "It was my fault," she said. When the elderly pastor crouched to help her, Will knew for sure he wasn't getting into heaven. "Pastor," he said, "don't. I'll do it." "You bet you will." Pastor Ball shot him a glare that could have seared through steel. Will put his hand under the pastor's arm and helped him stand. Then he returned to the mess on the floor, accepting a disinfectant wipe from the pharmacist to get the sticky stuff out of the industrial carpet. Gretchen wiped down her tray and threw away the samples that had fallen. Somehow Gerald and Pastor Ball had disappeared by the time the job was done, and only Will remained with her. He extended his hand to help her stand, and she put her delicate fingers in his. Sparks shot up his arm, and he yanked it back, nearly pulling her into his arms. "Sorry," he muttered. Gretchen's eyes widened, and she stared at him as if he sported a set of horns from his cowboy hat. She shrank back into herself and indicated his shirt. "Send me the bill to clean that, or replace it. I own Sweetwater Taffy." "I know who you are," he said, and she flinched. He supposed the statement could have been a bark or some sort of grenade of words exploding from his mouth. "Oh, okay," she said. "I have to go," Will said, wondering how in his 40 years of life he hadn't figured out how to talk to pretty women. He walked away, but he hadn't taken more than 3 steps before he heard Gerald say, "Don't worry, dear. He's just a little prickly because his mama is so sick." Will pressed his eyes closed and told himself not to go back. Nothing would be fixed if he yelled at Gerald for spilling family secrets. Besides, it wasn't a secret that Chrissy Cooper was sick. Everyone in town knew it, and as Will burst out of the pharmacy, it felt like the very air itself was holding its breath, waiting for Mama to die. A little prickly. Will was prickly. No, he was downright grumpy most of the time, but once in the safety of his truck, he took a moment and gazed down at the caramel still sticking to his shirt. He swiped his finger through it and stuck the sweet in his mouth. Something relaxed inside him that was tight 95% of the time, and Will sank further into the driver's seat. If he could just relax, maybe he could find a version of happiness that didn't include teeth clenching and waking up before dawn to run out his fury. Gretchen exited the pharmacy and came toward him, her tray empty. Will ducked down like a teenager and peeked up as she walked in front of his truck and over to a van he hadn't seen when he'd pulled into the lot. It bore bright colors and the name of her sweet shop, and Will's heart echoed a drumbeat through his whole body as he watched her reach inside and reload her tray. Once she'd gone back inside, he got the heck out of the vicinity. At Sweet Spot, Trav swung into the truck and paused. "What happened to you?" His eyes latched onto Will's sticky shirt. Will looked at it and pictured the gorgeous blonde he hadn't stopped thinking about in the past 20 minutes. "Nothing," he said, putting the truck in gear again. "Let's get back to work." Chapter 12. After lunchtime, Gretchen Bellows tacked her smile onto her face and entered the mall at Sweetwater Falls. She should have more luck here with the caramel apple samples. Honestly, anything would be better than her experience at the corner pharmacy that morning. She couldn't shake the blue-green-eyed gaze of William Cooper. She hadn't known the handsome cowboy's name until the pastor had said it in such a reproachful tone. William had seemed absolutely livid about the accidental bump. Then she'd learned about his mother from the pharmacist. She'd tried to shake off the encounter and the way William had glared daggers right into her face. She told herself that everyone had something hard they were going through, the same as her. The thought of her father shored her up and gave her the courage she needed to tack on a smile and talk to strangers. Gretchen didn't really enjoy the social aspect of owning Sweetwater Taffy. She adored the huge copper kettles in the kitchen, and she loved making delicate chocolate truffles for weddings and other special occasions. Since her aunt's illness and subsequent withdrawal from the candy shop, Gretchen had left her high-end restaurant job in New Orleans and come to small-town Coastal Bend, Texas, to be with her family. Her parents owned 10 acres on the outskirts of town, and her brother kept it up for them now that their father's health had started to decline. The disc in his back had finally given him enough trouble to make yard work and keeping animals difficult. Thankfully, Austin lived next door, and he could do the same work at their parents' place as he did at his. Gretchen had moved in with him for a couple of months while she found her feet at Sweetwater Taffy, loving the play on words at the shop. She now had her own place in town, a cute little white brick house with a bright mint green front door. She kept a wreath on it at all times, and she'd just changed out her September one for her October garland. It came with gobs of greenery and plenty of pumpkins, 2 things Gretchen absolutely loved. She didn't love putting herself in the public spotlight. Still, she wanted Taffy to be successful, and she had a whole new line of chocolates for the autumnal season. "Good afternoon," she said to a mother pushing a stroller. "Care for a chocolate truffle?" The woman slowed, and a long, tall Texan smile appeared on her face. Gretchen relaxed, relieved with the calm interaction. She indicated the truffles on the left side of the tray. They bore bright orange glitter on one half of them. "These are pumpkin spice, and these are pecan pie." The truffles on the right side of the tray didn't hold any embellishment at all. "Wow," she said, "they're gorgeous." "Thank you," Gretchen said, stretching under the compliment. "You can have one of each." To her delight, another woman approached her, and this was why Gretchen enjoyed coming to the mall. She thought she should at least try to expand her reach, as she'd been to the mall several times in the past few weeks. "We'll have our truck at the October 1st Fest this weekend," she said. "We'll have our featured truffles, our staples, and what we're most known for, our caramel apples." A card holder sat in the middle of the tray, and Gretchen grinned as both women took one. She continued through the courtyard at the mall, the water feature providing nice background music. The foot traffic today had picked up over earlier in the week, and the fest would happen tomorrow, so she hoped to have a good showing. Her mind wandered as she made small talk and introduced her seasonal truffles to person after person. She kept a cooler under a bench so she could replenish the tray whenever she needed to, and her feet had just started to protest her constant standing and walking when she turned and spied a couple of cowboys making their way toward her. William Cooper. This could not be happening. Why in the world was he here? He walked with another man close to his height, though he didn't have the full beard William did. His hair was also a brighter shade of red, despite the little of it she could see. She spun around, her heart pounding through her whole body. Maybe William had come here to purchase himself another shirt. Be brave, she told herself. If he'd replaced his shirt, she would pay for it. The shop was doing just fine, and she could afford it. Karen Harlow met her eye, and Gretchen brightened. "Karen," she said, moving in that direction, her back still to William Cooper. He'd said he knew who she was, but surely he and his brother would leave the mall immediately. "I heard about these amazing pumpkin spice truffles out in the courtyard." Karen wore a warm smile, and she kissed both of Gretchen's cheeks before taking one of the glittered chocolates. "How are you?" "Good," Gretchen said. "You?" Karen lived just down the street from Gretchen, and they'd become friends when Karen's car had gotten stuck in the mud in her front yard after her young son had left the hose running all night long. If Gretchen had known she served on the library board and ran the makeup counter at the biggest department store here in Sweetwater Falls, she might have driven right by. Of course, that wasn't really true. But Karen was a social butterfly who knew practically the whole population of the town, and Gretchen really just wanted to fly under the radar. "Good enough," Karen said with a smile. "Joshua left his shoes outside, and now they're ruined. I'm running down to Focal Footwear real quick during my break." She glanced at the tray, and Gretchen found it almost empty. She had more chocolates in her cooler, but she wanted to leave after talking to Karen. She had to make 10 dozen caramel apples this afternoon before the fest tomorrow, and she'd need more truffles, too. After a 20-minute power nap in her van, she'd get it all done. "Travis," Karen said, and she reached out with one of her perfectly manicured hands. "Come try these truffles and take some home to your mama." "Howdy, Karen," a man said, and Gretchen found herself face to face with William Cooper again. He stood a pace or two behind his brother, but he came with Travis over to Gretchen and the tray of truffles. She met his eye and then slid her gaze down to his shirt. "You got a new shirt." "Yes," he said as Travis took a truffle. She didn't even know what kind he took because she couldn't focus past those gorgeous eyes looking back at her. "It wasn't very much. Don't even worry about it." "Do you know Will and Travis Cooper?" Karen asked, looking around at the three of them. "I smashed caramel into his chest this morning at the pharmacy," Gretchen admitted, putting a smile on her face. "Are you kidding?" Travis asked, and Will turned his attention to his brother. The daggered glare came back, and Will gave a small shake of his head. "You said it was nothing." "It was nothing," Will said. "You spent almost $100 on the shirt you're wearing now." Travis laughed, his head tipping back and everything. "He's seriously so picky." "I didn't know I needed to consult my accountant to buy a shirt," Will said dryly. He rolled his eyes and shook his head when Gretchen offered him a truffle by extending the tray closer to him. Something crossed his face, and when he glanced at her again, he seemed angry. "Let's go," he said next. "This place gives me hives." "Oh, you cowboys," Karen said, and she didn't have to work so hard around men, as she was already married. Gretchen wasn't quite sure what to say, which wasn't unusual around good-looking men. She kept her smile on her face and listened while Karen bickered with Will about his aversion to the mall. That gave her the opportunity to soak in the breadth of Will's chest in his baby blue shirt, which bore fine white lines that made a barely noticeable plaid pattern. "Let's go," Travis said, tugging on Will's arm. "You can argue with me in the truck on the way back to the farm." "I do more than argue." "Do you?" The brothers went back and forth another time or two, Travis obviously enjoying himself, while Will grew darker in spirit and expression. In a pause, Karen said, "Get out of here, you two. You're ruining Gretchen's vibe." "They're fine," she said. "I'm going to be done." She turned to get her cooler. "I just need to grab my cooler." "Help her, you oaf," Karen said. "Yeah," Travis said. "Go help her, Will. You obviously like her." "I do not," he growled. "I'm fine," Gretchen said, her face heating as she moved away from the group. Will came with her anyway, her humiliation doubling as he practically darted in front of her to get the cooler out from underneath the bench where she'd stowed it. They both straightened, and he said, "My mama taught me to help a lady in need." "I don't need your help," she said quickly, "and I'll pay for the shirt. I just need the receipt." His eyes stormed, and they could have been a hurricane forming over the teal ocean. "You don't need to pay for my shirt." "I like it," she blurted out, wondering where those words had come from. This grumpy, growly man had literally just said he didn't like her. He was only helping out of Texan duty. Will's eyes rounded, and he looked down at his shirt. "Thanks." "Come on," Travis said. "Less flirting, more walking." Gretchen faced him, some of her own fire starting to lick through her. "If this is what you call flirting, You cowboys need more experience with women." She marched past Travis, whose eyes widened as his eyebrows went up. Behind her, Karen laughed, and Gretchen threw a wave over her shoulder to the woman. "See you later, Karen." "Bye, Gretchen." She might as well have said, "You go, girl. Show those cowboys who's in charge here." She led the way toward the doors and outside, both Travis and William Cooper in her wake. She stood back while Will opened the van door and put her cooler inside, then her tray. He still didn't take one of her chocolates, and she found herself wishing he would. "Thank you," she said to him, very formally, the way she would a police officer who'd stopped to help her on the side of the road. She glanced at Travis. Was that too flirty? "No, ma'am," he said, his smile completely gone now. He reached up and tipped his hat. "You have a nice day now." "You too." Gretchen folded her arms and watched the two men walk away, noting that neither of them leaned toward the other and hissed anything. They'd probably wait to do that until they were in their truck, but Gretchen didn't wait long enough to see them do that. She got behind the wheel of the van, her hands shaking slightly. At the same time, a vein of power and strength moved through her. Her phone chimed, and Karen's name sat there. Gretchen swiped open the text and saw Will's name and phone number along with a winking emoji. She grinned, shook her head, and texted her best friend, "I'm not calling that cowboy. Nice try." Sure, he was handsome. He had eyes a woman would have to be blind not to fall in love with. But he also possessed a certain growl to him that Gretchen simply didn't need in her life. Chapter 13. "I said I was sorry," Travis said as he walked in the front door at the cabin. "You embarrassed her," Will said, slamming the door behind himself as he walked in. They'd taken their mother her medicine, enjoyed the air conditioning, and then gone out onto the farm to work. Hours later, they'd finally arrived home. Travis went straight into the kitchen, his stomach grumbling and growling for something to eat. Thursday was a leftover day at the farmhouse, and there wasn't much there. He and Will kept frozen foods for occasions such as this, and he pulled out 2 pepperoni pizzas while Will said, "I'm going to go shower." Trav set the oven and sighed, replaying the few minutes at the mall where Will couldn't look away from a woman named Gretchen Bellows. He shouldn't have teased him, and he definitely shouldn't have done so to her. Her bright blue eyes had practically skewered him after Will had put her cooler in her van, and Travis had regretted trying to lighten the moment. "You know better," he grumbled to himself. Teasing and mocking never got him one step ahead, and while he hated them all, and Will had fallen into a bit of a staring trance, Trav shouldn't have said anything. He pulled out his phone and found Karen Harlow's number. "Can I get Gretchen's number?" He sent the text and looked up as Queenie started barking nearby. That wasn't right. She barely left Mama's side, and Trav headed for the back door to find out what was going on. He found Ford and Queenie splashing in the pond, and the corners of his mouth lifted along with his spirits. "Howdy, Ford," he called down to his nephew. He scanned the surrounding area for Lee, Ford's father. "Where's your daddy?" "He had a phone call tonight," Ford yelled back. "Gram said I could take Queenie for a walk." "Did you get dinner?" Trav asked as his phone chimed. "I'm putting in pizza." "I'll come up in a minute." The 8-year-old waved to Travis and bent to pick up the bright blue ball Queenie had brought back to him. He tossed it back into the pond, and the golden retriever hurried after it, running, splashing, and then swimming to get the ball. Travis checked his phone and found Karen's question staring back at him. "Why, you're dating Shayla Nelson, I heard." "I wanted to apologize for teasing her," Travis said. "I feel bad I made things awkward." His phone rang, and he sighed as Karen's name came up on the screen. She was a couple of years older than him, married with a couple of kids. She knew everyone in Sweetwater Falls, and Travis had gone to high school with her younger brother. "Hey, Karen," he answered. "You feel bad you made things awkward," she stated, not forming it into a question. "Yes," he simply said. "I thought I'd text her and apologize. Plus, the caramel apples at Sweetwater Taffy made his mouth water with a simple thought. "Well, I'll be," Karen drawled. "I've never known you Coopermen to have regrets for the things you say." "We're human," Travis said, his tone turning barky. The breeze blew across the water, and Ford cheered as Queenie dunked her head to get the ball. Travis grinned at them, his life on the farm exactly what he wanted. Sometimes the work was hard, like today. He and Will had squeezed in a full day's workload into a half day, and that made for sore muscles and short tempers. "I'll ask her if I can give you her number," Karen said. "If she says yes, I'll text it to you." "Thank you," Travis said, and the call ended. He turned back to the house and went inside just as Will came into the kitchen, using a hand towel to dry his beard and hair. "Pizza?" he asked. "Yep," Travis said, "and Ford's out back with Queenie playing fetch. He's gonna come up and eat." "We should probably call Lee then," Will said, tossing the towel on the kitchen counter. He removed his phone from the pocket of his gym shorts, and Travis glanced at his brother's naked upper half. "Will," he said, a bit surprised, "you've got to show me your workouts." His brother had muscle upon muscle, and while Travis didn't carry a lot of body fat, he didn't have rippling muscles and 8 distinguishable abs. "Set your alarm for 4:30, Will said dryly, and Travis shook his head with a smile. He couldn't do that, and he marveled that Will could. His brother had always had the work ethic of an ox, and Travis admired him for that. "Uncle Trav," Ford called, cracking the front door. "Queenie's thirsty, but she's soaking wet." "Leave her out there, bud," Travis said, striding in the direction of the front door. "She'll be fine while we eat." He went out onto the porch just as Queenie decided to shake herself closer to dry, and both he and Ford burst out laughing as they got sprayed. "That dog," Travis said, wiping his hand down his face. "Come on in." He held the door for his nephew, who went inside. "Your daddy's coming," Will said as he unboxed one pizza. He grinned at Ford and met Travis's eye. "I got out another pizza. Lee can eat one of these by himself." "That he can," Trav said. "Ford, go get Queenie a towel to lay on from the hall closet. I'll get her some water." The pizzas baked, and Lee came over after his phone call. As Travis ate, he and Will had even found a bagged salad that hadn't gone bad yet. He looked around at his brothers. Yes, they argued sometimes. He'd literally told Will he'd cause an accident if he didn't pull over that morning. But they loved one another, too. They came together when necessary, and they all loved this farm and worked hard around it. Once his stomach was full, Travis dusted the cornmeal from his hands and said, "I've been thinking about Mama's birthday. I think we should do something special for it." Lee looked at him with darkness in his gaze. "We've been doing that for 5 years, Trav." "Something more," Travis said. "She's always wanted to go on a cruise, and I think we should take her for the holidays." He'd done some preliminary research, but he wasn't going to play his whole hand yet. "Travis," Will said, and nothing more. "Just think about it," Travis said. "She's not dead yet, and I think it would be fun for all of us." "Are you going to invite Shayla?" Lee asked, interest entering his expression now. Travis blinked at his brother. "I don't know." Lee started to laugh. "I thought she was your girlfriend, but land's sake." He leaned closer. "You haven't even kissed her yet, have you?" I'm going slow this time, Travis said, his gaze flying to Will's. He's going slow this time, Will repeated. Leave him alone, Lee. At least he dates. Lee huffed, and Ford looked up from his empty plate. My daddy's going on a date. Travis choked, and Will scoffed, the two noises combining into a strange cacophony of sounds. Lee shook his head furiously at his son, and Trav said, Lee Cooper, start talking. Nothing to say, Lee said, standing up and starting to gather the plates. The boy doesn't know what he's talking about. Travis looked at Ford, who watched his father with wide eyes. He zipped his lips, and Travis grinned at him. He leaned closer and said, Me and you should go get caramel apples this weekend. They'll be at the October 1st Fest. No, Lee said, inching between them. He's with me this weekend, and we're going on a father-son camp-out in the hill country. What's her name? Will asked. Come on, Ford, Lee said. Thank your uncles for dinner and let's go. Oh, come on, Travis said, chuckling. You don't have to go. I won't ask you any more questions about your mystery date. I will, Will said. So you should probably go. He grinned at Lee, too, who just rolled his eyes, waved his thank you, while Ford vocalized his and hugged both Trav and Will, and they walked out. The cabin seemed so silent with them gone, and Will met Trav's eyes. Do you think that's true? Do you think he's going out with someone? Travis shrugged, not sure why Will cared. He never dated either. I don't know, he said. From his reaction, yeah, I think there's probably some teeth there. Will grunted, and Travis wondered if he was thinking about Gretchen Bellows. He hadn't meant to make things worse for him, or awkward, or whatever. Listen, he cleared his throat. You and Gretchen, nope, Will said. That's not a thing. Okay. Travis opened the dishwasher and started to load in their plates. Maybe you can help me figure out how to kiss Shayla, then. No can do, Will said. You're the one with all the lady luck, Trav. You'll figure it out. Travis did not figure out how to kiss Shayla the next time he saw her. He'd met her at the October 1st Fest, and they'd wandered the rows of booths, trying on ridiculous hats, laughing at the old-fashioned pictures, and eating entirely too much junk food. He'd had to go inside her house to wash the caramel and chocolate from his hands, and Sweetie had had an accident in the house which had distracted Shayla. He'd hugged her, sure, said he'd call her later. Another week passed, and Travis almost felt like he was living two lives. Farm Travis, who got up early, milked cows, and ate dinner with his family, and boyfriend Travis, who texted flirty things to Shay, drove to town to see her on leftover night, and suggested things for their next date night. She canceled on him for that Friday, citing one of her employees had called in sick, and she'd had to stay at the store and run the showroom. Travis couldn't blame her for her dedication to her job, and she answered his texts lightning fast. With nothing on the horizon for them, and not knowing when he'd see her again, Travis showed up at the farmhouse one afternoon looking for something cold to drink before he had to get back to the milking stalls and all the Berthas. He found Daddy there with Lee, the two of them poring over a folder on the dining room table. Travis didn't wear glasses, but he didn't need them to see the maps, the trailer rentals, and the itinerary. Daddy never did anything without a plan. Hey, son, he said, hastily closing the folder. What are you doing here? I know you're going to California to buy cattle, Travis said, opening the fridge. You don't need to hide it from me. I told you Will would tell him. Of course Will told me, Travis said, shooting a look in Lee's direction. Y'all are going without me. I need you to stay here and run the farm, Daddy said, stepping between Lee and Travis. Sure, Travis said. I'm so glad you asked. He twisted the lid on his bottle of lemonade. Just getting a drink. See you later. he walked out, despite Daddy and Lee both saying, "Trav, come on." He didn't need to blow up at them today. He didn't like the seething, snaking feelings inside him that came when he thought about being left out, left behind, and he'd rather just avoid the conversation for now. His phone rang, and his heart tripped over its beat when the ringtone indicated it would be Shayla. "Hey," he said, sighing into the phone. "I'm so glad you called." "You are? What's going on?" He cast a glance over his shoulder to the farmhouse, a place that had always been a safe haven for him. Now he had to go help Mama out of bed almost every morning, and he couldn't even stop by for lemonade without the possibility of walking in on something he'd rather not. "Nothing," he said. "Any chance you're free for dinner tonight?" "No," she said, her tone light and flirty. "I was calling to ask if you'd come over for dinner tonight." "To your place?" She giggled, and he could picture her dark eyes glinting with the laughter. "Yes," she said. "Elaine's boyfriend just had a client cancel, and he has a vat of barbecue pulled pork he's trying to unload." "A vat, huh?" Travis laughed, everything better in only half a minute. "Yeah, I'll be there. Tell me what time." "I'll be home around 6," she said. "I'll make sure Sweetie is all taken care of. Elaine isn't going to be there. It'll just be me and you." "Me and you," Travis echoed, his imagination running wild as his heartbeat picked up speed. "I'll see you soon." The promise of a date with Shayla, just him and her, sustained him through the rest of the afternoon milking. His mind riddled through how he could kiss her tonight. Was she even waiting for him to kiss her? What if she didn't want him to? He showered, shaved, and sped on the way into town. By the time he pulled up to her house, he was still no closer to a romantic idea to take their relationship to the next level. He climbed her steps and rang her bell, and when she pulled open the door, he lost his ever-lovin' mind. Shayla wore a dark purple dress that went from shoulder to heel, and his mouth watered at the sight of her. Maybe that was from the scent of spicy and sweet barbecue sauce. No matter what, he took a couple of steps into her house as she said, "Evenin', Trav," and then took her into his arms. "Evenin'," he murmured, reaching up to swipe his cowboy hat off his head. "Shay?" He searched her face, trying to find any indication that she wanted to kiss him. Yes or no? He couldn't tell, and humiliation streamed through him. "Is kissing allowed tonight?" he murmured, letting his eyes drift closed. I think so," Shayla whispered, and Travis dipped his head and touched his mouth to hers. Flames licked up through his chest, and he took the gesture from a touch to a full-blown kiss, his desire and excitement for this woman climbing and climbing with every second she kissed him back. Chapter 14. Shayla would only admit to herself and Sweetie that she'd called Travis and invited him for dinner simply to experience her first kiss with him. The past few weeks since the fall ball had been stressful for her at Sweet Spot, and she'd only seen Travis a few times anyway. With her dog being sick and Elaine showing up whenever she wanted, which Shayla had never minded in the past, they hadn't been able to make this kiss happen. She sank into his stroke now, every muscle in her body turning to melting chocolate. He held her up because Travis was strong and capable. He kissed her like she was his girlfriend, and he never wanted someone different to fill that role. Shayla hadn't kissed a man in a long time, and Travis Cooper was a cowboy man god among men. She couldn't stop herself from matching him stroke for stroke, pressing closer to him and threading her fingers through his hair. He broke the kiss and slid his lips down her neck. "I've missed you." "I missed you too." Shayla hadn't invited him only for this. but she told herself to save her conversation and her ask for later. She sighed and smiled as he lifted his head and looked into her eyes. Travis wasn't like anyone she'd ever been out with before. He was a cowboy, the salt of the earth. He loved his mama and his land, and he wouldn't treat her the way some of her ex-boyfriends had. She wouldn't have to run from him. And now that she'd kissed him, her hopes of having a stable life in Sweetwater Falls doubled. She put her arm through his. "Come in," she said. "Let's eat. I have the food in the oven." She closed the door behind him and led him into the kitchen. "I'm not much of a cook, but even I can reheat food and put out sauce." "I like meals in 30 minutes or less," Travis said, smiling at her. Shayla bore the weight of his gaze as she flitted around the kitchen, getting out the aluminum foil container of pulled pork. She'd already set the quart-sized bottle of barbecue sauce on the counter, and she opened the fridge to get out the coleslaw. "He sent buns, too," she said, glancing at Travis. He frowned at his phone, his shoulders up and boxy. "You okay?" He looked up and flipped his phone over. Yep, I'm just dealing with Lee, and he's annoying me right now." He pushed his breath out, obviously trying to shake off the bad vibes. "Tell me what's going on." "We've got to get the red winter wheat in," he said. "I've got that this weekend, and he and Will are going with my dad to California next week." "California?" Shayla's eyebrows went up as she put the bag of buns on the counter. "You said you guys don't travel much." "We don't," Travis said. "Daddy's got it in his head to get some California dairy cows and see how they do here with our herd." He rolled his eyes. "He, Will, and Lee are each driving a trailer of them home next week." "How many new cows is that?" 85, Travis said. "I told Daddy he better be hiring someone new to help with the milking. I'm stretched to the max as it is." "And now you have to do the red winter wheat planting." "Our cowboys have been getting the fields ready for a couple of weeks," he said, "since the summer harvest ended." He ran his hands through his hair, and Shayla wasn't sure where his cowboy hat had gotten to. "I swear I need a vacation." "Do you ever get a break?" Shayla asked. "Not really." He put a smile on his face. "You don't seem to either. You know how it is." "Yes," she said, her voice dropping. "I do." Travis cocked his head, his eyes starting to dazzle her. "What's on your mind?" "I have a couple of things," she said, "but let's get our food first." She picked up a plate and handed it to him. "Come on, get up, cowboy. Are you too tired to fill a plate with barbecue?" "No, ma'am," he said, his grin finally relaxing into something genuine. "Tell me how Sweet Spot is going." "Good," she said with a sigh. Truth be told, she was tired. The Happy Family camper tents will be done on time, thank goodness. The launch is set for the first week of November. She piled pork onto her bun and reached for the sauce after handing him the tongs. "I lost a couple of employees, so I'm working on hiring new ones. I'm going to need them for the holidays." I'll bet." She put coleslaw on top of her sauce and pressed her bun crown over all of it. Glancing up, she smiled at Travis. "Table or counter?" "Wherever." He focused on building his sandwich, 2 of them actually, and joined her at the dining room table. "I like how these chairs are different colors." "I painted them myself," she said, smiling at the robin eggs blue one next to her. She'd chosen the coral-colored one, and Travis sat in the mint-green one. "And the tabletop?" he asked. "Yep." She picked up her sandwich and took a bite. The salty pork combined with the cool, crisp coleslaw and the spicy hot barbecue sauce complemented it all. A groan started in her stomach, and she was definitely Texan for how much she loved barbecue. "So things at work are going well," he said, leading her toward something. "Or well enough. So why did I see that trepidation on your face earlier?" I have a couple of things, she said, pinching off a piece of her bun and popping it into her mouth. Might as well get this one out of the way first. She took a breath and met his eyes. My mother adores Halloween. Like, picture the people you know who put out giant skeletons in their yards, huge blow-up pumpkins, and lights as if it were Christmas? That's my mother. Travis gave her a wary look, because he'd already told her he despised Halloween. Their texting sessions had told her a lot about him. She invited me to her party, Shayla said, pushing the words out so they couldn't poison her any more. She said I should bring you, and honestly, Trav, I can't go alone. My brother will have his family there, my sister and her husband, and she's starting to show. Desperation clogged Shayla's throat, and she tried to swallow it back. Tried and failed. It might actually be fun if you're there, she said. So let me get this straight, Trav said, and he polished off his first sandwich. After he'd chewed and swallowed, he wiped his mouth with a paper towel. I'm going to have to dress up for a party. 2 things I don't really like. Hogwash, she said, teasing him. You love parties. He kicked a grin in her direction, some hidden meaning behind it. I tolerated the crowds at the fall ball because your dress was so fantastic. Okay, mister. Shayla laughed while he continued to smile at her. I wear a great dress to the Halloween party. Yeah? What are you going to go as? I don't know. Cruella? Can I be a cowboy? Does Cruella date a cowboy? Sure, he said. Maybe you could be Mr. Darcy. I don't even know who that is. Shut your mouth, Trav, Shayla said, blinking at him. He shrugged and took another huge bite of his pulled pork sandwich. I'm a dairy farmer, Shay, not a reader. Just the fact that you know he's a character from a book means you know who he is. I'm not wearing some fancy-pants English dandy outfit. Shayla didn't think he would, no, but she had to try. It's my mother's Halloween party. Which leads me to the second thing, he said. I have to dress up and go to a party, which is bad enough, but I have to meet your parents at the same time. Shayla had an argument for this, too. There will be a lot of people there. And your brother and his wife, his kids, your sister and her husband, the whole shebang. Shayla took a big, deep breath. I'll come to one of your family dinners. Travis's voice muted as he searched her face. You will? You invited me, she reminded him gently. You said you might not be ready. You kissed me. He blinked, his food forgotten. That's what you were waiting for? I thought you might not be as serious as I am. You're serious? Aren't we serious? Shayla didn't mind the rapid-fire nature of the conversation. A lot of things with Travis were this way. Yes. Shayla looked down at her food and picked up her sandwich. She met his gaze with a cocked eyebrow. If you start another sentence with I and then move to something else, I don't know what I'll do. He grinned. Blow up? Probably. She took a bite of her sandwich and chewed, giving him some space and silence to consider what she'd said. He finished his second sandwich and wiped his fingers and mouth again. When do you want to come to dinner? When you're cooking, of course, she said. Maybe we can even cook together. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, he said. But I have some idea of what kind of hot water you'll be in at my mother's Halloween party. I'm willing to make this trade. Travis leaned back in his chair and folded his arms. If he had any idea how attractive that made him, he didn't show it. So this isn't about how serious we are at all. This is a trade. One horrible, loud, probably full of yelling dinner at my farm and I'll dress up as a stuffy Englishman and attend your mother's Halloween party." "No," she said. "Sounds like a business transaction," he said, those bright green eyes sparkling like emeralds and diamonds. "It's not a business transaction," she said, standing and picking up their plates. As she took them into the kitchen to put in the sink, she added, "It's the next step in our relationship." She turned back to him and returned to the dining room table. He took her onto his lap, and Shayla breathed in the scent of his cologne and the soft, clean smell of dryer sheets that came with his clothes. She watched herself comb her fingers through his hair. "Don't you think?" He kept his hands solidly on her waist, but he bent forward slightly and kissed her again. Shayla had gotten everything she'd wanted from tonight's dinner date, so she focused on the best thing that had come from the evening, kissing her boyfriend. Shayla turned her humongous truck off the highway, the quaintness of the Century Status farm expanding before her. She couldn't see the main farmhouse yet, nor the cowboy cabins where she'd found Travis lounging pondside with his brother. A small smile touched her lips as the road beneath her tires turned into dirt. It wasn't just normal dirt either, but some sort of perfectly packed and meticulously manicured dirt road. She wondered if Travis had to do road maintenance as part of his job description, and she determined to ask him. He'd told her he was in charge of the health of the dairy herd, and that he milked cows in 6 shifts all day long. She suspected he did a lot more than that around his family farm, and she admired his work ethic. All of the Coopers, actually. Today, on this quiet, sleeping Sunday afternoon, Shayla came to the T-junction in the road and looked right and left. The farmhouse sat to the left, almost gleaming white in the sunshine. Trav would be there. He'd driven his father and 2 brothers to the airport in San Antonio that morning, but he'd be back at the farmhouse to make sure his mother was cared for. He'd told her via text that he wasn't sure how to sleep in the cabin alone, and he might crash at the farmhouse until Will returned on Thursday morning. His daddy and brothers were each planning to drive an 18-wheeler packed with dairy cows back to Sweetwater Falls, mostly in the middle of the night to avoid traffic. Travis had joked that everyone would be safer that way, and Shayla pulled up to the farmhouse with a wide smile on her face. She looked over to the pot of low-alarm chili on her passenger seat, and then glanced at Sweetie as the little dog put her front paws on the console at her right elbow. "Let's go," she said to the canine. "There's a big dog here, but Trav says Queenie is nothing but a marshmallow. You'll be fine." She scooped the little dog into her arms and exited the truck. "Go on up to the front door now." She set Sweetie on the ground and then circled around to the other side of the truck. With the chili in her hands and a bag of swinging cornbread hanging off her arm, Shayla made her way to the front door. She rang the doorbell with her pinky finger and stepped back, her pulse running hotly through her veins as she waited. "I'll get it," a woman yelled. "Watch that sugar." A few moments later, a strawberry blonde opened the door. She huffed and wiped one hand along her forehead as if she'd spent all day in a hot, hot kitchen. "Oh," she said, her greenish hazel eyes widening. "You're Shayla." She was clearly a Cooper, if the bluntness in her tone was any indication. Clarissa, Shayla knew. Travis also had an older sister named Cherry. Clarissa also had the red hair and the same nose as Travis. Not much else about her was the same, but Shayla nodded anyway. "Yes," she said, lifting the pot of chili slightly. "I brought something to eat. Trav said you guys were down a few cooks in the family, and I figured if you didn't eat it today, you'd have it for later in the week." Clarissa put one hand on her hip and cocked it. "No wonder he likes you." "This sugar is going to burn," Trav yelled from somewhere inside the house. "It's turning really brown, Rissy." "Okay," she bellowed back, her head turning to look toward the kitchen. She faced Shayla again. "Come on in. We're just making dessert." She stepped back and took the cornbread from Shayla. Then she went into the house, Shayla and Sweetie in tow. "Look who I found," Clarissa said, putting the bag on the island counter next to the sink, and then hipping her brother out of the way. "Bertha's and Bovine's, Travis. This is burnt." "I told you," he said. "Don't go getting all mad at me about it." His eyes traveled over to Shayla as she set the chili beside the cornbread. He instantly changed, his smile taking over his displeasure. "Sweetie's on the couch," she said. "That's fine," he drawled. Clarissa started whipping the caramel, and behind Shayla the front door opened. "I'm here," another man called, but Shayla could only focus on the cowboy moseying toward her. "What are you doing here?" Travis asked, one hand slipping along her hip easily. "And with food?" "I made chili." "You said you didn't cook." "No, I said I don't like cooking if it takes longer than 30 minutes. "I'm sure chili does." "Not to put together." She grinned up at him, both palms planted against his chest. "Hiya, Trav," another man said. "Rissa, what are you making? Smells like heaven." "Salted butterscotch topping for the sundaes," she said. "It might be charred and salted, though." "You left me in charge of the sugar," Trav said, glancing over his shoulder. "I yelled at you when it started getting dark." "I was letting in your girlfriend," his sister shot back. Shayla wasn't sure if she should step out of the protective circle of Travis's arms. He grinned at her as if he didn't care at all about Clarissa's attitude. He turned and stepped to her side. "Shay, this is Rissa's fiancé, Spencer." "So great to meet you." "It takes bravery to be here," he said, grinning and shaking her hand. "Stop it. Stop it. Stop it," Travis and Clarissa said at the same time. Spencer started to laugh, and Shay liked him already. "Come meet Mama," Travis said, guiding her out of the kitchen and toward the back doors. "She's on the deck with Queenie." "All right," Shayla said, reminding herself that she'd come here to help him, sure, but she'd also come expecting to meet part of his family. She wanted to do this, and she kept her smile in place as he opened the French doors and led her back outside. Chapter 15. Travis's nerves screamed at him as he approached his mother. Despite her health, she didn't miss much, and he'd be surprised if she didn't know Shayla was here. Will was the fastest texter of all of them, but Rissa had lightning thumbs too. "Mama," he said, squeezing Shay's hand. Queenie lifted her head first, twisting nearly all the way around to see what Travis wanted. The golden retriever got to her feet, her smile instantly appearing at the sight of a newcomer. Mama had wrapped her hair, what little she had, up today, her scarf bearing the color and pattern of a peacock. She loved peacocks, and a half-dozen or so of them frolicked on the farm, courtesy of Daddy meeting all of Mama's wants, needs, and desires. She, too, turned her head from the serenity in front of her, her smile appearing quicker than Queenie's. "Oh, we have a special visitor." She started to get to her feet, and Travis released Shay's hand to go help her. "Just wait, Mama," he said. She'd been really weak today, and Travis and Clarissa had made a huge vat of her grandmother's mac and cheese in an attempt to give their mother some strength. Carbs usually did the trick, but Rissa had suggested the addition of sugar to speed things up even more. Travis rounded the edge of the porch swing where Mama liked to sit with Daddy and Queenie. Mama had started to scoot forward to the edge of it, and Travis steadied it with one hand and helped Mama to her feet with the other. "This is Shayla Nelson," he said. "Shay, my mother, Chrissy." Shayla's smile shot sincere sunbeams and ultimate joy into the surroundings. "It's lovely to meet you, ma'am." She took Mama's slight hand in both of hers, her eyes never leaving Mama's. Travis hadn't introduced a woman to his mother or family in a long time. and as he watched Mama lean forward and kiss both of Shay's cheeks, he swore he could feel himself sliding down some invisible slope and right into a big old silo marked love. He tried to slow himself down because he really didn't want to end up with a shredded heart again. No one he'd ever dated had showed up unannounced with food at the farmhouse. He wondered if she'd have done the same thing if Daddy, Lee, and Will were in town. He told himself it didn't matter. Shayla had come, and he appreciated it so, so much. Mama stepped back, and she smiled from Shay to Travis. His first instinct was to reach for and steady his mother, but he refrained as Shayla moved into his side. Mama beamed at them, and Travis wanted to press mute on her voice box before she could speak. He'd seen that look before. "You two make such a handsome couple." Shayla leaned into his side, both of her arms around his waist. Travis hadn't kissed her yet, despite his desire. "Mama," he said anyway, "it's new still." "Is it?" "Yes," Travis said firmly. "I think you've known her as long as some of your more serious girlfriends." "Mama," Rissa said, interrupting, "Daddy's on your phone." She held up the device. "Want me to bring it out there, or do you want to come in?" "I'm coming." She held on to the armrest as she moved past the couch, and by then Rissa had arrived to help her inside. "She's wonderful," Shay said, as the pair of them went inside the farmhouse. "What did she say to you when she kissed you?" "That I was very beautiful." Trav nodded, his eyes still glued on the French doors. "What did she mean about us knowing each other as long as your more serious girlfriends?" Travis's feet shifted of their own accord. His mind raced, trying to find something that wouldn't paint him in a pathetic light. In the end, Shay's gaze became too heavy, and he didn't want to tell any untruths to her. "We can sit," he said. "Mama won't come back out for a bit." He bent down and patted Queenie, then sat in the swing, holding it still with his toe while Shay joined him. He sighed as he put his arm around her and took a long moment to just breathe with her in his arms. "By Halloween," he said, "if we're still dating, and I fully expect us to be, our relationship will have outlasted any I've had in, at least 15 years. He towed them back and forth slowly, providing a nice, even rhythm to the movement. "Really?" she asked, but she didn't use a teasing tone. 2 months? Yep, 2 months. That's about all I get with someone." Shayla ran her fingertips along the upper edge of his belt. "Why's that?" "I've heard that I'm married to my job, that I'm too blunt, that I say things without speaking, that I fall in love too fast." He exhaled, "among other things." Shay said nothing, and Travis wondered if he'd just blown things again. He might not even get his 2 months with her, and he didn't want this to end. He rarely tried to fight for a relationship someone else wanted to end, but he thought he might in this case. "Fall in love too fast?" Shay's voice came out a bit higher than normal, but Travis kept his eyes out on the dormant cornfield. They let some of their fields rest in the winter, though he and the agriculture team had been putting in plenty of wheat they'd harvest in March or April. "Oh, yeah," he said, deciding to lay everything out. "I once dated a woman for a couple of weeks before I started talking about getting married. Apparently, that's frowned upon." He started to chuckle, but it took Shay a few seconds to join him. "Wow," she said. "What about you?" he asked. "Have you ever told a man you love him?" "No. You told this woman you loved her after 2 weeks?" "Well, not her specifically," he said, "but this other woman." Shayla's breath exploded out of her mouth. "What did your sister say at the stove? Berthas and bovines?" Travis burst out laughing then, because that was something he said a lot around the farm. I bet she did, yeah. Despite not knowing what that means, I can feel the sentiment of it, Shay said. Berthas and bovines, Trav. How many women have you been out with? Lately? Sure, let's start with lately. Let's see, he said, though he knew the answer. It's October. You're the third this year. He drew her closer to him. Neither of them made it quite 2 months, and I didn't get along nearly as well with either of them. Shayla nodded and reached up to adjust her ponytail. I'm not sure how we got back on me, he said. You were going to tell me about your dating adventures. Yeah, there haven't been any of those, she said, for a long time. How long? Years, she said simply, and disbelief ran rampant through Travis. He even turned and looked at her, sure he'd find that coy smile on her pretty red lips. He didn't. You're not kidding. She shook her head. Now you know why my mother thinks I need a 20-minute lecture every time I go to Beeville, or why she texts me long, random messages early in the morning. She shook her head, her shoulders lifting and then falling as she breathed in and out. They usually start, I was up last night thinking. Travis smiled and brought her back into his side, pressing his lips to her temple. Maybe she is up at night thinking about you. I'm sure she is, Shay said with a sigh. She relaxed into him. I've been really focused on building Sweet Spot for years now, Trav. Kylie and I started it a little over 7 years ago. I've been running it solo for 4. You have help, he said. Trav, Rissa said behind him. He twisted to look at her. The ice cream's done, and Mama wants Queenie. Yes, ma'am, Travis said, already on his way to standing. He did, and extended his hand to Shay. Come on, darlin'. Let's go eat ice cream in the air conditioning. She grinned up at him and put her hand in his. Okay, she said, but I want to know what Berthas and Bovines is. Rissa giggled and held the door for them. It's Trav's way of swearing, she said. Number 1, he calls every cow Bertha, and they're stubborn things, so when he's surprised or mad or whatever, he says Berthas and Bovines. So I used it right, Shay said, looking over her shoulder at him as she crossed the threshold and entered the house. Yes, Trav said after her, cutting a glance at Rissa. You used it right. I didn't mean to interrupt, his sister murmured. Mama. It's fine, Trav assured her, his voice also set on low. I've got plenty of time with Shay. He entered the house, too, the scent of hot fudge now hanging in the air. Mama sat at the dining room table, all of the toppings spread around her in semicircles. He chuckled as he picked up a bowl and handed it to Shay. Looks like we might have to arm wrestle Mama for a treat this afternoon. Nope, Spencer said, swooping in with a monstrously full bowl of ice cream. I've got hers right here. He beamed at her, too, and Mama sure did have something special about her that everyone loved. Travis watched Shay scoop up her ice cream and start to add toppings on it, hoping what he'd said as he'd come inside was absolutely true. He had plenty of time with her, to continue to get to know her, to enjoy her company, and maybe, just maybe, to fall all the way in love with her. Now he could only pray she didn't find him loud, brusque, or unthoughtful before that happened. You have got to be kidding, he said a few days later. He stared as Shay put the top hat on her head and modeled it. It's great, she said, enjoying his horror a little too much. There's white gloves, too. You literally just finished telling me about the Cookie Monster pudding cake, he said, glancing at the desk where additional pieces of his Halloween costume lay. He disliked the holiday with everything inside him, but he'd told Shay he'd go to her mother's Halloween party with her. "I can't wear white gloves."
"But Mr. Darcy wore white gloves," she said.
"And a jacket that's going to cut off my circulation," Travis said darkly, as she currently wore that too, and it barely looked like it fit her. "Can't we just, I don't know, act like we're going to be there?" "Of course we are. Can't wait, Mama." Then, on the afternoon of, something comes up. He made air quotes around the last two words. "I can crash a tractor or break my leg in the milk shed."
Shay took off the hat and met his eye, sobering. "Did you just offer to break your leg to get out of going to a Halloween party?"
"Yes," he said, as she shed the Regency coat and draped it over the mess on her desk.
"Wow." She wouldn't look at him. "You really hate Halloween."
"I don't hate Halloween," he said. "I can hand out candy all day and all night. I don't like dressing up."
Shay perched on the front edge of her desk. "Do you want to see my ball gown?" He swallowed because she did strange things to him. If she put on her Regency ball gown, he'd draw her into his arms, kiss her lips, and skate his mouth down to her perfect bare collarbone, and tell her, of course, he'd wear whatever costume she came up with for her mother's party. "She's catering steak fajitas," Shay said. Travis rolled his neck and pressed his head down with one hand.
"I'm going to go to the party, Shay."
"If you call me on Halloween afternoon and tell me you have a broken leg, I'll never speak to you again." She sounded serious, too, and he looked up and into her eyes. Something stormed there, and Travis had the impression that she hadn't told him everything about her family.
"Do you not cancel on your mother?"
he asked. "Not for Halloween," she said. "If we weren't going to go, I should have told her from the start."
"Okay," he said. "I won't break my leg on Halloween."
He grinned at her.
"I do want to see the ball gown."
Her lips twitched with a smile, too, but she forced her mouth to stay stubbornly flat and shook her head. "No."
"No?"
He took one step toward her, a new kind of giddiness galloping through him.
"Come on, Shay. You offered already. You can't just take it back."
"I can." She stood and started around her desk, but Trav put on a burst of speed and grabbed her from behind. She shrieked as he lifted her right up off her feet. "Stop it! Stop it right now, Travis Cooper!"
"No,"
he said, trying to employ the exact same tone she'd used when she'd just now refused to show him the dress. She kicked her feet in front of her, but Travis outweighed her and held on to her easily. He pressed his lips to the back of her neck, that high ponytail always showing her slender neck and tempting him beyond belief. She giggled and settled back into his chest. They swayed back and forth for a beat or two, and then Shayla turned in his arms to face him. She reached up and brushed his hair off his forehead. "Lee and will be home tomorrow."
"Yes, they will."
"I could bring dinner out to the farmhouse again tonight." Travis met her eyes, and he dove into the dark, deep depths of them. She'd come out to the farm twice since Sunday, and he'd come to town today. He liked seeing her every single day, and that was a quest he wanted to continue. He could get to know her better in person rather than via text, and the farm wasn't that far from town. He'd go without sleep if he had to.
"Why don't you come tomorrow night?" he asked. "Thursday is usually leftover night, but I'm going to call in for pizza. You could pick it up and bring it out, meet everyone."
Shayla started nodding before he'd even finished asking the question. "Yeah, all right," she said. Travis dipped his head and kissed her, taking his sweet time to explore every millimeter of her lips, giving himself plenty of opportunity to breathe in the soft, powdery, cottony, petally scent of her skin,
and hopefully conveying to her that yes, he'd started to fall in love with her. If she got the message, she didn't seem to mind it. In fact, she kissed him back as deeply, and she breathed him in as thoroughly, and Travis could only pray that she was starting to fall for him, too. Chapter 16. Shayla found Travis sitting on the front steps of the farmhouse, a perfectly delectable guitar slanted across his lap, as if she needed another reason to swoon over the cowboy. He grinned as he lifted his head, and he set the instrument aside and got to his feet. She got out of the truck about the same time Travis arrived at the vehicle, and his deep chuckle filled her soul with sound and her heart with light. "Howdy, ma'am," he said, oh so Texas proper. She giggled as he swept her into his arms. "Pizza's in the back." "Yeah, okay," he said, leaning down to kiss her first. She sank into his touch, hoping his brothers weren't spying through the front windows. She needn't have worried about that, as a car horn interrupted them only a second or two later. Travis pulled away, looking past her and over the top of her pickup. "Rissa and Spencer here. At least I've met them before." "Lee said the drive went great," Travis said, releasing her and moving to open the rear door on the truck. "It should go okay. He's the grumpiest of us." "Worse than you?" she teased. "Come on," he said, pulling out the 4 enormous boxes of pizza. "I'm the nicest one." "Besides me," Clarissa said. "She has moments, too," Spencer said, smiling at his fiancée. "Yeah, like when you scald the milk too far." Clarissa rolled her eyes and hipped the man at her side. Shayla had enjoyed her time with them earlier this week. Sunday dinner had been an easy affair with them and Travis's mother, so she had some hope for tonight's dinner. "You shouldn't wear such perfect perfume," Spencer said, leaning down to press his lips to her cheek. "Stop it," Clarissa said. "This is a family dinner." "They were kissing," Spencer said, grinning. "I haven't seen you all day." "Best do it out here," Travis said, stepping between Shayla and the happy couple. "That's what I was trying to do." Shayla grinned as he passed and then went with him. "Did I get it all?" "Seems like it," he said. "Will had come in from the farm when I came outside, but I haven't seen Lee yet. I'll text him when we get inside." She started up the steps at his side. "Did they go back out to work after they got here?" According to his texts, his brothers and father had returned to Sweetwater Falls Farm before noon. It was almost 6:30 now. "Yeah," Travis said. "Of course." Of course. The words rang like double gongs in her ears. Travis had already said he worked a lot. She'd seen it with her own eyes. But after she'd driven for 10 hours, a lot of them overnight, she probably wouldn't have gone right back out onto the showroom floor. Travis opened the front door, and a voice filled the air. "Not a date, Will. Stop asking me about it." "Oh, brother," Travis muttered under his breath. "Date?" Clarissa asked behind Shayla. "Don't ask him about it," Travis warned, taking the first brave step into the house. "I can't believe Will sterned this nest. I asked him to be on his best behavior." "Maybe this is his best behavior," Clarissa said. Travis led the way into the kitchen, where Shayla found Will, whom she'd met before, and who was obviously Lee, squaring off. "Stop it," Travis said. "Lee's not dating anyone. Lee, Will isn't going to ask you any more questions about this." He moved over to the island and set down the boxes, then stepped between his brothers and literally pushed them a few more feet apart. "Right?" "Right," Will said, flicking his eyes in Shayla's direction. He wore what his brothers did, jeans, cowboy boots, and a long-sleeved shirt the color of cornstalks. Travis looked amazing in blue and purple, but his shirt tonight was actually one of the most popular colors of the season, vermilion. Shayla had several tanks in the color, as well as some running leggings with stripes up the side in the deep red color. Lee said nothing, but he turned toward Shayla, Clarissa, and Spencer. "Hello," he said diplomatically. "You must be Shayla." "I am." She stepped forward, her hand already out. "You're Lee. Travis has told me a lot about you."
"I'm sure it was all good."
Lee smiled, but Shayla had the distinct feeling that he didn't let his mouth curve up as much as it could.
"Of course it was," Travis said, moving out of the way and opening up the top pizza box.
He continued to spread them along the counter while saying,
"Lee, grab the paper plates. Rissy, will you get Mama and Daddy from the deck?"
"I'll get the drinks out," Spencer said, and he'd obviously been to many of the Cooper family dinners. Shayla stayed out of the way, almost in the background, while everyone set about doing something. "Hello, Will," she said, as he hadn't been given a job. He smiled at her, and it looked sincere and genuine.
"Good to see you again," he said, stepping into her awkwardly and placing a kiss on her cheek. "Come sit down. Make Trav work a little tonight."
"I work all the time," Travis complained, but Shayla simply linked her arm through Will's and let him lead her over to the table. Clarissa came inside with her parents, and Shayla stalled in her movement to sit down. She stiffened at the sight of Wayne Cooper, his hand on his wife's lower back. He stood tall and proud, his cowboy hat perched perfectly on his head. He swiped it off, his bright blue eyes the contributors to Travis's teal eyes.
"Well, hello there," he said. "Look who it is, Chrissy."
"I've met Shay already," Chrissy said. Shay moved to pull out her chair for her, and Wayne helped her lower herself into it. "Hello, darling." "Good evening," she said formally, because she liked Chrissy, and she wanted Trav's mother to like her, too. She looked up to Wayne. "Howdy, sir."
"Daddy," Will said, "this is Travis's girl, Shayla Nelson."
"Will," Travis said crossly,
"I wanted to introduce her."
He arrived on the scene, and Shayla now had one arm linked in each Cooper brothers.
"Daddy, this is Shay."
He took his father's hat in his free hand.
"Shay, my father, Wayne."
"Nice to meet you," Wayne said, his voice nearly the same timbre as Trav's.
"Welcome to our family dinner."
He grinned at her, took her hand, and kissed the back of it as if she was some sort of princess.
"Where are you putting her, Will?"
"Over here." Will indicated the other side of the table where she'd been about to sit.
"Hang my hat, Trav," his dad said. "Then Lee will pray for us."
Shay settled at the table, and Clarissa and Spencer sat beside her, leaving a space for Travis on the end. Will sat beside his dad and left the last place at the table for Lee, who could sit directly across from Travis. Neither of them sat, though Travis had hung his father's hat on the hooks by the door, and Lee had properly positioned the paper plates at the end of the bar. The two of them glared at one another, and then Lee closed his eyes and dropped his chin toward his chest. Shayla clasped her hands in her lap and closed her eyes too, a feeling of belonging overcoming her. She wasn't sure how, when Trav had told her all about how grouchy and overbearing his family was, but the Coopers, they felt like family.
"Dear Lord," Lee said, "we thank Thee for our safe return to Texas. Bless our new cattle to settle in with the dairy cows we have now. We ask Thee to help us be kind to one another tonight and always, and we beseech Thee to help Shayla feel welcome among us. Bless Mama with continued health and strength, and bless us all with clear minds and willing hands to do Thy work."
He paused, and Shayla thought that was about the most perfect prayer in the world. Then Lee continued with,
"We're thankful for all we have, including this farm, the animals,
and the men and women we work with. Help us to remember what we've been given and seek to give to others in the same way. Amen." "Amen," chorused through the house, and Travis immediately indicated the pizza boxes. "There's ham and pineapple with Alfredo sauce, meat lovers, veggie because I know Shay likes that, and a chicken bacon tomato that sounded good." He pointed to the salad bowl on the end of the row of boxes. "Caesar salad. Mama, what do you want?" "Meat lovers and pineapple," she said. "Daddy?" Lee asked. "Meat lovers and the chicken one. I can come." "Stay," Lee said. Will, Clarissa, and Spencer got up and got their own plates, while Travis and Lee served their parents, and Shay waited in her seat until Travis had put his mother's plate in front of her, bent down and kissed her cheek. He came to her side, and she beamed up at him, fully enamored with him as she saw a more domestic side of him. She already knew about his love and care for his mother, but it sure was amazing to see again. "This is wonderful," she whispered, standing to go with him. "Yeah?" he asked, looking dubious. He shot a look at Lee across the table. "Wait for it. There'll be something embarrassing said, I guarantee it." He nudged her in front of him, and she picked up a paper plate. She took a slice of the chicken bacon pizza, as well as the veggie Trav had ordered just for her. She hadn't told him specifically that she adored veggie pizza. She had divulged that she loved veggie tacos, and he must have translated that to other foods. No matter what, it showed that he listened to her, and that meant a great deal to her. Zings and pops moved through her body as she tonged salad onto her plate, and she'd just turned when Wayne said, "All right, family. Tonight, let's go around and say one thing we used to love, but we haven't done or tried in a while." "Oh, brother," Travis said behind her. But Shayla simply grinned at those already seated at the table and went to join them. She could never imagine her family doing this, and her nerves jangled at her about taking him to meet her family, because it certainly wouldn't be like this. Shayla paced in her living room, wondering how long it took for a man to change into a suit. Travis had been in the guest bedroom for an extraordinarily long time now, and she glanced down the hall, thinking he'd probably gone out the window ages ago. "Trav?" she called, and the door opened a nanosecond later. He emerged, and everything inside Shayla took flight, her pulse, her nerves, her desire for the cowboy. He wore a hat, but not the right kind, knickers instead of jeans, a suit coat that hugged his broad, sexy shoulders and had tails that fell down the back of his thighs. "Oh, my," she breathed, pressing one hand to her heart as if about to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. He reached up and ran his hand down his face like he had a beard there to feel. He didn't, as she'd insisted that Mr. Darcy would be clean-shaven. He then smashed his hat down and immediately pulled it back up again, as top hats shouldn't be worn so low over the eyes. Travis entered the living room and swept his arms out to his sides, turning as he asked, "How do I look?" "I have no words," Shayla said. Plenty of feelings, but she couldn't vocalize those. At least, not so soon in a relationship. She hadn't been in a serious relationship with a man for a while, but she figured this warm, gooey, marshmallowy feeling inside her indicated she was falling in love with the man in front of her. The way he'd dedicated himself to seeing her every day since she'd driven a pot of chili out to the farm a couple of weeks ago meant the world to her. He'd said he liked talking to her, but he sure did like seeing her every day, and they'd committed to that. If he didn't drive into her shop or her house, he might take her to dinner, or she'd make the trek to the farm. They'd sat on his front porch while he attempted to teach her to play the guitar. That try had been pathetic, as all he'd really wanted to do was kiss her. She hadn't objected to that. He'd taken her on a walk around the pond, and she'd enjoyed the clean, earthy scent of nature with Trav's hand in hers. She'd wanted to try a couple of the newer restaurants in town, and he was happy to humor her. He'd even liked the Indian place, though the Thai place hadn't pleased him. "That bad, huh?" Travis asked, teasing. He knew he looked like $1,000,000, and the temperature of Shay's blood did, too. "You look amazing," she said, stepping into his arms. "Thank you so much for doing this." His hands landed easily on her waist, and he leaned down to kiss her. "I like this blue on you," he murmured. "Very pretty." "Thank you." She didn't let him kiss her for too long or too deep. She didn't want to redo her makeup. If they didn't leave for Beeville in the next 5 minutes, they'd be late. She stepped out of his arms and picked up her clutch. "We best be going." "Yes, ma'am." Travis escorted her out of her own house and to the passenger door of his truck. Her pulse picked up speed with every mile and every minute that passed, and before she knew it, she'd directed him around the last left turn, and her parents' estate expanded before her. "It's right there on the left," she said needlessly, as there were only 2 houses on this northwest road in Beeville, and just the one that looked like Frankenstein and Casper the Ghost had thrown up all over the land. "Wow, wow," Travis said, bending his head down to peer out his side window. "You weren't kidding." "That I was not." Shay didn't like the number of cars and trucks parked along the side of the road either, but she couldn't back out now. Travis found a place to put his truck, and she linked her arm through his after he'd opened her door to help her from the vehicle. "We don't have to stay long," she told him, and herself. "We just have to make an appearance. They want to meet you." "I want to meet them, too," he assured her. "It's going to be fine. You didn't run screaming when Mama asked you if you'd thought about your wedding." A smile touched her face. Chrissy had asked her that at the Sunday dinner she'd attended only a few days ago. Shay had stammered through an answer before Lee, Will, and Travis jumped to her rescue. Voices had been raised, but Shayla had learned that the Cooper men simply got a little animated sometimes. When that happened, the volume button got twisted toward high. The front door of her parents' house opened, and a wall of noise exited. Talk about a high volume level. Shayla flinched and started to warn Travis, as if he hadn't heard the music, the laughter, or the noisemakers that were going off with a very vampiric-type laugh of "Mwah-ha-ha-ha." She froze, her feet growing roots right there in the driveway. Her mind shrieked at her, and she really did want to run screaming from this place, right now. Immediately, her brain told her. Go, now! She couldn't move, and Travis paused too. "Shay?" he asked. "What's going on?" "Evening," the man Shay had seen said. He moved his eyes from Shayla to Travis, and she noted that he hadn't dressed up. Not really. He still wore his jeans, cowboy boots, and that dark, deep black cowboy hat. "Your mom said you'd be here tonight with your new boyfriend." Travis looked at her too, but everything blurred behind the tears gathering in Shay's eyes. "I'm Travis," he said. "Flynn," he said. "Don't worry, Shay, I'm leaving." He gave her what looked like a smile, but could have just as easily been a grimace. "I think I know you," Travis said, and Shay's stomach turned to ice. "You look real familiar." "We've met," Flynn said. "You dated a friend of mine once." "Oh." Travis sounded surprised. "I'm sorry, I don't remember." He spoke with such sincerity, like he truly was sorry he didn't remember Flynn's friend. "Kylie," he said. "Kylie Peregrine." Shayla blinked, her vision clearing. Her voice still sounded a bit wet when she asked, Is she here too? Shayla really would fly from this place if she was. Nothing and no one would be able to stop her. Flynn's eyes came back to hers. No. Relief flowed through her, and it surely shone on her face. Travis's arm in hers tightened, and he said, I did date Kylie for a bit, years ago. Yes, Flynn said, just like I did, and then Shay, too, years ago. She pressed her eyes closed, thankful beyond measure that no water leaked out. Beside her, Travis turned into a board, too. Good to see you, Shay, Flynn said easily, as if it really was good to see her. How he could think that, she had no idea. He couldn't. He didn't. He sounded so sincere, though. Nice to meet you, Trav. Flynn stepped past them, and Shay thought she might be able to explain things to Travis. Maybe. Possibly. Then Flynn said, And don't worry, Cowboy. She'll get tired of you soon enough, and then she'll chase after the next thing Kylie did first. With that cruel jab, he walked away, and Shayla stared after him, sure she could never look Travis in the eyes again. Too bad his gaze landed on the side of her face as he asked, What does that mean? Chapter 17. Travis had thought for a moment that he'd shake Flynn's hand and they'd get along fabulously. He did make a decent first impression, and if he'd met the man years ago, surely he hadn't done anything too remarkable. He had remembered Travis, though, and that wasn't a great sign. Neither was the way Shay stood rooted to the ground, one hand wiping her eyes, which hadn't left the closed front door of her mama's house. Are we fixin' to go in or go home? He asked, trying to be gentle. He wanted an explanation for what Flynn had said, but something told him to get through the party first, meet her parents with a smile, pretend or not, and deal with what had just happened later. Come on, darlin', he said, tugging on her arm. She stepped with him, and he led her up the front steps to the door. Thankfully, Shayla seemed to regain her senses by then, because she reached to open the door without ringing the bell. She took him inside, and Travis couldn't see any sign of distress on her face. He didn't like that, because it made him wonder what else she could hide away so easily. He'd never known Shay to cry, and she'd never acted terribly sad about what had happened with Kylie, her former partner at Sweet Spot. Of course, she hadn't told him the whole story there yet. He hadn't asked, but from what he'd come to know about Shay over the past couple of months, he didn't believe she had a malicious bone in her body. Something had definitely happened, because while Travis had been dating Kylie at the time Sweet Spot had been taken from her, when she'd lost it, when she'd walked away from it, when something had happened between her and Shay, he didn't know what had gone on. Kylie had broken up with him and left Sweetwater Falls. In fact, he'd thought he'd driven her out of town, and it was a text that had come in weeks after their breakup that had told him about the failed business and that she'd left town. He hadn't even known that until then. The party around him entered his gray matter, and he closed his eyes against the orange glitter on the humongous spider hanging from the vaulted ceiling in the foyer. Wow, wowee, wow, he muttered to himself. There was no way for Shay to hear him, that was for dang sure. His first instinct was to turn around and walk out, but his feet kept taking him forward. The house held people, but it wasn't stuffed to the gills, despite the amount of noise assaulting Travis's ears. There's my mother, Shay said, and she nodded to the left. Travis looked that way, and it wasn't hard to find her mom. Regina Nelson wore a massive faux fur around her shoulders, a dazzling ball gown down the length of her body, with bright silver heels on her feet. She'd donned a black wig, but it didn't help Travis know who she was supposed to be. The dangling earrings that threw light all over the house from the mirror ball were a clue, but Travis felt like he needed a detective to figure out her costume. "Shay," a man said, laughing immediately afterward. She squealed as she released Travis, and a man close to his age lifted her right up off her feet. They laughed together, and her brother's smile looked almost identical to Shay's. Travis grinned at the two of them. She'd said she loved her siblings, even if her sister made things difficult for her sometimes. "Introduce me to your Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth," he drawled. Shay clung to her brother's arm the way a proper lady would do, all while beaming at Travis. "This is Travis Cooper," she said. "My Mr. Darcy." "I'm Sam, the brother. My wife and kids are around somewhere." He didn't look around to find them, but kept his dark eyes on Travis. "Nice to meet you," Travis said, and he shook the man's hand. "Shay," another man said, and the roughness of his voice stood in direct contrast to the cutesy thing he'd said. She and Sam parted to let an older gentleman through, and Travis recognized the shape of his chin as the same one he saw on his girlfriend's face. Her father. "Daddy," Shay said. She tipped up onto her toes and kissed his cheek. "This is my boyfriend, Travis." Her dad slung his arm around her back. "Trav, this is my daddy, Aaron." "Howdy, sir." Trav reached to shake the man's hand, glad he was smiling so broadly. "Nice to meet you." "And you. We haven't had Shay bring anyone home for a while." "Daddy," Shay warned. "Has he had your breakfast burrito?" Aaron asked. "You could get him to propose if you'd just serve him that." "Daddy," Shay said again, her brother warning him too, but Travis had started to laugh internally. "That's how my wife roped me into walking down the aisle," Aaron continued on as if no one had spoken. "Breakfast burritos, with tater tots right inside the tortilla." He smacked his lips, and Sam pulled him away. "We're trying to keep him in the back room," Sam said. "Come with me, Papa. Let's get you one of those chocolate oat pies Uncle Merlin brought." "Thank you," Shay called after her brother, and when she turned back to Travis, he let his laughter out. "Breakfast burritos?" He leaned down and inhaled the scent of her neck, still chuckling as he exhaled. "How come I haven't heard of these before now?" "Because my father is a little nutty," she said, pushing against his chest. "He wants the laugh, Trav. You don't play into that hand." "Sorry," he said, but he wasn't. He had a feeling he could sit with Aaron Nelson for hours, rocking as the evening sunset and the older gentleman told stories about his life. And Shay's life. "Okay," she said, and she took a deep breath. "Let's meet my mom." She took him across the room, and the two women her mom had been chatting with both turned toward them as they approached. "And my aunt, apparently." She grinned as she stepped into her mother. "Hey, Mom." "You made it," her mother said, as if they were hours and hours late. Shay said nothing, and she didn't hold on to her mother for long. She joined the trio of women as she faced Travis. "Travis, this is my mother. Mom, this is Travis Cooper." "The boyfriend," Regina said, her eyes traveling down the length of him. He wished he wore his jeans and spurs and boots, though he didn't really wear spurs around the dairy farm, and his favorite plum-colored shirt. Rather, it was Shay's favorite plum-colored shirt. He hadn't even known plum was a color a shirt could be until she'd told him. He'd gone with purple, but she'd told him the fashion word for purple was plum. Instead, he wore a pair of saggy pants, the worst boots on the planet, and a too-tight jacket. "You make a fine Mr. Darcy," Regina said. "Doesn't he, girls?" "My, yes," another of the older women said. "My Aunt Michelle," Shay said, and though the music had just switched to some creepy chorus with frogs ribbiting in it, legit frogs, Travis detected a touch of dryness in her tone. "And this is my mama's very best friend in the whole world, Shirley Bent." "A pleasure to meet you all,"
Travis said, really drawing out the words and enunciating them in his strong Texan accent. He swept his top hat off his head in a big show and bent at the waist the way he'd seen the actor playing Mr. Darcy in the movie do. He and Shay had watched it last weekend, and Travis had only fallen asleep once. "How long have you two been going out?" Shirley asked, picking up what looked like a spider with 8 mini pretzels extending off the body, a chocolate truffle. "Had you had these delectable spiders? They're divine." She bit off half of the spider, and bam, 4 legs disappeared. "Caramel," she said. "Salt, chocolate." She smacked her lips and popped the rest of the spider into her mouth. "Who made these?" Shay asked, reaching for one. "Who says I didn't?" Regina asked, and Travis detected the undercurrent of something there. It was almost like Regina was competing with Shay. "I know you cater this party," Shay said without missing a beat, "right down to the Dracula punch." She grinned at her mother like her attitude hadn't penetrated some happy bubble Shay had encased herself in. "Gretchen Bellows from Sweetwater Taffy made the spiders," Michelle said, selling Regina out. "And the werewolf brownies. You have to try them, Travis. They've got raspberry filling, and you've never had a brownie this chocolatey." "Yes, ma'am," Travis said, wondering if he could load up a plate of sweets and take them to Will. His brother had some sort of connection to Gretchen Bellows, whether he'd admit it or not. If Travis sweetened him up first, maybe Will would talk. He let himself get whisked away by Aunt Michelle, and he sampled the bloody brownies and anything else the woman put in front of him. By the time he circled back to Shay, he'd met a whole bunch of people whose names he couldn't remember, and his stomach ached from all the desserts he'd eaten. "There you are," she said. "Come eat dinner, and then we can go." "Can we?" He took the plate with a hamburger on it. It was all meat and bun, without any fixins, and Travis wasn't sure he could take more than 1 bite. "Yes," she said. "My sister's husband made that, and he's 3 steps away." She pasted a smile on her face, and Travis turned just as a man and a woman stopped in front of him. "My sister Claudia," Shay said, "and her husband Jackson." Travis deftly put the plate with the sad, naked hamburger on the counter beside him and made to shake their hands. He mentally recited that he wanted to meet her family. It was important. He could smile and shake hands for another hour if he had to. He channeled his inner golden retriever, picturing Queenie's blissful doggy face every time she met someone new. All he lacked was the panting and sniffing. He congratulated Claudia on her pregnancy, laughed with Jackson about one of the silly names his wife wanted if the baby was a boy, choked down as much of his hamburger as he could, and filled up on potato chips. So, by the time Shay said they could leave, Travis's stomach rolled and grumbled at him for his dietary choices and the conversation he needed to have with Shay. After helping Shay into the passenger seat, he put the plate of treats her mom had fixed for him in the back seat of the truck and looked up at the October moon. "Help me," he prayed, and he rounded the vehicle and got behind the wheel. He sighed and started the engine. As he buckled, he glanced over to Shay. She had her head tilted as she worked on taking out one of her earrings, and their eyes met. "I'm sorry," she said at the same time he said, "What did Flynn mean?" "What?" "Flynn," he said, making the name very hearable. "He said he dated Kylie, and then you, and that you just went around doing everything Kylie had done first." He'd heard all of that, and not just in his ears. He'd dated Kylie before Shay, and it seemed like Flynn had too. "I just want to go home," Shay said. "We're going," Travis said. "But it's a half-hour drive, Shay. It would be great if you could fill me in along the way." "I don't want to." "I deserve to know," he said. "Do you?" she challenged. "Why's that?"
He looked over at her, the lights from the house illuminating her face enough for him to see the anger there. "Because," he said. "Because I've stuck around the longest?" she provided for him. "No," he said quickly. "Because we're together, and that's what couples do, Shay. They tell each other things." He didn't mean to put the truck into gear too violently, but he still did. His ugly plastic Mr. Darcy boot pushed too hard on the accelerator, too, nearly throwing him back into the seat. "Travis," she barked. "Don't yell at me," he said. "You're the one who won't do any talking." "I've told you things." "Not some very important things," he said. "I still don't know what happened with you and Kylie. I don't know the history of this huge company you devote so much of your life to." "Hey, you work a lot, too." "I didn't say I don't," he said, his temper rising along with the volume of his voice. He breathed in harshly through his nose and worked to tamp down his frustration and the level of his voice. He just needed to stop and think. Give her some time to explain. He wished he hadn't had to attend the party for so long, because he already felt at the end of his rope. Shay sighed, and he expected her voice to be pinched and higher-pitched when she spoke, but her tone was steady and strong as she leaned her head against the window and said, "I just want to run away." "I know the feeling," he said darkly. That was what he'd been doing when he'd first met Shay, stranded on the side of the highway, running away from the farm for a few minutes. "That's what I do, Trav," Shay said in a freakishly calm whisper. "I run away from things when they get hard. That's what I did with Flynn. It's what I did with Kylie. It's what I've always done." Travis kneaded the steering wheel, trying to find the right thing to say. "She'll get tired of you soon enough." He wasn't going to ask if Flynn was right, and she'd abandon him when she got tired of him. He knew Shay better than that. He did. He took a breath and kept his eyes on the dark stretch of road as his headlights illuminated it. "You didn't with Sweet Spot," he finally said. She didn't answer, and Travis finally dared to look over to her. "Right, Shay? You didn't with Sweet Spot. You fought for that. You kept that. You stayed with that, right?" When she didn't affirm right away, Trav's discomfort grew. He reassured himself that Shay wasn't going to run. She wasn't going to leave Sweetwater Falls. After all, her new permanent storefront for Sweet Spot sat right downtown. Chapter 18. Shayla stared out her window, the night landscape rushing by. She closed her eyes and saw no difference. "Run," streamed through her mind. "Run, run, run." She pulled against it, yanked, dug her heels in. "Right," she said, finally getting control of the wild horses in her head, the ones trying to get her to abandon her house, her dog, her business, and her boyfriend here in Sweetwater Falls. "Right," Travis repeated. "So you won't leave town?" "No," she said. She just wanted to leave her life behind for a little while. "Could you take me to Elaine's? She's got Sweetie anyway, and I don't want to be home alone." "I'll stay with you," he said. "You can't stay over with me," she said. "I know your mother and mine, and she wouldn't like that." "Mama won't know." "No," Shayla challenged. "Are you saying you won't need to go over to the farmhouse and help her out of bed in the morning?" She swung her head toward him, and she saw the answer right there, though he didn't look directly at her. "Do you want to change, at least?" "Yes, please," she whispered. She pressed her eyes closed again, reaching down deep inside herself to find her courage. She did want to keep Travis in her life. She absolutely did. "I moved Sweet Spot from Marble Falls to Sweetwater Falls a few years ago." She cleared her throat. 4 years ago. A little over 4 years ago. When you split ways with Kylie, he said. Right, she said. We'd already been looking to expand here, a second location. That's why she lived here and you met her, started dating and whatever. She wasn't here long, he said, his voice as quiet as hers. A few months. I only went out with her for 5 or 6 weeks, he said. Then she up and left. When she finally told me why, she said her business partner at Sweet Spot had stolen the company from her. That's not true, Shay said, almost yelling in the quiet cab of the truck. I know that, Shay. Travis's warm hand came down on her arm, and he gently coaxed her hand away from her midsection and into his. I know that. She was the one who wanted to bring on investors, Shay said, her mind casting back to the time when Kylie had burst into their shared office, so much hope shining in her hazel eyes. Everything about Kylie had been a combination of 2 or 3 things. Eyes with brown and green, hair with blonde and brown, a personality with sweet and salty, a mind with big ideas and even bigger fears. She didn't want to get a small business loan and keep the 2 of us as owners. I didn't want investors coming in and taking over what we'd envisioned and then built. If she'd have had it her way, we'd have had 25% of the company to split. Shay shook her head. That wasn't what we'd worked for 7 years to build. Travis said nothing, and Shay appreciated the time to just breathe for a minute. She tried to separate the thoughts in her head so she could articulate them. We argued for a long time. She went behind my back and started meeting with huge investors out of San Antonio, Austin, even one in California. While she was on vacation on the West Coast, I learned that if I didn't get the business out of her name before she came back, I'd be the one left behind. She was going to sign people on whether I agreed or not. So she was going to steal it from you. She liked that he hadn't phrased it as a question. I thought so, yes. Did you know her when she went to California? Yeah, he said. That's ringing a bell. Shay nodded, though she wasn't sure Travis was looking at her. Her neckline itched, the lace and gems starting to irritate her. She scratched along her collarbone, her nails only adding more discomfort to her needled mind. Anyway, I went to a lawyer and he drew up a new business license and documents that put Sweet Spot in my sole control. The words tasted like poison in her mouth. I wish I hadn't done it, but I believed, I still do, Trav, that if I hadn't, Kylie would be in my position at Sweet Spot. She'd own 25% of it and have no control over her own company, and I'd be the one drifting somewhere. Travis let a mile or 2 pass under the tires. Do you know where she is? No, Shayla said. I haven't spoken to her since she came back to our office, waving some paper that said she'd signed the first investor. So she signed them. She sure did, Shayla said. I was so angry, so angry. Shayla had never known such fury. So I busted out the new docs, and I showed her that she didn't own Sweet Spot anymore. I did, and that her contract with whatever investor she'd gotten was null and void, meant nothing. She didn't try to get the company back? She did, Shay said. I won in court. The last couple of words ghosted out of her mouth, which she found ironic, given the holiday. She hates me. I know she does. She has every right. But I didn't want to lose Sweet Spot either. He had to understand. He simply had to. I closed the home office in Marble Falls and moved it here. We've been operating online and at trade shows, fairs, stuff like that for the past few years. The storefront is new, they said together. I know, Trav said. His hand tightened around hers, and Shay had never been so glad that she hadn't been able to flee the scene of her discomfort quickly. She breathed. He drove. The radio hummed along at a volume she could hear but couldn't decipher. "Anyway," she said, "Flynn broke up with me when he learned what I'd done. He said he couldn't be with someone who could do what I'd done to a friend. I guess he didn't see what she'd done to me as the same thing, or what she'd tried to do to me." He still said nothing, and Shay would go mad any second if he didn't. "What do you think?" she asked. "I don't think anything," he said. "I wasn't there. I don't know what happened or how you felt about it. I take you at your word." "You once took Kylie at hers," Shay said. "You accused me of stealing Sweet Spot from her the first time we met." "I regret that," he said. "I didn't know anything about it besides what she'd texted me, and we'd already broken up." Shay nodded as the streetlights started painting the road ahead of them in yellow light. They passed the sign welcoming them back to Sweetwater Falls, and a few turns later, he pulled up to her house. "I'll wait here if you want to go change." "Can you come in?" "Absolutely." He got out of the truck and came around to her side. She turned her legs so both of her knees faced him, pausing as he put one hand on her thigh and one on her face. "Shay," he said, "you're a stunning woman in every way. You're smart, articulate, and talented. You see things no one else does, both in terms of what's missing in the outdoor outfitters market and inside other people, inside me." Shay's eyes filled with tears again. "I don't need you to be nice to me." "Don't you?" He didn't smile. He wasn't teasing. "I just want you to know I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to run from me. I don't want you to relocate mentally, emotionally, or physically." She let her eyes drift closed, but Travis didn't lean down to kiss her. She appreciated that too, because this moment wasn't about a physical connection. It was about him supporting her through something difficult for her. "I'll stay," she said. "I decided that when I first said right earlier." "Good." He fell back and let her ease herself out of the truck. He walked her up to the front door, where she unlocked the knob and led him inside. "I'll be fast," she said. "I know you still have a long drive home." "I'm fine, Shay," he said. "Take your time." He sank into the couch and then sprang right back to his feet. "I can change out of this outfit, too. I just remembered." His face split into a grin, and he followed her down the hall. He veered off first into the spare bedroom, and Shay went to the bedroom at the end of the hall to shed her dress and pull on her lounge clothes. As she placed her fancy earrings back in their velvet box, she realized she didn't want to go to Elaine's. She hadn't texted or called her friend yet. Perhaps she could get Travis to brew some coffee and hold her on the couch until she fell asleep. If he did that, she'd be fine sleeping here alone once he left. She returned to the living room before him, once again wondering what took him so long with that darn Regency costume. She had the coffee dripping into the pot when he emerged from the hallway, and she gave him a weary smile. "I don't want to go to Elaine's," she said. "Do you want to stay for coffee?" "Are you sure?" he asked. "She has Sweetie." "She'll bring her to me in the morning," Shay said, "or meet me at the store with her." She wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned into him. "Will you just hold me for a minute?" He said nothing, and every woman in the world should be held by a cowboy at least once in their life. A man who smelled like fresh rainwater and pine needles, who simply lent his warmth to whoever needed it, and who could hold a woman without saying anything for 10, then 20 minutes. Shay smoothed her hands down the front of her dress, feeling like the bright green number was far too formal for this event. Elaine had told her she wanted to stand out. She, Shay, and Jaden had gone shopping together, and they each wore a bright dress that reminded Shay almost of a 50s diner outfit, just more neon. "I'm so nervous," she admitted, and Travis finally looked away from his phone. She didn't want to be irritated with him, but he'd barely spoken to her or met her eye since he'd arrived a half-hour ago. He stood from the folding chair he'd been in, shoved his phone in his back pocket, and approached her. "You're going to be fine. The speech is perfect." His hands landed on her shoulders and moved down her arms. "You're perfect." She knew she wasn't, but she appreciated him saying so. She looked up at him, wishing she was better. He deserved someone better than her. Perhaps she could hold on to him long enough to become better. "Shay," Jaden said, bursting into the back room, "you have to come see what Gretchen is doing. It's incredible." She wore sunshine in every pore on her face, and she turned to head back out to the showroom. They'd spent hours and utilized plenty of cowboy muscles to rearrange the storefront for the big reveal and launch of their happy family camper tent. Currently, the tent, fully assembled and set up, stood behind a curtain Shay would lower at the precise moment in her speech. They had a big display of them off to the side, and Shay, Elaine, and Jaden had strategically arranged other products perfect for large family camping events nearby as well. She paused in the doorway, hugging in close to Jaden, who hadn't fully entered the showroom from the back of the store either. The curtain hung on the far side, with the boxed tents against that wall. Shay had hired Gretchen Bellows and Sweetwater Taffy to come set up refreshments, and she'd asked if Shay wanted a caramel apple station. Shay had said yes, not fully understanding what that meant. Her eyes saw what was happening, and she still wasn't sure what she'd paid for and agreed to. Gretchen, a pretty blonde woman with cascading curls down her back, had set up a couple of tables which held chocolates and Rice Krispie square bites. Those alone would have been enough for Shay, as she'd never seen such beautiful Rice Krispie squares. Some had been dipped in chocolate and feathery toasted coconut. Some had small tents stuck to the top. Some bore a hiking boot. The chocolates were immaculate, and Shay had sent Gretchen the logo for Sweet Spot, and it had been emblazoned on every chocolate in gold or silver powder. "My goodness," Shay said, pressing one hand to her pulse. "Look at those." As she continued to watch, Travis's brother Will approached Gretchen with a large, clear plastic bin. "Right here?" he asked her, his eyes flitting past the chocolatiers. "Yes, please," she said politely, and Will set the bin on the ground at the end of the table. Shay saw the attraction arc between the two of them, and she wondered if either of them would do anything about it. "What else do you need?" "Can you find me a place to plug this in?" Gretchen looked around, moving to the right, and a huge copper pot came into view. "Is that what I think it is?" "She's going to make the caramel apples on the spot," Jaden said, her voice filled with glee. "She brought a whole station. People can decorate it however they wish." "No wonder she has all those plastic sheets on the floor," Shay said, spotting them. "She's doing slices," Travis said, pressing in behind Shay. "Remember we had those at the fall ball?" "Yes," she said. "Let's go see what she's doing." Will turned toward them, and Shay lifted one hand. "You can plug that in on the floor right over here," she called to him. "It looks like it'll reach." Shay did her best not to take in the crowd along the railing above the showroom floor where she'd be speaking. More people had crowded down the ramp, and plenty pressed up against the barricade she and Elaine had erected last night. She arrived at the caramel apple station, and Gretchen met her eye. "I hope this is okay. I brought my least messy items, no sprinkles." A tray with 6 wells sat to the left of the pot of caramel. Nuts, cookie crumbs, and cinnamon filled the first 3. Gummy bears, white chocolate, and dark chocolate took up the rest. "They'll dip," she said. "It should be fast and painless. Plates at the end to keep the mess contained. I asked Will to set up numerous garbage cans." "I did," he said, returning. He didn't even look at Shay, who simply wanted a caramel apple slice to quell the jitteriness in her stomach. "Is there anything else, ma'am?" Shay wanted to tell him to ask her out already, but she kept her mouth shut. Travis had already embarrassed Will in front of Gretchen, or so he said. He'd brought both of his brothers last night to help with the arranging of the store, and she'd been grateful. Will hadn't volunteered to come early today, until he'd learned Gretchen would be there with treats. "No," Gretchen said, shooting him a pretty smile. "Thank you, Will." He tipped his hat at her, exchanged a glance with Shay, and made himself scarce. "It's time," Elaine said, her voice coming only through Shay's earpiece. "The mic should be hot, and the clock just ticked to 11:30. Shay nodded, though she couldn't see Elaine. The woman would be nearby, she knew. Shay found Jaden, and together they approached the podium that had been set up. Jaden stepped behind the mic first, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin." She let a few seconds pass while conversations wrapped up, and a hush fell over everyone gathered at Sweet Spot. "First, let me introduce the driving force behind Sweet Spot," she said, glancing down. Shay had no idea what was about to come out of her mouth, and she put a smile on her face, determined to appear thrilled no matter what. Chapter 19. Lee Cooper stood next to Travis, who'd camped out next to Will. The three of them waded off to the side of the podium and close to the curtain they'd hung last night to hide the new tent Shayla was introducing into the camping world. He could take every Cooper in the country out for a night in the wild in that tent, and he hoped they'd be the splash Shayla wanted them to be. He wasn't a complete ogre, though everyone thought he was. Lee carried a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. First, as the heir to Cooper and Company, and second, as a father to an 8-year-old boy. A single father. Not only that, but Daddy came to him for advice. Will did. Travis did. Even Rissa did. He had to know everything all the time, and his brain hurt with the weight of it all. If his family wasn't quite so nosy, Lee wouldn't have to justify his every move. He told himself to listen to Jaden as she introduced Shay, but his phone beckoned to him. If he pulled it out to see if Anya had texted him back, Trav would notice. Trav would say something. Lee would have to defend himself, again, and he was so tired of doing that. Out of his 2 younger brothers, Lee would prefer Travis to know. The man had changed a lot in the past several months. He didn't blurt out every question that came into his mind. He took longer to respond to questions and statements, as if he was thinking about things before he said them. He didn't seem as judgmental, though Lee had never really thought of his brothers as judging him or anyone else. Sometimes they could say harsh things, and it did come off as if they knew better than everyone else. Heck, that had been one of his ex-wife's biggest complaints about him. "You act like you know so much, Lee Cooper. You don't." The words still lashed him from time to time, though he'd been divorced for 6 years now. When he'd tried to defend himself, Heather had told him that whether he meant to sound arrogant and cruel or not, he still did, and she couldn't take it for one more day. She'd moved out that afternoon, and Lee had been living in the cabin on the edge of the wooded part of the farm alone since. He shared custody of Ford with Heather, and the boy did live with him every Wednesday afternoon through Sunday morning. Sometimes Sunday night, depending on what he or Heather had going on with their families. More and more lately, he'd been taking Ford back to his mother's in the early evening after spending the afternoon at the farmhouse with his parents and siblings. Lee wasn't complaining. He'd take his son all the time if he could get him. "And here she is," Jaden said, her voice rising. "Shayla Nelson." The audience clapped, and Travis whooped like he'd just won the National Rodeo Championship. Shayla looked like she might throw up, and she definitely tossed a look in Trav's direction. He didn't settle down, and Lee wanted to smack his chest. In his pocket, his phone buzzed, and that only sent his pulse into a frenzy. Anya had said she'd meet him here today. She claimed to be big into the outdoors, and he'd mentioned that his brother's girlfriend owned Sweet Spot and was launching a new line of camping gear for families. He'd made sure to okay the things he'd said with Travis, so he hadn't spoken out of turn. He hadn't seen her yet, but, of course, he wasn't really sure of that. He hadn't actually met Anya yet, though he'd been conversing with her through a dating app for, about 4 weeks now. They'd not been on any dates, so when he'd yelled at Will about not dating anyone, at least he'd yelled true. Instead of pulling out his phone, Lee glanced to his right. Only his brothers stood to his left, so there was no reason to look that way. Anya had told him she had short hair, a pixie cut. She'd said she'd be wearing her hiking clothes, whatever that meant. Lee wore jeans and a t-shirt to hike, just like he did when he worked in his yard, or with the cows, or out of the farm office. The only time he didn't wear jeans and a t-shirt was when he went to church, which admittedly wasn't all that often. He didn't see anyone in hiking clothes with a pixie cut. "Welcome," Shay said, and Lee did his best to focus. "I don't want to take much of your time today. Thank you all for coming to the unveiling of our newest family product in the Sweet Spot lineup." Shay wore a dazzling smile, and Lee could see why his brother liked her so much. "So much of my focus this year has been on making getting outside easier for families. We've got larger coolers and better, bigger backpacks for toddlers. So naturally, the next step was the sleeping accommodations for your family. My design team and I have been poring over the Happy Family Camper tent for several months. It's going to be made of the same high-quality materials all Sweet Spot tents are made of, because it's for your family. They deserve nothing but the best." She paused and nodded over to Lee and his brothers. Travis swiped his pocket knife through the rope holding the drape in place, and it went whizzing up toward the ceiling. The crowd legit oohed, and Lee wanted to roll his eyes. He wasn't sure why. This should be a great moment for Shay, and when he looked back at her, she wore a wide smile. "Travis Cooper and his brothers, Will and Lee, are going to be my demonstrators. Travis, show them how the entry allows even the tallest man to enter without stooping." Travis did that, really hamming it up as he entered the tent and came back out. He spread his arms wide, and a couple of people clapped while most laughed. "The zippers are whisper quiet," she said, "so parents can check on their children without causing a riot. Each tent sections into 4 separate rooms, and the main area has built-in seating. Lee?" Lee sprang into gear, having forgotten he was doing something, despite Shay just saying he would. He entered the tent, and while Travis held the flap back and demonstrated how to tie it with only one hand, perfect for the parents carting little ones, Shay said, he readied himself. "Lee will lower the seating now," she said, "while Will shows you the anchors." He met Will's eye through the mesh window of the tent, which Shay also spoke about. He held them down on the ground as if they'd been hammered in, and Lee made slow, deliberate movements to lower the bench from the thick canvas tent inside. He hooked the ties to the ceiling and looked at Will again. His brother nodded, and Lee put his faith in him by sitting. The tent didn't fall, spitting him onto the floor where his face would burn red for a month. The crowd legitimately clapped this time, and Lee had the feeling that Shay had a real winner on her hands. Of course, he'd also seen the price point of this tent, which boasted accompanying cots with a possible upgrade to bunk beds, so he wasn't sure. He did all he'd said he would and rejoined his brothers outside the tent. "My associates and I will be around to answer questions," Shay said. "Just look for the bright dresses. We also have a master chocolatier, Gretchen Bellows, here today, and she has some camping and outdoor treats you won't want to miss." Shay grinned at Gretchen, and Lee automatically looked at Will. He smiled at Gretchen, too, but it was the kind he wouldn't want anyone else to see. Lee's heartbeat thumped in his chest. Everyone was learning how to settle down, how to find someone to share their lives with. If he didn't get his act in gear, he'd be the only single Cooper left, at least in Sweetwater Falls. His oldest sister had left long ago, and Sherry had no intentions of returning to the small Texas town from her job in San Antonio. While the crowd surged, he got separated from Trav and Will. No problem for him, as he pulled out his phone to check on the buzzing that had happened earlier. It wasn't Anya, but some problem on the farm. Of course, there was always some problem on the farm. Lee growled at his phone and shoved it away. He'd found a spot out of the way between some clothing racks, and he used his position to try to find a woman with short hair. He couldn't see one nearby, and since he'd been a focus of the demonstration, if Anya had come, she'd know who he was. He couldn't help the thought that she'd seen him and hadn't liked what she saw. She'd flown the coop as quickly as she could. Lee moved away from the running shorts and started to mingle. He knew most people in Sweetwater Falls, though he wasn't as outdoorsy as this lot. He'd started to go by a group with men and women who'd already hit the chocolate table when he heard, "Yes, Anya, we're going. No more whining." His eyes flew over to the group. 3 men, 2 women, caramel apple slices. No pixie cut. His pulse boomed like thunder, rolling through his whole soul the way the sound did in the clouds sometimes. It could last for minutes, and that was how Lee felt as he stared at the dark-haired woman, not a blonde, who rolled her eyes at the gentleman who'd spoken. "Fine," she said, "but I'm wearing a normal backpack, not one of those ultra-sized things." She linked her arm through the man's next to her and smiled up at him. "You'll carry my things if I get tired, right, baby?" Of course the man agreed. Lee probably would have, too, if she'd been hanging on his arm and he had the chance to spend alone time with her outdoors. It couldn't be the same woman. "How many Anyas do you think Sweetwater Falls has?" his mind screamed at him. She'd given him her phone number so they could connect at this shindig. Lee pulled out his phone and dialed, almost without thinking. Not 8 feet from him, the woman with long, nearly black hair stepped away from her supposed boyfriend and pulled her phone from her pocket. Her eyes went wide. She swiped the call away. Lee's call got disconnected. He growled, sure he was about to go nuclear right here in Sweet Spot during Shay's launch. Travis would never forgive him. Anya lifted her eyes, glancing around her group, and then she met Lee's eyes. All the color drained from her face, and Lee held up his phone, a clear indication that he'd just called her, and she'd just ignored him. So she had seen him and not been interested. Why couldn't she just have said that? Why did she have to lie about how she looked? Was she really just going to stand him up? Or would she have texted later? "Doesn't matter," he told himself. He didn't stand there and let her torture him any longer than necessary. He went around the circular clothing rack, his aim the caramel apple table. He could easily overturn it while he roared like a lion, but he would not do that to Will, Gretchen, Travis, or Shayla. Instead, he muttered, "Don't call me again," out of the corner of his mouth as he passed Anya. As he strode by her and away from her, he once again wondered why she'd had to lie to him. He wasn't that terrible looking, was he? She'd seemed to enjoy their chats and texts. Because she's a woman, he thought, his answer plain as day. And you can't trust women. Chapter 20. Mama. Travis entered his parents' bedroom, the scent of bacon and coffee behind him in the kitchen. His mother sat on the edge of the bed, and Travis's heart plummeted toward his boots. "You're looking good." He managed to keep his voice even as he rounded the end of the messy bed. His mom used to make it every morning, but as her health had declined, so had her ability to tuck the corners tightly each day. "I feel good today," she said. "I'm glad." Travis would have loved to sit next to her on the bed, but that caused her to sink into him, and that hurt her back. So he crouched in front of her, one hand reaching out to the nightstand to balance himself. "You look great." He grinned at her, his eyes the same brilliant green as hers. They sparkled, and he glanced up at her hair. It grew in soft, duck-down patches, and she normally kept her scalp covered with a scarf. A variety of them hung on a series of hooks Daddy had attached to the wall on her side of the bed. His mother smiled back at him. "You're such a liar." "I am not," Travis said, mock horror in his voice. "You raised me better than that." He chuckled, wishing he could put his hands on her legs to show his love for her. But again, that would cause her physical discomfort. "Do you need help getting up, or do you want to try it yourself today?" "I'm feeling lucky," she said, a dazzle in those eyes. In moments where she felt good like this, Travis could see the vibrant, full of life and laughter mother he'd grown up with, the woman who'd snap at him to put his muddy boots away, and the woman who'd shown up at the high school wearing outlandish wigs and leg warmers for 80s Day. He'd been so embarrassed then. Now, he just wanted every day, every minute he could get with his mother. "All right," he drawled, pushing himself to a stand. A groan came out of his legs and back, too. "I'm too old to crouch like that." "I'm the one turning 68 today," she said. "Yes, you are." Travis couldn't wait to get her down the hall to the kitchen. Daddy and Lee had been making her favorite breakfast, and Will had been packing the balloons into his truck when Travis had left to come help Mama out of bed. Mama scooted to the edge of the bed, one hand reaching for the sturdiness of the nightstand, while the other fisted and went down on the bed right at her hip. Such concentration covered her face, and Travis moved back another step to give her space. He wanted to lunge forward and make her life easier, but he understood his mother's fierce independent streak. He possessed it too. She adjusted her feet a little wider, and then in one motion she stood. It took all of Travis's energy to keep his hands at his sides instead of flailing them out to catch her as she wobbled slightly. Then she lifted her eyes to his, and such joy lived there. Tears filled his eyes, and he moved into her to hug her. "I love you, Mama. Happy birthday." "Thank you, son." Her voice sounded equally as choked, and Travis took a few moments to hold her in his arms. "Okay." He cleared his throat. He'd been coming to help Mama out of bed for months now. Daddy had been doing it before that, but Daddy wasn't as young as he'd once been. As his parents had aged, Travis had enjoyed the opportunity to serve them, and he hoped he could continue to do so until the very end, which he also prayed wouldn't be for a while yet. "I wish the Lord would take me," Mama said, and Travis pulled back. "Mama," he chastised, "no, you don't. We need you here." She looked up at him with such life in her eyes, and he honestly couldn't imagine a day without her. He'd tried. He knew he'd have to endure such a thing. He simply didn't want to. "I'm just a burden." "No, you're not," he said firmly. "No one thinks that, not even for a second." Queenie came over and nosed his hand, then Mama's, and Travis looked down at the dog. "Howdy, Queen Elizabeth. Let's go see what Daddy's been cooking up." "I can tell he's burnt something," Mama said dryly, the mood shifting quickly with her therapy dog and the mention of food. "Probably my toast." "That's because you like slightly warm bread," Travis teased, as they moved toward the bedroom door, hoping his mother honestly didn't want God to take her from all of them. The warm bread was an old joke between them, as Mama really only wanted a light crisp to her toast, with hardly any brown coloring. In the kitchen, Travis and Mama found Rissa whisking whipped cream by hand and Daddy pulling a golden, delicious Belgian waffle from the maker. "There she is," Daddy boomed, his voice so loud. No wonder all of the sons had such barking tones. Travis beamed at his mother as she smiled at the love of her life. He wondered if Shay would ever look at him like that. Things had been going okay between them since the Halloween party and the launch of her new tent line. He'd seen her every day, and he sure did like that. She hadn't left town, and she didn't have plans to. He felt like they'd climbed Mount Everest, and he could see everything from the top of it. The problem was, he hadn't taken a step to leave the pinnacle of the mountain yet. He wasn't quite sure which way to go next. "Happy birthday, Mama," Rissa said, and that caused Lee and Will to join in. Will had tied a balloon, all yellow and orange, Mama's two favorite colors, to the back of each chair on the dining room table, and Lee had just put the plate of bacon and sausage in the middle of all of that. "Thank you," Mama said, accepting hugs and kisses from all of them, even Spencer. She met Travis's eyes over the top of Ford's head, who she still held in her arms. "No Shayla this morning?" "She's coming," he said. "A little late is all." "Grandma," Ford said, looking up at her, "come open my present first." "Oh, okay, child," she said, and Travis's heart filled with love for the people in the room. His phone chimed just as Ford picked up the small package, and he checked it. "Shay's here," he said. "I'll be right back." "Waffles are done," Will said, his voice guarded. "We're eating," Lee said, his eyes like daggers in Travis's face. "Go ahead," Travis said, wanting to roll his eyes. They weren't going to eat instantly. Ford was having Mama open his present, for crying out loud. His brothers probably knew Travis wouldn't just open the door and let Shay in. He'd step out onto the porch and take her into his arms first, kiss her a little, murmur how glad he was she'd driven all this way and that he was glad to see her. So what? He wondered to himself. He could miss a present opening and a prayer over waffles, eggs, and bacon. He pulled open the door to find Shay struggling up the steps with an enormous box in her hands. It had been wrapped in yellow and silver paper, and Trav's surprise spurred him to move faster. "What in the world?" he asked as he reached her and took the box from her. It was shockingly heavy, and he nearly dropped it. "What is this thing?" "It's a birthday gift for your mother, Travis." Shay's voice told him she didn't appreciate his tone. He couldn't quite see her face past the ginormous gift, but she opened the door for him and held it while he wrangled the package inside the farmhouse. "Wow," Lee said, as Travis's bootsteps landed heavily on the kitchen tile. "Over here, bro." Travis went in the general direction of his brother's voice, and the two of them hefted the gift onto the sideboard where a few other gifts had been set. Mama sat in her chair, a bright orange balloon floating behind her as she looked down at the deck of cards in her hand. Her eyes shone with tears as she looked at Ford, who stood right at her side.
She put one arm around him and hugged him tightly while he continued to talk about the game he'd bought her. "Foraging," Lee said, almost under his breath. "He thinks Mama would like it. It's all he talks about." "I've played it with him," Travis said. "It's fun. Mama will like it." Lee still wore a thundercloud in his expression, which was probably for how cold the waffles would be before they could eat. "All right," Daddy said, a touch of impatience in his voice, too. "It's time to eat. Mama wants to pray on her birthday. Rissa will serve the waffles hot, and we'll do presents afterward." He shot a look at Lee, who glared back. Travis wanted to bellow that no one had done anything wrong. Couldn't they all get along for Mama's sake? He shook his head and moved over to Shay's side, slinging his arm around her waist as Mama's voice raised toward the heavens. "Thank you for another year," she said. "Thank you for family, especially a good husband, good sons, and good daughters. Thank you for forwarding our lives. Bless this food, and we appreciate having it and each other. Amen." Travis's eyes flew open, and he didn't say amen the way he normally did. Mama usually prayed for much longer, and she hadn't asked for anything. He realized in that moment that Mama didn't want for anything, though he recalled her words from only a few minutes ago. "I wish the Lord would take me." "All right," Rissa yelled before anyone could say anything. "There are 4 waffles here. Mama's got 1. Ford, Lee, and Daddy, you're up." The meal passed in relative ease, something Travis could get used to. He laughed and chatted with Daddy, noting that Will and Lee had their heads bent together for quite a few minutes. They spoke in hushed voices, and when Travis caught Will's eye and raised his eyebrows, Will only shook his head. Shay didn't say much, and Travis wasn't all that great with drawing people into a conversation, especially her. She had a stubborn streak, as Travis had learned, and he didn't need her ire directed at him. "Presents," Lee said, and Travis picked up his raspberry and cream plate and then reached for Shay's. Rissa and Spence helped clear the table, while Will and Lee moved the presents in front of Mama. Travis kept one eye on the large, legal-sized envelope which contained the cruise tickets, his heartbeat skipping every other second. "Relax," Rissa said, while the kitchen sink ran, covering their conversation with the sound of water rinsing plates. "She's going to love the cruise." "You think so?" Travis asked. Lee acted like it was a terrible idea. "Have you ever seen Lee in a pair of swimming trunks?" Rissa gave Travis a dry look as she shook her head. "He doesn't know how to relax." "I can't wait to sit poolside and sip a fruity drink," Spencer said, grinning as he put another load of plates in the sink to be washed. "Come on, everyone," Will called over his shoulder, and Rissa turned off the water. She and Travis joined the others back at the table. Travis reached for Shay's hand and tried to catch her eye. Her cheeks held a bit of a flush, and she kept her face turned away from his. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing," she said. He leaned closer. "It's something." "I shouldn't have brought my present," she said. "Do the big one first," Daddy said. "No!" Shay practically yelled. Everyone looked at her, including Travis. She blinked, those long lashes fluttering furiously. "You can open mine first," Daddy said, the words somewhat stilted. He handed Mama a small box that definitely held jewelry, and Travis had no idea when his father had found time to leave the farm and go pick something out. But he had, because Mama opened a beautiful eggplant-colored box that held a silver necklace inside, a big teardrop-shaped gem hanging from it. "Wayne!" Mama gasped, looking from the diamond to her life partner. "It's too much. I don't even leave the house." "You don't need to leave the house." Daddy got up, his smile utterly perfect. The way he loved Mama was perfect. Travis hoped to have what they did one day, and he looked at Shay as if she might be the one on the receiving end of a jewelry box in 30 or so years. She rubbed her free hand up the back of her neck. He frowned and squeezed her hand. She glanced at him and gave a short shake of her head. Daddy secured the pendant around Mama's neck, and it was either the huge box from Shay or the envelope. Mama made her decision silently and started peeling off the yellow and silver paper on Shay's gift. "Oh, ma'am." But the paper had come off already, revealing a picture of a young woman wearing a blinding smile and an itsy-bitsy bikini. She floated down the river, her long tan legs flung over the side of a floaty. "Oh!" Mama's enthusiastic ripping of the wrapping paper slowed. "What is that?" Will blurted out. "They're river rafts," Daddy said. "They're not river rafts," Travis said. "Come on, Daddy." "It's for the pool," Lee said. "Ford has stuff like this at his mother's." "And our place," Travis said, "for the pond." "Why would I be getting in the pond?" Mama asked. Shay stood and reached for the box, which held 2 of the river rafts, pool rafts, whatever. "It's fine," she said. "It's stupid." Things clicked together inside Travis's mind. He covered her hand with his, but she couldn't move those heavy rafts herself. "It's not stupid. They're for the—" "You're going to ruin it," Will said. "It's already ruined," Travis snapped back. "What do you want me to do?" "It's not ruined," Rissa said. "Travis!" His name came out in a hiss, and she looked at Shay. His heart sunk. "It's fine," he said, reaching for the envelope. "Open this, Mama, then it'll make sense." She took the envelope, but Shay turned away. "Shay," Travis said, at the same time Mama ripped open the envelope. His girlfriend headed for the exit, and Travis tore right in half. "Shay," he called after her. Mama pulled the papers out of the envelope. Travis watched her, but the weight of all of his siblings' eyes weighed heavily on him. Even Daddy looked more at him than Mama. "A cruise?" Mama asked, her face lighting up as she looked up from the papers. "You guys are taking me on a cruise?" "All of us," Travis said. "We're all going for your birthday, Mama, over Christmas." Pure delight etched its way around her eyes. "This is wonderful." She hugged the papers to her chest. "What about the farm?" She met Daddy's eyes. "You never leave the farm." "We have good men and women who can manage without us for a few days," Daddy said, beaming at his wife. "It was Travis's idea. He met with a travel agent in town and put it all together." "Get over here, my boy." Mama reached for Travis with both arms, and he hurried around the table. He hugged his mother, his eyes pressing closed for a couple of moments. When he opened them, he looked toward the wide doorway that led into the living room and then out the front door. He hoped to find Shay standing there watching. She wasn't. "Go find Shay," Mama said, releasing him. "Wayne, help me up so I can get these floaties out. They look amazing, and we're going to need them on our cruise." Travis grinned at Lee and Will, who smiled back. They'd all do anything for their mother, but Travis finally felt vindicated. Neither of his brothers had thought a cruise was a good idea, but Mama clearly thought differently. Now he just had to find Shay, figure out what was going on, and then ask her to go to Cozumel, Grand Cayman, and Jamaica with him. Chapter 21. Shayla pressed her back into the west side of the farmhouse, Travis's voice calling her name reverberating through her head. He said it again, and she pushed away from the perfectly white siding. Everything about the family, this farm, this fantasy life was so, well, fantastical. Shay didn't deserve any of them, and she couldn't go on the Christmas cruise with Travis and his family. He hadn't asked her to yet, but he would. She knew he would. She had to come clean with him. She rounded the corner of the house, and he stopped jogging across the lawn. He froze the way she suspected deer did when they perked their ears up to listen for danger. "There you are," he said, thawing quickly and hurrying toward her again. "You didn't have to leave. Mama loves the floaties now that she knows about the cruise." "I didn't mean to ruin anything." "I should have had her open the cruise envelope first," he said. "It's my fault." He reached her, but Shay didn't want his comfort. She still let him take her into his arms. She didn't melt the way she normally did, and she felt it. Travis must be able to as well. "Tell me what's going on," he said. "You've been, I don't know, weird or aloof or something for a week or so now." "I'm just really busy at work," she said, her standard excuse. "That's not it," he said. "I'm dealing with a lot with my family," she said. "Claudia wants me to go shopping for cribs with her. My mom said a pie baking Saturday." Shay didn't want to do either of those. Every time she spent any time with Trav's family, she realized how dysfunctional hers was. She shouldn't compare, but she couldn't help herself. "I didn't mean to blame you in there," he said. "I know." "This isn't about your family." He pulled away, taking the warmth and safety of his arms with him. "Talk to me, Shay." "I don't want to break up," she said. His brow furrowed, and he moved back another step. "Wow, I wasn't expecting that." "I can't go on the cruise with you," she blurted out. "I want to, but I can't." "Why not?" "I have to work." "Come on," he said, exhaling heavily. "My family never takes a break from work. Literally never. I can't remember the last time Lee took an hour off, even when he had walking pneumonia. If we can take 6 days for a cruise, so can you." "I don't want to." The words landed like hammers, and she witnessed the blow of each one. Travis flinched with them, shudders coming up over his eyes. "Christmas is such a busy time," she said. "Your family is wonderful. You're wonderful. I work in retail. I can't take time off at the holidays." He nodded, his jaw jumping. "So this is just about the cruise?" "Yes." "You don't want to break up with me?" "No." "You've been distant," he said. "Tell me I wasn't imagining that." Shay couldn't deny it. "You weren't," she said. "I just didn't know how to tell you. I don't want to prioritize work over you. I understand if you'd rather, I don't know, find someone else to take on your family cruise." Travis wore confusion now, and he shook his head. "Why would I do that?" He put one hand under her chin. "Shay, I don't get this conversation at all." I don't feel like I'm good enough to be a Cooper. I make different choices than y'all make." Travis opened his mouth to say something, thought better of it, and pressed his lips together. "It's fine." "Is it?" "Yes." He stepped back again and extended his hand toward her, not taking her hand in his, but offering it for her to take. She did, sighing as she slipped her fingers between his. "Come back inside. Mama is so excited about the floaties. You'll see." Shay went with him because she did love Chrissy Cooper. She wanted the woman to be happy, and as she watched Wayne blowing up the oversized floaties, she hugged the older woman. "Happy birthday," she said. "These are the best rafts for the outdoors. We sell a ton of them at Sweet Spot." "I can't wait to use them," Mama gushed. "Thank you, Shay. Thank you so much." She smiled and migrated back to Travis's side. She wasn't normally so self-conscious, but everything about the Coopers made her feel less than, and she had the distinct thought, that she better figure all of that out, or she was going to lose her place at Travis's side among them. "I don't know, Mom," Shay said, immediately stuffing a broccoli tree in her mouth. She really wanted a sleeve of saltines and a cube of butter. She could run off all the calories in the morning. Her mind wandered while her mother started in on her again about how long it took her to fall in love with Daddy. Of course, theirs had been a romance made in heaven, and if Shayla was smart, she wouldn't let Travis get away. Or some such. She'd heard it all before, so she hadn't really been paying attention to her mother's lectures for the past few years. This one was probably number 32, and Shay had heard it 1,000 times. She thought about the last time she'd stress-ate saltine and butter sandwiches. Travis had been standing in her kitchen, watching her smear butter on the crackers, then him laughing as she salted them. "What?" she'd asked. "What? You salted that butter." "These are no salt crackers," she had said, which had made him tip his head back and laugh, laugh, laugh. Travis had a great laugh. "Shay," her mother barked, "are you even listening to me? Turn off that timer." Shay flew into motion and jabbed at the button on the stove to get the beeping timer to stop making so much noise. She grabbed the oven mitts and pulled out the pie crust she and her mother had been blind baking. "It looks good," she said. "It's too blonde," Mom said, and Shay could have mouthed it along with her. "Mom, it's done." Shay wouldn't let her mom put it back in, and she moved it over to the cooling rack with the cookie crust they'd baked already. "Do you have the peaches done?" "Right here." Her mom lifted the bowl, and Shay hoped she could sneakily add another teaspoon of gelatin. Her mother always made the runniest pies, and Shay didn't think an adjective like that belonged anywhere in a dessert description. "You haven't said how things are going with Travis," Mom said, as she started to pour the fruit into one of the baked and cooled crusts. "Yeah, Shay kept her head bent as she reached for a recipe card. A chocolate mousse needed to be made for the cookie crust, and it was a finicky recipe. Maybe she could focus on that, and her mother would forget all about her boyfriend. "Yeah, right," she thought, "and maybe a meteor will fall to Earth and land right here on the house in Beeville." "You're still seeing him, aren't you?" Mom asked. "Yeah, of course," Shay said. "We see each other every day." That much hadn't changed between them. The length of Travis's visits had, and she hadn't been out to the farm for a week or so. The holidays were a terribly busy time in retail, and Travis said their new dairy cows hadn't settled into their new farm as easily as everyone had hoped they would. But Shay knew it was more than that. She'd closed some door between them, and Travis had let her. She wished he hadn't, but he had. It would make running so much easier, and her chest vibrated with the need to put on her best marathon shoes and just hit the road. "Why didn't he come today?" Mom asked. "You said he might be able to." "The Berthas were being stubborn," she said. "Berthas?" Shay sighed and rolled her neck. "Mom, I don't want to talk about Travis anymore, okay?" "Okay," her mom said, her voice high-pitched and full of false cheer. "I get it. I ask too many questions." Shay glanced over to her mother, whom she'd gotten her dark hair and dark eyes from. She hadn't gotten the baking gene, but Shay could live with that. "I'll make the chocolate mousse," she said. "Do you want to make the pumpkin or the pecan?" Perhaps if Shay threw her whole concentration into making pies, she wouldn't have to obsess over what the next step in her relationship with Travis should be. Shay's head pounded. Her phone hadn't chimed since she'd texted Travis about the Camping USA executive appearing in her office unscheduled. And a little bit miffed. Majorly miffed, if Shayla were being honest. She had managed to calm Zachary enough to figure out what had brought him all the way from the home office in Littleton, Colorado, to Sweetwater Falls, Texas. The Happy Camper family tent barcodes had been printed incorrectly. That was something Shay could potentially fix, but it had taken her and Zach quite a long time to get to the heart of the problem. She'd insisted that the price on the Happy Camper tents wasn't $2,000. Well, it was, but they were doing an introductory and holiday pricing schedule through December 24th. The tents were only $9.99 until then. But according to Zach and the six tents he'd flown into town with, the price kept ringing up at double that. Then his employees had to do a 50% price reduction, and their paychecks were getting dinged for offering too many discounts. Shay didn't want to tell him that his business model for how he treated his employees wasn't her problem, even though it wasn't. The tents in her store rang up correctly, as she demonstrated to him time and time again. His didn't, as he was just as adamant about. The only blessing of his arrival was that Sweet Spot had been closed for 10 minutes already. He'd pounded angrily on the metal door behind the desk, demanding to be let in. She couldn't even imagine dealing with him while customers tried to shop. There may have been some heated moments, some exchanged words and glares, mostly from him. He was her customer, and she was trying to make things right for him. In the end, she'd pulled a tent from the back room, one that had just arrived on a truck from the construction facility in San Antonio, and it too had rung up incorrectly. That had led both of them to examine the barcodes more closely, and then Shay had gotten on the phone with her pricing manager and then the company that provided the barcodes for her product. "Yes, I'm still here," she said, as a woman's voice chirped in her ear. "I'm so sorry, ma'am," the woman drawled, "but we can't change the price on our end. You have the barcodes in your account, and you can set whatever price you want on them." Shay stared at the long list of codes only 10 inches from her face. Whenever she blinked, she saw black and white lines with numbers. "I can't," she said. "They're grayed out, as I said, and I can't alter them." "On our end, you can. You might need to wait 24 hours and try again." Shay pressed her eyes closed, so ready for this day to be over. 2 more employees had quit, and she didn't have replacements for them. She couldn't move the nearly expired energy bars, despite lowering the price, and she'd have to toss them by the end of the week. And because of Zach's appearance and the subsequent fiasco she still hadn't fixed, she'd texted Travis to cancel their 3-month anniversary dinner and hadn't heard back. "Okay," she said feebly. "I'll wait and try again. If it doesn't work, I'll call back." "Great," the woman chirped. "If there's anything else we can do for you, let us know." Shay wanted to tell her there was plenty she could do, including changing the prices on all of the barcodes that had been programmed wrong. Instead, she hung up as the automated "Give us your feedback on this call" message started to play in her ears. She swiveled toward Zach, who perched on the end of the table where she and her staff ate lunch. "They can't fix them. They say I should be able to, but they're grayed out." "I heard all that," he said. "I can print stickers," she said. "You can get them out to your people, and they can use those over the sewn-in codes." "Let's do both," he said. "You keep trying to fix the ones we've got, because that's going to be far easier than me mailing out stickers to my 300 stores." Shay nodded, her teeth pressing together. Of course, he had to make sure she understood the gravity of the situation. Camping USA was the largest outdoor retailer in the country. If she didn't have her products in their stores, she'd lose a huge chunk of her business. Her one storefront in dinky, homegrown Sweetwater Falls wasn't anything compared to Camping USA. "I'm so sorry," she said as she got to her feet. Her legs felt like someone had made the bones into rubber, and they barely held her up. "You could have called." Before he could answer,
Another angry fist landed on the metal door to her right. Both she and Zach looked that way, and Shay got herself moving in that direction. Something told her not to open the door, but then she heard Trav's voice. "Shay," he called, "are you in there?" Relief punched through her. He'd rescue her and whisk her off to dinner. She'd finally accept his invitation to his family's Thanksgiving dinner and invite him to pie night at her parents' place. With the holiday next week, she needed to do both. It took a couple of seconds to flip all the locks, during which Zach pressed in close behind her. "Do you know this guy?" "Yeah," Shay said, opening the door. "It's my—" "Finally," Travis barked. He lowered his phone from his ear. His eyes flashed with danger and furious fire. "I've been trying to get in touch with you for hours." "I texted you," she said, but Travis stepped into her, clearly not in listening mode. "Who's this guy?" "This is Zach." "You know what? I don't care." Travis almost seemed wild, his anger ascent on the air. "I'm tired of this game, Shay. I've been sitting over at that restaurant for an hour and a half trying to get in touch with you. At first I was like, oh, haha, she's just late. Then I actually started to worry, like legit worry." He paced in the back room office, completely upset. Shay looked at her phone while trying to listen to him, too. Tired of this game? What did that mean? Her text had gone through. At least on her end it said delivered. She held up her device. "I texted you." "No, you didn't." He glared at her. "I should have known you'd be at work, but once I finally found the tiny bit of self-respect I have, I left the restaurant and went to your house. You weren't there, so I came here." "There was an emergency," she said. "There always is," he bit out. He finally stopped pacing, and Shay simply looked at him. She was so tired, too, beyond tired. "I'll go," Zach said from somewhere outside her line of vision. "We'll talk in the morning." "Sure." Shay lifted her hand in some sort of weak wave, and the metal door slammed behind Zach after he left. Travis stood there, his fists clenched, staring at her. "Well," he finally challenged, "who was that guy, and why will you be talking to him in the morning?" Chapter 22. Travis could barely see straight. He'd been making such an effort to see Shay every single day. He lived a long way from town, and he made the drive far more often than she did. He felt like he was chasing her, and she'd gotten in her truck and was driving away from him as fast as she could. She'd said she couldn't go on the Christmas cruise with them. Fine, he'd told her, and it was fine. Rissa would bring Spencer, but they'd be married by then. No big deal. Cherry didn't have a boyfriend, and Will and Lee hadn't dated anyone in a while. Travis would fit right into his family the way he always had. If he didn't feel so different inside his own skin, that would be fine. But that wasn't Shay's problem. He saw how busy Sweet Spot was now, and the bigger shopping days of the year hadn't even come yet. She'd been withdrawn since the Halloween party at her mom's. Travis had tried to coax things out of her, but when Shay didn't want to talk, she didn't. She was stubborn and headstrong, which allowed her to ensure quality products for her shop, but made her somewhat intimidating and unapproachable in relationships. At the moment, she looked like she might cry, and Travis took a deep breath to attempt to tame some of the irritation still firing through him. She'd run down a dark alley to get away from him, and he'd followed her. He'd confronted her. It's time, he told himself. He was one breath away from falling in love with her, and though he'd packed up everything he'd taken to the restaurant where they were supposed to meet that evening, he could still see it all laid out. The red roses, the jewelry box, the card. He'd tried to be romantic, and he'd come up with everything himself. Shay didn't wear a lot of jewelry, but she did love a good bracelet, and he'd gotten her one that could hold tiny charms. He'd purchased a hiking boot and a cowboy hat for her 2 initial ones, and she could choose up to 4 more on her own. He'd scrawled a sentiment on the card, and he'd fully anticipated arriving early, getting set up, and then falling all the way in love with the woman once she arrived. As she walked toward him and saw everything he'd done for her, she'd forget about her inferiority complex toward his family, and she'd realize how much they belonged together. Perhaps Trav was too romantic. All of his own doubts would dry up when she kissed him. All of the worry he'd experienced over the past couple of weeks since Shay had started to retreat inside her shell would simply be gone. He wasn't planning to propose tonight or anything, but the date had felt pivotal, and she hadn't shown up. She hadn't answered any of his calls or texts. For all he knew, she'd packed everything she'd owned and fled Sweetwater Falls. He hadn't said that, but it was the main reason he'd gone to her house first, instead of coming to Sweet Spot to see if she'd lost track of the time at work. Of course she had. In that moment, with Shay studying the ground, silent, and Travis's questions still bouncing around the rafters, he realized the woman was already in a very serious relationship. She was married to Sweet Spot. "I have to go," he said, his throat closing around the words. "Go?" Shay repeated. He brushed by her. "It's already late, Shay. I waited at Harper's for almost 2 hours." Could she hear the desperation in his voice, the longing, the pure fury? He'd never been great at hiding his feelings. He paused with his hand on the doorknob, his back to her. "Just answer me with yes or no. Have your feelings changed since the last time you ran away from me? Remember when you hid by the side of the house at Mama's birthday party? You said you didn't want to break up." Travis turned to face her, because if she didn't want to be with him, she'd have to look him in the face and say it. "Has that changed? Just yes or no works." Shay looked like a piece of taffy, first being pulled one way and then stretched the other. She rolled her neck and wiped one hand down her weary face. "I don't know, Travis." "You don't know." Something hardened inside of him. All of the blood rushing into his heart turned to cement, and he labored for breath. "Okay, great. That's just fantastic. You know what, Shay? I'm done. You have yourself a good night." With that, he tipped his hat to the woman he'd almost fallen in love with and walked out. He made it to his truck before a horrible, horrendously loud yell ripped from his throat, and he made it all the way to the highway and out of town before his anger dissolved into anguish. "I'm not hungry," he said, pushing the candied yams and mashed potatoes together on his plate. "That's the definition of Thanksgiving dinner," Clarissa said. "You come hungry." "He hasn't eaten much since last week," Will said. Travis shot him a shut-your-mouth look. "Will made cowboy casserole for breakfast." "What?" Rissa asked. At the same time, Lee's head jerked up. "He did? And you guys just hogged it for yourselves?" "Travis," Will said, clearly upset. He'd started it, and Travis would actually like a good fight right here at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Then maybe he wouldn't feel so hollow, so alone, so lifeless. No, he hadn't been eating much. What was the point? The work still got done, the Berthas got milked, the sun arced through the sky. "There's tons left," he said, and he took a bite of his mixed-up mashed potatoes. He couldn't taste anything. The sky didn't even shine blue anymore. "Come on over whenever." Will growled beside him, and Lee actually put his fork down. "Don't you dare stop eatin'," Rissa said, her voice made of knives, sharp ones.
Mama, Daddy, and I labored over this meal for hours. Eat! You too, Travis. Get eating." She wore a missile in her expression. "Not hungry, my left foot. You show up hungry for Thanksgiving." She tossed a look at her fiancé, and Spencer wisely nodded. Travis liked him a lot, and he was perfect for Clarissa. He had just enough fire to match her, but he quenched her when she got too raging hot. She brought out the passion in him, too, and he'd started taking some mechanical classes to help the farm with their milk storage, refrigeration, and transportation. Cows still had to be milked on holidays, and Travis glanced at his phone to check the time. Maybe he could leave this meal a little bit early and cite the Berthas as the reason why. Mama and Rissa had no less than 8 pies displayed on the sideboard, but all Travis could think about when he saw them was Shayla. Last night was her family's pie night, and he'd been planning to attend with her. Well, before he'd broken up with her. He still hadn't told anyone in his family about the breakup, and a sigh limped out of his mouth when he realized not even the Berthas could save him right now. "What is wrong with you?" Rissa asked, plenty of sharpness still in her voice. "Nothin'," he said, shooting a look at her. He shouldn't have sat between her and Will. Too many eyes, and they both had ears like a freaking wolf. "What's wrong with you?" "Has he been sighing like this a lot?" She looked past him to Will, who was totally going to sell him out. Travis couldn't help his broken heart syndrome. He really couldn't. It was a real condition, too, and he knew it would only last a few weeks. That was what the website had said, anyway. "Just a couple of times," Will said, his eyes skating past Travis. "Traitor." "You literally just told them about the cowboy casserole," Will shot back. "You have been sighing all week, once over your coffee, even though we weren't out of cream. And last night, it was Sigh-Fest City as we tried to watch a movie. I thought you might be having some sort of lung attack." "Lung attack?" Travis repeated. "Come on, it wasn't that bad." "It was so bad," Will said. "Where's Shay?" Mama asked, driving the knife right through the fattest part of Travis's heart. She, Daddy, and Lee all looked at him from across the table. Ford seemed to be the only one not holding his breath at the moment. "She's in Beeville," Travis said truthfully. "Her mama had a pie night last night." "And you were—" Lee swallowed and flicked a look at Will. "Watching a movie with Will?" "There's something wrong with my truck," Travis said, his voice turning hard. "Shay has a truck," Rissa pointed out, "and the farm is on the way to Beeville." He glared at his sister, his pulse bouncing out of control. "She was already there, okay?" If this conversation continued for much longer, he would lose his mind. He picked up his plate as Mama opened her mouth again. "I've got to get back to milking." "No, you don't," Daddy said. "I put Chris on it for asking for every Sunday off." He scooped up a bite of turkey and yams as if the conversation wasn't about to explode. Travis continued to the sink anyway, and he nearly dropped the fine china into it. At the last second, he decided not to make a big scene and simply set the plate down into the sink. "I'm still leaving." "She broke up with you," Rissa said, also rising to her feet. All of the knives and jagged edges of her had softened. "Travis." "No," he barked at her. "She didn't." He shook his head because he didn't want to talk about this. "There's banana cream pie," Rissa said. "I'm not a woman," Travis said as he folded his arms. "I'm not going to eat my feelings just because they're coated in banana cream." "First, rude," Rissa said, throwing the words at him. "Second, something clearly happened with Shay." "There's nothing wrong with his truck," Will said. "Will," Travis yelled, "I'm so eating every last bit of that stupid cowboy casserole." "Go ahead," Will yelled back. "It's not like I don't know how to make more." "This time, you better invite us," Lee said, indicating him and Ford.
We just had lame bowls of cereal." "You never invite us over for meals," Will shot at Lee, and Travis basked in the higher energy of the farmhouse. This was the Cooper family. They fought. They yelled. They didn't let anyone withdraw without calling them on every ticky-tacky thing. He'd let Shay get away with so much, and then he'd found her at work with another man. His mind buzzed at him that she hadn't cheated on him. Of course she hadn't. That wasn't Shay's style. She was married to Sweet Spot, and Travis wasn't sure how to reconcile that between them. "What happened with Shay?" Rissa asked as she came closer. "Let it go, Riss," Travis said. "I agree with Travis," Spencer called from further down the table. He indicated the man, his eyebrows flying up as if to challenge his sister. But Clarissa wasn't the type to let very much go. She wore an expression of love and compassion now, and that only made things worse. "Trav," she said, "you two were so perfect together." Will and Lee had stopped arguing, and Mama and Daddy just kept on eating. Travis had to get out of the farmhouse, now. "I broke up with her," he said, practically spitting the words. "Okay, Riss, happy now?" "No," she shot back. "Why'd you break up with her?" "Personal reasons," he said. "Code for none of your business, little sister. I have to go." "Maybe you could use the dating app," Ford said. And that made everyone stop everything. Even Daddy didn't put another forkful of dark meat slathered in gravy in his mouth. "What?" Will asked. The word, almost a gunshot, it came out of his mouth so fast. "The dating app," Ford said, glancing at his father and then Will. "That my daddy uses. He's met a couple of women there." "Ford," Lee said in the single moment of calmness before the volcano erupted. "You're using a dating app?" Will roared. "My word, son," Mama said, pressing one hand to her chest. "That's so dangerous." "Lee," Clarissa said, rushing toward him, "who have you met? Have you been out with very many people?" The darkest look Travis had ever seen on his brother's face filled the room, but all he could do was tip his head back and laugh. Daddy started bellowing at everyone to stop it, leave Lee alone. "Travis, come sit down. You're not leaving." Daddy stood up, his chest heaving. "Rissa, enough questions. Will, not another word about trucks, movies, size, or apps." He leaned into his fists on the table, and both Travis and Rissa returned to their seats. Just because he was 37 years old didn't mean Travis wanted the wrath of his father to rain down on him. "Sorry, Daddy," he said. "Chrissy, dating apps are totally safe," Daddy said. "Lee doesn't want to talk about it. Leave him alone. Travis doesn't want to talk about Shay. Leave him alone. Will didn't invite us to breakfast. Big dairy deal. It's his casserole and his prerogative. Leave him alone." Daddy huffed out his breath and sat back down. "All y'all need to stay out of one another's business. It's exhausting." He nodded to Travis. "Now start bringing those pies over here, Trav. We can talk about the weather over dessert." Silence filled the dining room and the farmhouse, the only punctuation in it Travis's movements and the setting of pie plates on the table. Ford leaned closer to his father, who bent his head down to listen to the boy. "Is the weather code for something, Daddy?" Travis couldn't help it. He burst out laughing again, and thankfully, so did Will and Lee, who'd obviously heard Ford's question too. It felt good to laugh, though Travis wasn't nearly as happy as he'd been a week ago. Even with a quieter, more distant Shay in his life, Travis had been happier than he was now. He knew what love felt like, and he had to figure out how to get it back. Fast. He looked at Will and said, "Sorry I outed you about the cowboy casserole." Will nodded and took a big piece of the banana cream pie. He pushed the plate toward Travis and extended a fork like it was an olive branch.
"Sorry I said you've been all sighy and that your truck isn't busted."
"Yeah, well, I shouldn't expect you to lie for me." Travis took the fork and glanced across the table to Lee. He'd never even considered that his brother would feel left out.
"Sorry we didn't invite you for breakfast, Lee."
His brother nodded, his face still holding plenty of clouds.
"I'm sorry about Shay."
Travis bobbled his head, as it felt like it might come off at any moment.
"Yeah," he said. "Me too." "What are you gonna do to get her back?" Will asked.
"I don't know," Travis said miserably. He looked back and forth between his brothers.
"Any ideas?"
"Yeah," Lee said. "I've got a few." He glanced at his son.
"We'll come over after the evening milking tonight and we'll brainstorm."
"I'm in," Rissa said, and Travis swung his attention toward her. She laid her head against his bicep. "You two really are perfect together. You'll get her back. I'm sure of it." Travis wished he was as sure, but he simply accepted his sister's confidence and then dug into his banana cream pie. Chapter 23. Shayla boxed up the last of the shipments that needed to go out that evening. The transport driver would be here in 10 minutes, and she wiped the sweat from her brow, pleased and proud she'd finished before he'd even arrived. Usually, Shay had to box like a crazy person while Greg loaded his truck with what she had ready. Once, he'd stayed to help her finish up the orders, which had put him behind for his next pickup. She'd apologized profusely, and she'd made an internal promise not to do that to him again. He had a business to run, too, and the holidays were just as busy for him as they were for retailers. Without the transport and shipping services, no one would be able to get their goods anywhere, and Shay didn't want to make Greg's life any harder than it needed to be. She didn't want to do that to anyone, and her thoughts flowed to Travis Cooper. Of course. The man never truly left her mind, except maybe when she was in the deepest recesses of sleep, and sometimes not even then. A sigh came out of her mouth, and she reached up to tighten her already knotted ponytail. The nervous habit annoyed her, but she couldn't stop herself from doing it. The back door opened, and she turned that way, already stepping to open the garage door for Greg, who was early. Except it wasn't the tall, dressed-in-gray transport driver. Her sister entered the packaging room, and Shay's heart tumbled to the floor and then rebounded to the top of her skull. "Hey," she said, her step only hitching slightly. She expected her husband, Jackson, to enter behind her, so shock coursed through her when Claudia said, "She's here," and Sam followed her inside. Shay paused and took in her brother and sister. "What are you guys doing here?" Her hands went back to her ponytail, and she told herself not to tighten it again. "Mom said you were super busy these days," Claudia said, "so we came to see if we could help." Her eyes scanned the packed and labeled boxes. "I just finished," Shay said, her heart swelling with love. She opened her arms, and her siblings stepped into her for a 3-way hug. "But thank you. Maybe we could go to dinner once they get picked up."
"I'm game," Sam said. "Sharon made fish tonight, and the moment I found that out, I was like, oh, Shay needs some help in Sweetwater Falls."
He laughed as he pulled back. He always tried to cover the heavier moments with something light, but Shay saw the concern in his eyes. That, plus the fact that he'd left his wife and kids to drive all this way to see her, told Shay this was more of an intervention than a service project. A couple of pounds landed on the garage door, and that was Greg's signal that he'd arrived. She should have known he wouldn't just come in the back door. "Sure," she said. "It doesn't take Greg long to load up. We can go after that." "The baby wants pizza," Claudia said, and Shay gave her a smile when she wanted to roll her eyes. Her baby was only 5 months along, and Shay wanted to scream at her that the infant didn't have any food preferences yet. She walked over to the wall and pushed the button to lift the door, and Greg entered with his dolly. "Evening," he said, his voice rich and low. "Hey," she said, her eyes moving back to Sam and Claudia. "This is my brother and my sister. Guys, this is the best transport driver in town, Greg Giles." "Nice to meet you," he said, giving them a wave. He faced the pile of boxes, and his shoulders lifted in a big breath. "All right, Shay, you're keeping me in business this year." He gave her a healthy smile, which Shay did her best to return. Sam stepped in to help Greg, and Shay went to clean up the packing tape and botched shipping labels, Claudia in tow. Her sister wasn't the confrontational type, which Shay appreciated. Still, she could sense something just beneath Claudia's tongue. "Just say it," she said, "so we can enjoy dinner." "I'm just wondering if you'll get back together with Travis before Christmas," Claudia said. Shay looked at her and found her picking her nails. So casual, so fake. "I don't think so," Shay said. "He hasn't called or anything." She hadn't spoken to him in almost 2 weeks now. Her heart cracked a little more, and something like a sniffle caught in her chest. She refused to let it out, especially with Claudia nearby. She hardly ever saw her sister without her husband, and she really did want to enjoy dinner tonight. "I don't want to talk about Travis." "You miss him." "So what if I do?" Shay challenged her, abandoning the job of cleaning up smeared stickers. "That doesn't change anything. He broke up with me." Claudia rose to her full height, her nails suddenly perfect. "And why'd he do that, Shay?" She could be stubborn and vocal, too, though Shay had never labeled her sister that way. Or herself. But since she'd met Travis and his family, and she'd seen how they didn't hold back from one another, she actually found the conversations they had refreshing. They could hash everything out and stay in the same room. They didn't run from situations or each other. She wanted to be more like that, and she hadn't even known it. "Because," Shay said, "he didn't get a text." "A text?" "I stood him up in his eyes," Shay said. "We had a fight. He didn't want to play my games anymore." All of the things Travis had said to her almost 2 weeks ago still streamed through her head. "I don't know, Claudia. It just didn't work out." She picked up a handful of papers and shoved them toward her sister. "Go put those in the trash, would you?" Claudia did what she asked, and Shay started switching out a nearly empty roll of tape for a fresh one. That done, she straightened some papers, sent a text to Elaine, and moved into her office to check who was opening the store in the morning. She'd be here, of course. Sometimes Shay thought she should put a cot in her office for how early she arrived at work and how late she stayed. She could just put on some new running clothes, spritz some perfume, and call herself bathed and ready. She hadn't done it yet, because going home to a 10-pound dog and no one else was pathetic enough. She missed Travis terribly. She missed the excitement of simply having a message from him. She missed the fact that she'd get to see him every day, hold his hand, breathe in the warm scent of wood and cologne, and just be with another adult who wasn't connected to Sweet Spot in any way. She loved Jaden and Elaine. She did. She relied on her employees, and she'd raised her wages to attract better people who'd hopefully stick around for longer. But Shay missed Travis terribly. "You should call him," Claudia said, moving to stand in front of Shay's computer. She looked up, her eyes glazed over as she'd been thinking about Travis and had forgotten her sister had even come to the store today. "I'm not going to call him," she said. "I will for you." Claudia picked up Shay's phone, and she bolted to her feet. "Claudia!" "Greg's ready for you to sign the paperwork," Sam said, entering the office. "Okay," Shay said, her palm still out toward her sister. Claudia put the phone in her hand, and Shay moved past her siblings and back into the more industrial warehousey part of the store where they stored their inventory and packaged their shipments. "Hey," she said with a sigh as she approached Greg. He turned with a smile on his face and handed her the clipboard she signed every single night. 77, he said. That's one of your bigger days. You're shocked I got it all packaged before you showed up, aren't you? She grinned at him, looked at the clipboard, and signed on the line required. Not at all, he said. I understand how days get away from people. Yes, the egg farm. She gave him the clipboard back. Thank you, Greg. You're the best. Yeah. His smile stayed in place, and this was the point where he usually left. Tonight, he kept staring at her. Shay's body temperature rose, and a flush worked its way up Greg's neck. Listen, he said, and Shay knew what came next. She'd been out of the dating game for a while before she'd started seeing Travis, but she'd been asked out before. I was thinking that after the holiday rush and things settle down, you and I could go to dinner together. Oh, Shay shuffled her feet. I don't know, Greg. Travis's face filled her mind, and every nerve screamed at her that if she went out with Greg, she couldn't go out with Travis, too. No. I'm seeing someone. She couldn't believe the words had come out of her mouth. She wasn't dating Travis, not anymore. You miss him. Her sister hadn't spoken untrue. The problem was, neither had Shay. It didn't matter if she missed Travis. Unless she did something about it, the situation wasn't going to change. Oh, Greg said, rubbing his hand up the back of his neck. Okay, I didn't know. I guess I should have asked that first. He gave her another brilliant smile. Makes sense. What does? You seeing someone, he said. You're so personable and pretty and all. Shay could smile at that, though it did make her sad. If she was so personable and pretty, why hadn't she been able to hang on to Travis? He just got mad, she told herself. You have to help him get unmad. Hadn't he asked her to do that for him once? Calm him down and tell him when he was being a jerk? He had, and instead of doing that the weekend before Thanksgiving, she'd let him break up with her and walk out of her life. Thank you, she murmured. If you break up with a guy, let me know, Greg said, and he backed up a step. I'll go now before I embarrass myself further. He strode away and jumped off the loading dock, disappearing into the darkness a moment later. The growling of his truck's engine filled the air, and then he rumbled away. Shay turned back, only to find both Sam and Claudia standing there. How much had they heard? You're seeing someone? Claudia asked, cocking one hip. Too much. I thought you broke up with Travis, Sam said, his eyebrows practically on the ceiling. First, Shay said, unable to move toward them, he broke up with me. Her eyes flitted to her sister's. Second, I miss him. Third, I want to call him and get back together with him. I just don't know how. Claudia's smile started small and grew until Shay stopped talking. Her whole chest vibrated with nerves because Sam and Claudia then exchanged a glance that could only mean one thing. She'd just played right into their hands. She wasn't going to enjoy dinner with them at all. Did you hear that, Sam? I did, he said. Stop it, Shay said. I just need help. I told you I'd call him for you, Claudia said. I'm 35 years old, Shay said, a touch of impatience in her voice. I can call my boyfriend myself. She caught herself, and she pressed her eyes closed. My ex-boyfriend. Sam said, a chuckle following instantly. His footsteps came closer, and Shay opened her eyes. He took her into his arms and held her against his chest. "Don't worry, Shay," he whispered. "I can see you love him, and once he sees it, he'll forgive you and take you back." "How do you know?" she whispered back. "Because you're so personable and pretty," Sam teased. Shay half laughed and half cried. She welcomed Claudia into the three-way hug again, and as she truly let them absorb some of the weight she'd been carrying all this time, she finally admitted to herself that she had fallen in love with the cross cowboy, Travis Cooper. Not only that, but she didn't need to be embarrassed of her family. They loved her in their own way, and the Nelsons didn't need to be like the Coopers. The world would probably implode if they were. She stepped back and wiped her eyes, then tightened her Fort Knox ponytail. "Okay," she said. "I hope you all have some good ideas, because I've got nothing, and I do need to apologize to him for a few things." "Why don't we start with why he broke up with you?" Claudia said. "The real reason, and not because he didn't get a text." She gave Shay a stern look, and she quivered slightly. "Fine," she said. "He asked me if I wanted to break up, and I said I don't know. This was after he'd waited at a restaurant for our 3-month anniversary, because no, he didn't get the text I sent that said I had to work late." "Ah, okay," Claudia said. "I know the problem." "Me too," Sam said, guiding her toward the exit. He punched the button to lower the garage door. "So we need a plan to let him know you're not already married to your job." He looked at Claudia. "This might take more than one session." "Might," Claudia said, and she didn't have to sound so gleeful about it. "No," Shay said, horrified. "That's not why he broke up with me. He just didn't get a text, and he has a temper. He gets cross about things that he shouldn't." Nope," Sam said, holding the door for her to leave the warehouse. "Shay, the man thinks you're married to your job. You canceled on him for a very important anniversary via text. Whether he got it or not, he'd have been upset." Shay blinked at her brother, pieces falling into place. "Before that, I was a little distant. His family is so great, and I was feeling not as great. So I've been thinking about a lot of things for a while." "This is so much worse than I thought," Claudia said, leading the way outside, her head high. "She started to run, Sam, and Travis cut her loose to do exactly that." "I didn't run," Shay said, though she had possibly, maybe started. Just a step or two. "We need pizza to keep talking about this," Claudia said. "Come on, and turn on your brain, Shay. You have to come up with at least one idea for how you can get this cross cowboy back into your life. Sam and I can't do all the heavy lifting tonight." "No," Shay muttered to herself as she followed her sister. "Heaven forbid that." At her side, Sam chuckled and put his arm around her. "Don't worry, Shay. We'll figure it out, and you'll be stuffing stockings with Travis before you know it." "I don't even know what that means," she said, glancing at her brother. But she was really glad she didn't have to figure things out on her own. She'd been doing that for over 4 long years, and she could use some help. Chapter 24. 3 months. I can't believe we made it 3 months. Well, of course I can. Here's to 3 more, then 3 years, and then 30. Travis read over the message she'd scrawled into the card he'd bought for Shay. He'd planned to give it to her 19 days ago at their 3-month anniversary dinner. When she hadn't shown up, and then he'd broken up with her, he'd tossed the roses, the card, and the jewelry box in the big garbage bin that sat in the driveway at the cabin. Will had rescued 2 of the 3, the card and the bracelet. He hadn't said anything to Travis about them until Thanksgiving Day, and now that Travis had them back, he simply needed to find a way to get in touch with Shay. He'd thought about going into Sweet Spot and asking to see her again. He'd done that when she hadn't called him about the fall ball. Sweetwater Falls was hosting a New Year's beach party this year, and he'd thought about asking her to that as his date. Maybe attending a town function would have a better result this time. Maybe she'd give him a second first date to impress her enough to make her want to buy a bikini and dance the night away barefoot in the sand. Maybe. Travis hated the word maybe. The front door opened, and male voices reached his ears. He stuffed the greeting card back into its well-worn envelope and shoved it under his pillow. He hurried to his feet and then down the hall to the kitchen, where Will already had the coffee pot in his hand and Lee already sat at the bar. "Hey," he said, nearly breathless. "Told you he'd be here," Will said dryly. "I was just—" Travis didn't know how to finish the sentence. He didn't want to tell his brothers he was searching for his bravery, nor that he'd been looking at the greeting card again. As far as Will knew, he'd thrown it away again. He'd kept the bracelet but tossed the card. Only Travis knew he'd snuck down the hall to the kitchen to retrieve it after Will had gone to bed. "It's fine," Lee said. "Don't worry about it, Trav." Travis barely knew what to do with a more relaxed Lee. Ever since Ford had spilled the beans about the dating app, Lee had been less barky, at least among the brothers. Travis thought it was downright nice that they could all be human and cowboys at the same time. "When's the big day?" Lee asked. "For what?" Travis took the mug from Will. "He hasn't called her yet," Will said. "You haven't called her yet?" "No." Travis sighed as he sat on the bar stool. "I don't know how." Lee stood up and dug his keys out of his pocket. "I have to go get Ford from his mother. I'll drop you at her house before, and we'll stop by and get you on the way back." Will sipped his coffee, silent, his eyes watchful. "That's maybe 20 minutes, Travis said. "How long do you need to say you're sorry and you're dying a slow death without her?" Lee looked genuinely confused as he switched his gaze between Travis and Will. He focused on Travis again. "Come on, get your bracelet and your phone and let's go." He started for the front door. "I can't take another day of Droopy Travis." "Droopy Travis?" he called after his brother. "Come on." "Go," Will said in a much gentler voice. "She'll forgive whatever you said, and you've already forgiven her." His light eyes sparkled at Trav. "Just think about how happy you'll be in less than an hour." Travis did like the thought of that, so he drew a deep breath and went down the hall to get the bracelet from his bedroom. He took a moment to consider taking the card, and in the end, he grabbed it and shoved it in his back pocket. "Wish me luck," he said to Will as he jogged toward the still-open front door. "Good luck," Will called, "and tell Lee to bring back pizza." Travis slammed the door before Will could really get out the last word, but he'd tell Lee. "Will wants pizza." "Tell him to call it in," Lee said. Travis sent the text, not realizing that Lee had already started moving. Before he knew it, the tires evened out over asphalt and not dirt, and Travis's stomach buzzed with 1,000 honeybees. The racket they made drowned out the radio and anything Lee might have said. Before he knew it, Lee pulled into Shay's driveway. Trav stared at the cute little house with the dark blue door, every emotion in the world streaming through him. "Go," Lee said. "I can't be late to get Ford." No, he couldn't, and saving his brother from his ex-wife's wrath was the only reason Trav got out of the truck and started toward the door. He clutched the box in his fingers until they hurt, and he barely had strength in his joints to press the doorbell. The noise of Lee's truck faded, and only the neighborhoodly chirping of early crickets filled the air. He glanced over his shoulder to the driveway,
where Shay's huge white truck sat. She had to be here. Travis swallowed, sure he was about to be sick. He should go. He should have called first. The door opened, and Elaine stood there. She blinked as she recognized him, and they both drew in a breath together. "Hey," he said, the word firing from his mouth. "Is Shay here?" "No," Elaine said slowly, as little Sweetie came clicking over to her ankles. "Oh." Travis looked at the truck again. "Is she at the shop then?" He could get over there. In that moment, he'd do anything to get over there and talk to her. "No," Elaine said again, her brow furrowing this time. "You must not have talked to her." "No," Travis said just as slowly, a gong in place of his heart. "We broke up." "Yes, I know," Elaine said. "But, Travis, she left about 20 minutes ago with her sister. They were going to... Well, they were headed out to see you at the farm." Gong, gong, gong went his heart. Had it marred the words Elaine had said? "She went out to the farm?" "Yes." Elaine smiled at him. "Seems like she missed her boyfriend a little too much." A franticness hit Travis that he'd never experienced before. He scrambled for his phone, and the card he'd brought along dropped to the ground. "Do you think I could call her?" "I think you definitely should." Elaine stooped to pick up the card. "You don't have a car here." "My brother dropped me off," he said. "I was hoping to say all these romantic things to Shay and get her back." "Save them," Elaine said, extending the card toward him. "Call her." Travis grinned, took the card, and turned his back on her. As she coaxed Sweetie back into the house, Travis's fingers felt like sausages as he swept across and tapped his screen. Then Shayla's line was ringing, and then it wasn't. "Travis?" she asked. "Hey," he said, a laugh boiling down in his stomach. It was just so good to hear her voice. "I understand you had your sister drive you out to the farm." "I'm literally sitting in front of your cabin," she said. "How did you know?" "Because Elaine just told me," he said. "I'm standing on your front porch." A beat of silence came through the line, and then they both started laughing at the same time. Amidst his chuckles, he said, "Lee brought me. We're going to get pizza, and then maybe me and you can talk. By the pond, say 45 minutes. Will your sister leave you there?" "Yes," Shay said. "I'll see you in 45 minutes." Travis held a box of pizza, the bracelet box, and the card as he jogged across the dormant lawn toward the patio with the Adirondack chairs. Shayla rose from one, and though darkness had started to settle over the December evening, she made Travis's heart leap and yelp for joy. He wanted to throw everything he carried and swoop her into his arms. Lee would be livid if he wasted all of the pizza he'd been given. He'd promised he'd bring the leftovers back to Lee's so Lee and Ford could have cold pizza for breakfast in the morning. "Hey," he said, laughing again. He tossed the pizza and gifts in the second chair and paused in front of Shay. She seemed nervous. She almost pulsated with energy the way fireflies did, her hands ringing around one another. "I've been practicing a speech," he said, and then he cleared his throat. "I have something to say, too. Do you mind if I go first?" Shay swallowed and nodded. "I'm sorry you had to drive all the way out here." He was sorry for so many things. "I'm sorry I yelled at you at your shop. I'm sorry I was frustrated about not getting your text. I'm sorry I was jealous of a business partner." He swallowed again, the gong in his chest quieting slightly. He took in her dark eyes, framed by those lovely lashes. He wanted to reach out and run his hand through that nearly midnight hair. He craved the attention of this woman, the conversations they'd have, and the love they'd share. "I miss you, Shay." He smiled, feeling the gesture wobble on his face. He didn't care if she saw. I just want to be with you. I hope you can forgive me. I hope we can try again, because—" He trailed off, but the words he wanted and needed to say vibrated right beneath his tongue. "Because I love you," he said, finishing his speech. "That's it. That's all I've got." Shay reached up and fluttered her eyelashes as she touched the tears that had gathered in her eyes. "That was a brilliant speech," she said. "Better than what I've got, which was just, 'I'm sorry I didn't tell you that nothing has changed between us,' back when you'd asked. No, I don't want to break up. Yes, I put stupid distance between us, because I thought that would help us both get through the holidays. But I was wrong." She put both hands against his chest, and the warmth from her touch nearly undid Travis. He stayed solid and strong, his hand sliding along her waist. She inched closer to him. "I was wrong, Trav. Being without you is what's hard. I want to carve time out of my life and away from business to be with you." She cleared her throat. "Because I love you too." Travis grinned, the gesture expanding and expanding. "Yeah, you do. Don't you start with me, Trav." She grinned at him and pushed his cowboy hat back. "But you can kiss me." He leaned down, taking a long, deep breath of his new girlfriend. "I'm not going to be super arrogant," he said, "or cross with you. You'll tell me when I'm acting badly, right?" He'd once asked her to do that, and he wished she'd done it the night he'd shown up at her office all bent out of shape. "I'll try, Trav," she said. "It would be great if you kept the acting badly to a minimum." "Like you're going to keep the running to a minimum." "Emotional running, yes," she said, tilting her head back. "But you can't stop me from my morning jogs." "Jogs?" he said with a scoff. "Let's not argue," she whispered, tipping up onto her toes. "Definitely not." Travis leaned down and touched his lips to hers, pure fire racing through his whole body. This was so much different than kissing his girlfriend. This was a first kiss with the woman he loved, and who loved him back. Chapter 25. Shayla knocked on the quaint cabin door and dropped her hand to the doorknob. She couldn't hold this tray of coconut lime bread for much longer. It wasn't Travis's house, but the energy and vibrancy pulsing through the windows meant he was here. "Come in," someone yelled, and it sounded like Clarissa. Shay opened the door and towed her way inside just as another woman exited the kitchen. Shayla hadn't met the oldest Cooper yet, but this was obviously Cherry. "Let me take that," she said. She too had reddish hair, and the same stunning good looks all the Coopers possessed. Shay got relieved of the bread, and gratitude soared through her. "Thanks," she said. She didn't know how many people were here, but Shay put a smile on her face. She and Travis weren't engaged yet, but they'd been talking about marriage. He'd said he loved her. She loved him. He'd propose, and they'd get married, and then Clarissa and Cherry would be her sisters-in-law. "You must be Shayla," Cherry said, grinning at her. "Yes," she said, "and you're Cherry." "Guilty." She nodded toward the kitchen area of the house. "All the food's back here." Shayla followed her, and Clarissa introduced her around to several women who her fiancé Spencer had used to work with. "They're from Hope Eternal Ranch," Clarissa said. "Ginger and Hannah." Shay shook their hands, and Ginger said, "My husband bought one of your Happy Family camper tents." "Oh, that's great," Shay said, her smile practically made of cement. "I hope you've enjoyed it." "Oh, not me," Ginger said. "I get enough sun and air on the ranch. Nate takes his boys out." "Oh," Shayla blinked. "How many does he have?" "This is Jill," Clarissa said. "She lives at Hope Eternal, too."
Jess works out there. I used to, Jess said. My family keeps me in town more often than not these days. Shay shook their hands too, noting that they all knew one another, and well. I'm Emma, the last woman said. You look like we've hit you upside the head. She smiled and kept stirring some sort of batter. Don't worry, we all started at Hope Eternal, and most of us still live there. Nate is Ginger's husband, and he brought all of his friends with him to live at the ranch. We married all of them. Her smile could have lit the whole farm, and Shay started to relax. You'll be fine with us. Emma's the best cook, Clarissa said. We catered everything else. Elaine made my bread, Shay said, glancing down to the tray of it. So it should be good. You don't cook? Emma asked. Not really, Shay said. I mean, I can do a few things. I just don't enjoy it. See, Cherry said, not everyone has to love cooking. She shot a glare at Clarissa, who had attended culinary school. And she managed to get a boyfriend. Shay's smile slipped off her face. Well, I almost botched that up, but not because of my cooking skills. I did too, Clarissa said, and it was because of my cooking skills. She frowned at Cherry. You should just come back to Sweetwater Falls and find a nice man to settle down with. Who? Cherry challenged. I'm almost 45 years old. The men that age in this town aren't looking for a woman like me. She gestured up and down her body, and Shay could admit she wore some of the most fashionable clothes she'd ever seen. She even had the forest green wraparound skirt, which was everywhere this holiday season. Hers had enormous wooden buttons down her left leg, which were also the height of fashion right now. It wouldn't kill you to put on a pair of jeans, Clarissa said, turning away. Cherry's face fell, and Shay's heart went out to her. I personally love that skirt, she said, actually reaching for one of the lower buttons. I've got leggings in the shop in this exact color. Well, when I can keep them in stock. Cherry brightened, and Shay wanted to hug her. She refrained because she'd met the woman 5 minutes ago, but something unspoken moved between them. Okay, another woman called. Everyone gather round. We're going to fill up our plates and then chit-chat while we play games. Shay could hold a plate with bite-sized morsels on it and make small talk, and she prepped herself to do that. The noise level in Clarissa's cabin swelled, and she took in all the ivory and silver decorations someone had hung around the cabin. She'd never been out to this part of the farm, but she'd seen a cabin next door, too. Spencer lived there right now, and since this cabin was bigger and brighter, they'd be moving in here once they were married. Only a couple of days to go now, and then 2 more weeks until the Cooper family Christmas cruise. Yes, the event was all capped, as Shay had seen in several texts now. The ship set sail on December 23rd, and they'd be gone through the 29th. Shay couldn't wait, and she'd been shopping for bathing suits online. She also had to prep everything for the New Year's beach event on New Year's Eve before she left, because she didn't want to drop all of the work on Jaden and Elaine. They were sharing the dog-sitting, as Elaine was traveling over the holidays, but Jaden would be in town the whole time, and Shay experienced an outpouring of love for her friends. Shay, did you find a dress for the wedding? Cherry asked as they stepped away from the buffet. Yes, Shay said. I sent a picture to Rissa and she approved. That's a miracle. Cherry took her plate over to her mother, who Shay hadn't even seen. She followed Cherry and smiled at Chrissy. Can I sit by you? Of course, dear, she said, and she looked healthy and alive today. Her skin glowed, and she'd wrapped a bright blue scarf around her head. Shay settled down to enjoy herself, and such a feeling of acceptance and belonging came over her. She didn't need to feel uncomfortable around the Coopers. They were just people, like her, and they wanted her to spend time with them. Hey, hey, Travis said as he came through Shay's front door. I brought everything you need. He carried a couple of grocery bags in his hands and a massive smile on his handsome face. The items he'd bought clunked down on the counter as she finished washing her hands, and she turned as he unpacked things. "Saltines, low salt," he said. "Butter, unsalted, of course." The bags rustled, and he pulled out a big green bag. "Shelled pistachios, low-fat cottage cheese, cream cheese spread, and no sugar-added peanut butter." Shay grinned at the eclectic display of groceries, none of which she'd asked him to buy. "Wow," she said with a giggle. "What is all of this?" "Oh, wait," Trav said, digging into his pocket. He pulled something out and thunked it on the counter. "Salt." He grinned at her, something playful dancing across his face. "This is what you need to get through the wedding." Shay's eyebrows went up, and she took in the crackers and all the spreads. "What I need?" "I know you have that honey whole wheat bread," he said, picking up the peanut butter. "This is actually for me." She reached for the saltines, then the salt shaker. "Maybe I should try the salted crackers." "I don't see why you'd do that," he said. "You've got your system." He grinned at her as she unwrapped a stick of butter and spread some across a cracker. She deftly reached for the salt and sprinkled some over the butter, then added another cracker. She took a bite, the deliciousness seeping into her very soul. Travis laughed at her, just as he had the first time he'd seen her salt her unsalted crackers. He made himself a cream cheese and peanut butter sandwich, and Shay spread some cream cheese on a cracker, salted it, and slid the whole open-faced sandwich into her mouth. Once she'd finished her snack, she took a deep breath. "I guess I better go get dressed." "Yes, go get dressed. I have to change at my house, too." "I'll be right back." Shay went down the hall to change into her gown for Clarissa's wedding. She hadn't been to a wedding in a long time, and for some reason she felt nervous. As she shimmied into her dark blue dress, she told herself to calm down. Travis had already seen her in the dress, as well as several others. She pulled all the layers of fabric into the right spots, put in her earrings, and stepped into her shoes. She went down the hall and leaned into the corner of the wall. "Ready," she said, drawing Travis's attention from his phone. His eyes widened, and he abandoned whatever was on his device. "You look amazing," he said. "I'm so glad I don't have to go to this wedding alone." "Do you think people will feel like that about our wedding?" "Don't people feel like that about all weddings?" He ran the tip of his nose down the side of her face and pressed his lips to her throat. "You still are planning on us having a wedding, right?" Shay asked, fireworks popping through her whole body. "I don't need details." He'd accused her of trying to ruin his surprise proposal. Just a yes or no. "That's a definite yes," he whispered, just before he kissed her. Chapter 26. Clarissa Cooper couldn't believe she was about to become a Rust. "Mrs. Spencer Rust," she murmured to herself, her eyes glowing like deep emeralds. When the door behind her opened, she turned to find Cherry escorting Mama into the room. Tears filled her eyes because, for a long time, Clarissa wasn't sure Mama would live long enough to see her get married. "No crying," Cherry said, though her eyes looked glassy too. "We've already got all the makeup done. We're just here to get you in the dress, and then we need to get over to the barn." Clarissa took a deep breath. "Yes, we do." She turned and let Cherry and Mama help her into her wedding dress. The fabric shone under the lights, despite the lace covering the bodice. Mama balanced behind her and started doing up the fabric buttons. "This is a beautiful dress," Mama said. "Lily Cameron made it," Clarissa said. "She does beautiful work." She ran her hands over her stomach, which wasn't as flat as it might have been if she didn't taste test spreadable cheese and ice cream for a large percentage of her day. She didn't care. She loved her dress, and she loved her husband-to-be.
Spencer loved her, and they'd spent the past several months falling in love day after day. Their honeymoon would be short, only a few days on Galveston Island, because they were also going on the Cooper family Christmas cruise with everyone over the holidays. Spencer's guest list included his friends from Hope Eternal Ranch, as they were like family to him. His mother had passed away many years ago, and he didn't currently talk to his father. Clarissa had more family than she knew how to deal with most days, but she absolutely loved them. She'd asked them all to wear dark blue suits with bright white cowboy hats, and while Lee had thrown a fit, classic Lee, he'd finally agreed. She and Spencer were getting married right here at Sweetwater Falls Farm, a place Clarissa had once run from and hoped she'd never return. Cherry had done that, and she acted like coming back to the coastal bend of Texas would put her 6 feet under. Clarissa didn't blame her for her feelings. Farm life wasn't for everyone. Not only that, but Clarissa knew better than most that there were reasons a person left their hometown and didn't like returning. For Cherry, one of the very biggest reasons was a man named Charles Hooper, and if she sped down the streets in Sweetwater Falls, she might run into him, or rather the sheriff's deputy might pull her over. She peeked at her sister as she brought over the shoes and the veil, and she enjoyed the pampering at the hands of her sister and mother. Finally, she was ready, and she took one last look at herself in the full-length mirror. Joy filled her, and she turned into her mother's arms. Cherry joined the hug, and Clarissa pressed her eyes closed as she enjoyed her family. "Thank you," she whispered, and she meant to her sister for being by her side every step of the way of this engagement. She meant to her mother for teaching her to be herself and to follow her dreams. She meant to the Lord for preserving Mama and bringing Spencer into all of their lives. "Let's go get married," Cherry said, smiling at Clarissa with tears in her eyes. She brushed them away and turned toward the door, suddenly very businesslike. Clarissa needed to pull that page from her sister's book because she didn't want to blubber through her ceremony. Today was the first day of the rest of her life, and she wanted to welcome it with a smile. Spencer Rust couldn't believe he'd somehow talked a beautiful, talented redhead into marrying him. Clarissa had never acted for even a moment that she didn't want to become his wife. Still, his nerves seemed to do somersaults throughout his body, and he couldn't take a full breath. His stomach vibrated, and he shifted his feet because they felt too close to the altar. He and Clarissa had been working on their venue for the past week, and for as much as he'd prayed that the Texas winter thunderstorms would hold off, Spencer wouldn't have to utter another prayer for a year. And the good Lord had listened, because not a drop of rain had fallen in Texas yet. He hoped it would drown the state while he was on the cruise with the rest of the Coopers. He stood in front of an altar made of straw bales that Clarissa had actually tied together using at least 24 extra ties. Then she'd started shaping it as if it were a hedge, and she'd made a sculpted altar she'd then directed him and Cherry to put flowers in. The straw held them all really well, actually, and she'd put a saddle on the top, which she'd had embossed with an S for him and a C for her. She told him it signified them starting their new life together, both of them along for the same ride in the same saddle. Spencer swallowed as he looked down the aisle, which had chairs lining both sides. Everyone had arrived except for Chrissy, Cherry, and Wayne, and, of course, Clarissa. In the front row, Lee huffed and looked at his phone as if he had somewhere else he needed to be. Spencer didn't see how. After this ceremony, they'd be serving dinner to everyone at the wedding at the pavilion here on the farm. Clarissa had wanted a big shindig, and Spencer had learned that Clarissa usually got what Clarissa wanted.
Spencer was just about to huff too, and then Cherry and Chrissy arrived at the end of the aisle, which started at the doors of another barn. Clarissa had to walk in the evening sunset for about 100 feet, and Cherry and Chrissy started the journey down the aisle first. The guests rose to their feet, and Spencer's smile stretched across his face as he watched his almost mother-in-law walk toward him. Chrissy Cooper was one of the strongest women he knew, and he received her into his arms and kissed both of her cheeks when she finally reached him. "We love you, Spence," she said, and there were no better words to him. Both she and Wayne had shown him what it meant to be a parent, a real parent, and he loved and appreciated them so much for their examples. Queen Elizabeth, the family golden retriever, trotted down the aisle with Clarissa's best friend, Leslie, and they both wore an amazing dress that made them look more alive. She nodded to Spencer, and Queenie went to sit beside Chrissy. Down at the end of the aisle, Spencer found Clarissa looping her arm through Wayne's, and his whole world narrowed to just her. She wore a dress of off-white she'd refused to show him previous to this moment, and Spencer tried to drink in every detail as she glided toward him. The top half was covered in lace, with blooms every so often that had been touched with the lightest of pink, yellow, and purple. She was an angel, his angel, and his heart beat with love only for her. Wayne brought her right to Spencer, his smile just as wide and just as happy. "Here she is, son," he boomed, not bothering to be quiet. "She's all yours." "Daddy," Clarissa admonished him, but Spencer only chuckled quietly and shook Wayne's hand. Then he took Clarissa into his arms and closed his eyes, and he breathed in the scent of her perfume. Something with lemons, vanilla, and rose. He wanted to wake up next to it, and tomorrow morning he would. They turned toward each other in front of the altar, and the pastor said, "Welcome, everyone, to the marriage of Spencer Colin Rust and Clarissa Marie Cooper. Isn't love such a wonderful thing?" Spencer nodded along with several others he could see out of his peripheral vision. Part of him wished with every fiber of his being that his mother could be here to see him. He hadn't tried to get in touch with his father, because everything his dad touched somehow melted into sand and then blew away in the wind. That wasn't how Spencer wanted to start his life with his new wife, and so he hadn't let his dad know the details of today's nuptials. But his mama would have loved Clarissa, and she would have loved to have been there to see Spencer tell her he loved her and couldn't wait to start their life together. The pastor gave a nice speech he didn't pay much attention to, because all he wanted to do was take Clarissa in his arms and kiss her after they'd been pronounced husband and wife. Once the line was said and the cheering had started, Spencer did exactly that. He kissed his wife. Chapter 27. "Yes, Daddy," Travis said. "We got everything. Now go." He carried a backpack on his back and dragged 2 suitcases behind him. One was his, and the other was Mama's. "Go." "Okay," Daddy said, totally out of his element as he went to board the huge cruise ship. "I'm going." Not fast enough in Travis's opinion. Getting off the farm this morning had been like herding Berthas from one chute to another, and that certainly wasn't his favorite activity. Shay had come to the farm, and Travis was packed and ready. Will, too, but somehow Lee and Ford had had to go back to the farm twice, and Daddy had forgotten his passport on his first attempt to launch away from Sweetwater Falls Farm. The drive to Galveston hadn't taken long, but they'd been waiting to board the ship for a while now. As patience wasn't exactly the Coopers' strong suit,
There had been a few discussions in the waiting rows, and Travis and Shay had gotten up and taken a walk during one of the more heated ones. Cherry had texted when she was leaving San Antonio, but she hadn't shown up yet. Travis actually looked over his shoulder as if he'd seen his sister hurrying toward them with a concierge toting along her 8 bags. She'd have a lot more than the rest of them, that was for sure. Travis tried not to let his foul thoughts about his oldest sister infect him. He was glad she was coming at all, as she'd originally said she might not be able to get away from work. Travis had called her every day until she'd finally picked up, and he'd said, "You work for a college. Don't tell me you're working over Christmas." He didn't have to pull punches with her, and she'd said she'd come. She might not like it, but Travis had promised her she could lay by the pool and order as many drinks and chips and guac as she wanted. He'd even told her she could pick out their evening restaurants, as Mama had asked for them to get together once a day for one meal. Since they ate dinner at the farmhouse together every night, dinner made sense. Cherry did have the best taste when it came to clothes and food, and Travis didn't care where they ate. He just wanted to get the diamond ring he'd bought and brought on to Shay's finger. His heart took a tumble down to his boots at the thought of getting down on both knees and asking her to marry him, but he needed to do it. He wanted to do it. A few hours needed to pass before he'd have the chance to get out the diamond and create the romantic atmosphere he wanted to create. "To the right," Will called over his shoulder, and he led the way toward their oceanfront cabins. Ford and Lee were sharing, as were Mama and Daddy, and Spencer and Clarissa. But Will, Trav, Shay, and Cherry each got their own suite. The moment he opened the door, Travis wondered if he'd even fit in here by himself. Because of what it had taken to get them all off the ranch, Travis had started doubting his decision to take Mama on a cruise. Seeing the room only solidified that. He towed his bag inside and left it beside the door to the bathroom. He'd definitely have to turn sideways to get in there, but he dismissed the concern. It was a few days, and cruise ships weren't meant to be enjoyed from the suites. He shed the backpack and dumped it on the bed, then took his mother's bag back out into the walkway. She and Daddy were directly across the hall, and he raised his fist to knock. "Comin'." Daddy opened the door a moment later, and Travis wondered if he'd take his cowboy hat off on this trip. He hoped so, because cowboy hats didn't really go with swimming trunks. "Mama's bag," Travis said, pulling it past Daddy, who held open the spring-loaded door. Mama stood at the window, and Travis put the suitcase at the end of the queen bed. "You okay, Mama?" She turned, and tears streamed down her face. "Oh, Trav, it's amazing." Travis's heart boomed in his chest, and he took the few steps to his mother. He wrapped her in his arms as she said, Thank you for giving this to me. I'm so happy." "I'm glad, Mama," he said, his voice thick. "I didn't mean to make you cry." "Happy tears," she said. "Anyone heard from Cherry?" Lee asked, also crowding into the room. Ford came right behind him, and he already had his swim trunks on. "Not since she said she was leaving San Antonio," Travis said. "Do you think she got in an accident or something?" Will asked over Lee's shoulder. "Did you see the balcony on our side, bro?" Travis hadn't had time to check out the room fully, and besides, there was nothing better than hugging his mother. She stepped back and wiped her face, and both Lee and Will zeroed in on her. "Mama, you okay?" Lee came further into the room, concern written in the lines around his eyes. "Just so happy," she said, and she opened her arms to Lee, then Will, and Daddy. Shay appeared in the doorway, and she took in the scene in the blink of an eye. Travis waved her toward him, and he put his arm around her waist and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Will says the balconies on our side are amazing."
"I went out there for a minute," she said. "It did seem spectacular." "Cherry might not make it," Clarissa said, drawing everyone's attention toward the doorway once again. She held her phone to her ear. "She got stuck in a huge freeway closure, and she's still 20 minutes away." A beat of silence filled the tiny cruise ship suite, and then Lee said, "I'll go talk to someone, see what her chances are." "They said it takes hours to load a ship," Daddy said. "Does this mean we can't go swimming?" Ford asked. Travis wasn't sure what he could do, and he really wanted to take in the sea air with Shay. So he let Daddy and Lee deal with swimming and Cherry, and he took Shay into his suite. "Yours is just like mine," she said. "Microscopic?" "Hey, you booked the tickets," she teased. Travis gave her a grin and wondered if he needed to put on a big show for the woman. She didn't particularly like the spotlight, and he had no real plan anyway. He'd been hoping to talk to a concierge and get some roses for dinner tonight. He'd been hoping to separate from his family so he could be alone with Shay in a private romantic booth. He'd been hoping they could wear their fancy clothes on the very first night. He realized as Shay continued over to the floor-to-ceiling windows on the far side of the room that he didn't need to wait. He hadn't let the diamond too far from him, and he unzipped the front pocket of the backpack and took out the black velvet jewelry box. Shay took a deep breath and let it out, then slid open the balcony door and stepped outside. "Come on, Trav," she said over her shoulder. He did join her, and the two of them filled the whole balcony. They leaned against the chest-high railing, and they exhaled simultaneously. He, too, wore his cowboy hat still, and he tilted his head to shade the two of them from the sun. "Shay," he said, and she turned toward him. He held up the black box and kicked a smile in her direction. "I bought you something." "This is not the proposal," Shay said, her eyes locking onto the box. She looked up at him. "You bought me something?" Travis's heart flailed against his rib cage. "I'm in love with you. You mean the world to me. Will you marry me?" Shay softened, and Travis took a moment to crack open the lid of the box. "You said you liked a nice round diamond. That's what I got. I know you like simple. This is a white gold band, just nice and simple." She looked from the ring to him, and Travis thought he saw love in her eyes. "I should have planned better," he said. It was me and you, and I'm so excited to be your husband." Shay took his face in both of her hands, and Travis loved that more than anything. It felt like she claimed him as hers, and there was nothing he'd rather be than hers. "I love you, Trav. This was perfectly you." She kissed him, but Travis still hadn't heard a yes or a no. He kissed her anyway because he wasn't going to say no to that. When she pulled away, he whispered, "I'm going to take the kiss as a yes." "Yes," Shay whispered, leaning her head against Travis's. "Put the ring on me, cowboy." He did what she said, and the two of them stood there in the bright Christmas sunlight and looked at the glinting gem. Travis sighed, pure happiness streaming through him. "Springtime?" he asked. "Yes," Shay said. "Let's call my mom." She pulled out her phone and started swiping. "Then she can be checking things out while we're cruising." "Smart," Travis said. "And sexy." Shay giggled as he took her phone and put it in his back pocket. "One more kiss," he said. "Then we'll call your mom." "Okay, fine," Shay said, like kissing him was the worst chore on the planet. But when his mouth met hers, she certainly didn't act like it. Travis kissed his fiancée in complete wonder and awe at the changes in himself and the results he'd gotten because of them. He'd finally gotten someone to stay longer than 2 months.
And now, Shay was going to stay for a lifetime. The End. Grumpy Cowboy, Chapter 1. William Cooper scanned for a parking spot, the lack of one sending annoyance through him. He should have known better, in truth. Everyone and their dog's uncle came to the New Year's beach bash. He normally didn't attend things like this at all. It took a lot to get him off his family farm, which sat about a half-hour outside of Sweetwater Falls. No, that wasn't entirely true. He worked a lot with the hundreds of acres and thousands of dairy cows the farm had, and that prevented him from getting out into society. He almost scoffed at himself for thinking the word society. If there was one in Sweetwater Falls, he certainly didn't belong to it. An empty space caught his eye, and he swung his truck around the corner to get to it. The late afternoon sunlight glinted off his windshield, but he made it into the stall. There he sat, trying to decide if he should get out or not. He'd come all this way, which in and of itself would be a dead giveaway to everyone who got within 10 feet of him and Gretchen Bellows. For the life of him, he couldn't stop thinking about the woman. He'd tried, and just when he managed to go a few hours with his focus on milk, money, or muffins, the blonde woman would get reintroduced into his life. She'd been at Shayla's big tent reveal, and Will had been too. His brother was now engaged to Shayla Nelson, and Will had wanted to be helpful to both of them. He currently lived with Travis in a cabin on their farm, but things would definitely change come springtime. Trav hadn't said anything to Will about where he'd live with his new wife, and there was another cabin out by Clarissa and Spencer, who'd just gotten married a few weeks ago. They'd have the hard conversations because they didn't hold back on those in the Cooper family. They had enjoyed a very nice cruise over the holidays, and even Will could admit he'd enjoyed himself more than he thought he would. In fact, he could use a waiter to bring him a plate of tacos and a tropical smoothie right about now. The weather in the coastal bend of Texas never really got cold, though it did rain in the wintertime. Not this winter, however, and Will finally killed the engine and got out of his truck. Heat assaulted him, and he learned the weatherman Daddy liked to listen to in the mornings hadn't been kidding. His truck would be a furnace by the time he returned to it, though the sun should be long down by then. Will took a deep breath and faced the beach. He'd found a spot on the second row over, and he smiled at his good luck. Someone had probably come early and then had to leave for an emergency, a sick child or one who wasn't behaving. Will thanked his lucky stars, his eyes moving automatically to the food truck arena and straight to the brightly colored vehicle with the caramel apples on the side of it. Gretchen's truck. He told himself he wouldn't go there first. He could check out the other festivities first. There was a beach volleyball tournament happening, and he could stand there and watch that for a while. Travis and Shayla were already here, and he'd told them he'd meet them for dinner. Rissa and Spence, too. The caramel apple truck would be there all night, and Will wasn't going to draw any attention to himself. None at all. Everyone in his family loved the caramel apples at Sweetwater Taffy. Travis couldn't stop talking about them. His suggestion they go get one wouldn't be obvious. He'd make sure it wasn't. His first interaction with Gretchen hadn't gone extremely well, and Will reached up to smooth his hand down the front of his shirt. She'd plastered caramel all over him in the drugstore, and he may or may not have barked at her, then run away. "It's fine," he told himself. He'd been around her a few times since then, and while he didn't currently have her phone number in his device, he knew where to find her. As he moved from sidewalk to sand, he couldn't believe he even wanted the woman's number. He couldn't remember the last woman he'd been half as interested in,
and he hadn't asked for a woman's number in, at least 5 years, maybe longer. He had just turned 40 this past spring, and as he'd watched Clarissa and then Travis start to date, fall in love, and get engaged, Will could admit that he had something missing in his life, a hole a certain blonde could probably fill right up. "Don't be stupid," he told himself. He hardly knew Gretchen. He'd helped her set up at Shay's tent reveal, and he'd run into her at the mall once. He'd been into her chocolatier shop a few times, but she hadn't been there every time. So, while it was true that he barely knew her, he did want to get to know more about her. That thought made his stomach tighten and his vision narrow, so much so that he'd taken several steps toward the food trucks before realizing it. He wasn't going to go over there first. He made a sharp right turn and headed out onto the beach a little further. Trav had texted several minutes ago to say he and Shay had found a spot to watch the volleyball, and Will would join them. His brother wasn't all that hard to find, what with his tall Texan cowboy hat. He stood with his hand in Shay's, and the bright white volleyball flying above their heads as Will approached. "Howdy," he said, easing in next to Trav. "Will." His brother seemed happy to see him, and Will hadn't expected anything else. They'd always gotten along just fine, even if they did argue sometimes. Everyone in the Cooper family argued. It was bred inside them. Will thought it had something to do with the red-headed genes they'd all inherited from Daddy, who had one of the worst tempers Will had ever seen. Age had calmed him, as had Mama's illness. Daddy was downright kitteny sometimes now, and he'd broken up a couple of arguments recently that he would have fueled previously. "Who's winning?" Will asked, shading his eyes despite the sunglasses he wore. He'd also changed out of his normal farm attire of jeans, long-sleeved shirt, and boots, and into a pair of khaki shorts, a polo the color of limes, and a baseball cap. He didn't quite feel like himself, but he fit into the beach bash better than Travis did. "Lou's plumbing," Trav said. "We're cheering for them." Will nodded like he cared, but he didn't. Still, he did like watching the volleyball, and the plumbing shop won a few points later. "Let's find Rissy and get something to eat," Trav said. Will nodded and tagged along, the third wheel to his brother and his fiancée. He realized that when they found Rissa and Spence, he'd be the fifth wheel. His gaze automatically moved toward the food trucks because they would be headed in that direction. Irritation spiked through him, and Will tried to push it away. The crowd here on the beach drove him batty. The sun was far too hot for December 31st. He should have just stayed home. Travis and Shay got swallowed up in a group of teenagers, and Will paused as he got separated from them. Couldn't anything go right tonight? Why had he come? He looked over to the food trucks again, and his feet took him that way. "Apple sample?" someone asked on his left, and he hadn't even seen the woman standing there. She wore the same bright colors in her uniform as had been painted on the taffy truck. "Sure," he said, though he didn't want to talk to her. He took the apple slice and ate it in one bite, the sweet caramel and warm chocolate easing some of the grumpiness inside him. "Oh, this one gets a whole apple," a woman said, and that voice lit him up from inside. He turned to find Gretchen walking his way. Gretchen Bellows. She was blonde and curvy, with long legs, and a smile that could charm snakes and cowboys alike. He stumbled in the sand, though he'd barely moved his feet. A grunt came out of his mouth, and he latched onto her arm to steady himself. Horror struck him like lightning, and he yanked his hand back. "Sorry." He stepped away from her, too, to have more distance. A proper distance, he told himself. "It's fine. I've fallen twice today. This sand is so lumpy." She handed him a white chocolate-coated caramel apple with plenty of cinnamon stuck to the outside. "Apple pie flavor," she said. He didn't believe for a single second that she'd fallen in this sand. "Oh, I can't," he said, though he already held the apple in his hand. His face flamed with heat, but Will didn't know how to quench it. The moment his eyes locked onto Gretchen's, she'd see his feelings for her. So he kept his gaze flitting around. "I just lost Trav and Shay. We were going to get something to eat." "You can put it in your truck," she said, "or I'll hold it for you at the truck." "Is that the apple pie one?" another man asked, and Will looked at him. He practically salivated over the apple, and Will wanted to clutch it to his chest and tell him to back off. "We have a lot more over at the truck," Gretchen said, and she turned to lead him that way. She smiled at Will over her shoulder, and the gesture dove right into his heart. Feeling foolish, he smiled at the girl giving out samples, though her attention had been stolen by other people at the party. Will knew the feeling. He felt like he had 1,500 things going on at any one time, and he was responsible for everything going smoothly at the farm. He maintained all of their equipment in the milking operation, and he managed the schedules for all of the cowboys and cowgirls who worked the farm with them on both sides, on the agriculture side and the milking operation. He never got time off. He never slept more than 6 hours. The cruise had shown him how wonderful it was to have a break, and he'd told himself that was why he'd come to the New Year's beach bash, too, to find a few hours of non-work, to get a break. He returned quickly to his truck and put the caramel apple on the seat before pulling out his phone and texting his brother that they'd gotten separated. "We just found Rissa," Trav said. "We're going over to the Hawaiian rib truck." "I'll meet you there," Will said. Then he shoved his phone in his pocket and faced the beach again. The Hawaiian barbecue tasted like meat candy, and Will enjoyed himself despite being the extra man out. He kept himself from looking over to Gretchen's truck too often, and every time he did, he didn't see her. No one asked him about her, and no one suggested they get apples. The sun set, and the beach bonfires got lit. Will yawned long before midnight, and he'd never intended to stay for the 12 o'clock countdown and fireworks show. After all, they had milking to do in the morning, and because it was a holiday, they'd delayed the chore an hour, from 5 to 6, which was still really early in the morning. They couldn't just make the cows wait to be milked, no matter what day of the week it was. "I'm gonna head out," Will said about 10:30, his exhaustion all the way down in his soul. "We are too," Trav said, smothering his own yawn. "See you at home." "Yep." Will would arrive first because he didn't have a fiancé to drop off and kiss goodnight before he made the drive back to the farm. Will didn't mind being at the cabin alone. He sometimes thought he'd like to live alone all the time. "And you will," he thought, "soon enough." Trav and Shay had set a May wedding date, and that was only 5 months from now. Will probably wouldn't like living alone then. He opened the door to his truck and slid inside, realizing far too late that he'd set his caramel apple on the seat. He felt it smear across his backside, and he leapt out of the truck, a roar gathering in his throat. "No," he managed to say, and the sticky, gooey, gross apple fell to the ground. "Stupid. Who hands out caramel and chocolate in a heat wave?" And better question, who put the apple pie apple on their front seat and then forgot about it? Will looked down at the lump of fruit and dessert on the ground, and then gingerly touched the back of his shorts. No matter how he sliced it, he was going to have to ride home in white chocolate, caramel, and cinnamon. "This is so stupid," he growled to the night air. "Who tells someone to put a caramel apple in their truck?" He turned, wondering if anyone had seen him slide into his dessert, though it sure seemed like everyone else was all in for staying at the beach bash until the clock struck midnight. Will couldn't wait to get away.
Footsteps approached, and then Gretchen herself appeared. She extended a wad of paper towels toward him, saying, "These are wet wipes, Will. Maybe they'll help enough so you can get home." Pure embarrassment and strong humiliation filled Will from top to bottom. He couldn't make himself step forward and take the wet wipes from the woman he'd just insulted and insinuated that his idiocy was her fault. Listen to the rest of Will and Gretchen's story in Grumpy Cowboy, Sweetwater Falls Romance, Book 2. We hope you've enjoyed our production of Cross Cowboy, Sweetwater Falls Romance, Book 1, written by Elena Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Copyright 2021 by Elena Johnson. Production copyright 2021 by Elena Johnson.